Right now on NBC10 News Today, the winter storm has arrived. You're looking live now at Cape May, where snow started falling here around 2 o'clock this morning.
Now let's look at King of Prussia live in Montgomery County. Look at those flakes. The snow started coming down there within the past 2 hours, and it is expected to keep falling throughout the day.
Getting heavier. Take a look at the first alert radar. The entire region is now seeing snow flurries. You can see it is covered.
We have team coverage this morning. Thanks for joining us. Meteorologist Brittney Shipp is in with the First Alert Weather Center, timing everything out for us this morning. Our Tim Furlong is in Newcastle County, Delaware. Katie Zachary is watching the storm in Montgomery County, and we have crews at the Jersey Shore and here in the city.
This is NBC10 News.
A good Sunday morning and welcome to NBC10 News Today. I'm Erin Coleman.
And I'm Brenna White. It is now 5 a.m. on your Sunday morning.
Let's get right to NBC10 meteorologist Brittney Shipp. All right, Brittney, What has happened overnight and where are we right now with this storm?
Well, just like you guys mentioned, we did see all of the snow move in between 1 and 2 a.m. and now it is coming down at a pretty decent clip. Take a look at our camera here, our Valley Forge tourism camera near King of Prussia, and just look at those snowflakes. If we take a closer look at Philadelphia, we have a nice coating on the ground just outside of the 30th Street station there. And then down towards Cape May, we always love to see it. You have a little bit of sand and snow mixing together, so you can definitely make out the coating there as well. And of course, we have to show you Camelback, so it really ranges here between all the way down the shore up towards the mountains. We are all seeing snow. Let's back up the radar here. This is exactly where the snowfall is. It's across the entire region. This started between 1 and 2 a.m. We backed up the radar to about 2 a.m. and you can see it just moving in. We widen out we'll zoom in a little bit more and we'll show you where we see the darker blue here. That's where we're seeing more of the moderate snowfall. We widen out the picture here and we just want to show you that we're most concerned about the ice that's going to start to move into this system. So that mixed precipitation, which is going to be the sleet and also the potential of freezing rain here about 300 miles away from us. So until that gets here, it is all snow coming down. But take a look at how massive this system is. It stretches all the way back through Memphis, through Dallas, through Houston. So this is a big system. We're going to be dealing with this for a while. This is a long duration system that's going to be moving through. Our first alert is going to be staying in effect all the way until tomorrow at 7 a.m. All neighborhoods. We've updated this. We already had the Arctic blast. It's already in place. We have heavy snow, sleet, freezing rain, icy roads, and power outages are next concern. Let's go hour by hour to show you exactly what to expect. All snow through your 9 o'clock hour. By 11 o'clock, this is where things get interesting with the rain snow line that's going to continue to transition to the north here. Further north and west between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. we are going to be dealing with sleet for a prolonged amount of time. Also, the potential is there for freezing rain, and this moisture will continue moving through into the second half of the day. For some locations along the shore, we could even see rain at the end of this system as well. That will be closer to 5 p.m. It's all rain coming down for Atlantic City and Cape May, but it's mainly this area of pink that we're most concerned with. We have a light glaze as a possibility for a lot of our suburbs to the north and west. Same thing along the shore, but it's this blue area, this significant icing that we're most concerned about. We will talk more about that coming up in just a bit.
Boy, a lot to get to. All right, Brittney, we will check back in. Now, listen, if you live south of Philadelphia and in parts of the Jersey Shore, it has already been snowing in your neighborhood for several hours.
Let's go to NBC10's Delaware reporter Tim Furlong. What are you seeing there, Tim?
Snow, lots and lots of snow. We're at the Biden Welcome Center in Wilmington. Take a look out our front window. You can see there is already plowable snow in Delaware, and it didn't take long for it to happen. I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning, and there was barely any snow, a little tiny fine coating. But at this point already, as we leave the Biden Welcome Center to get onto I-95 South, you can see it's slick out here. There's a coating on the roads. The plows have gone over, and they can only do so much. You can see, especially when you get out to 95 even, you'll see that there's actually it's hard, it's enough to plow, but it's a hard packed coating on the road. So we've seen people slipping. We've seen the plows going by, and we've also seen, we've had our first couple idiots that we've seen who have gone flying in tiny sedans down I-95, and they're kind of fishtailing and having a little too much fun for the conditions. It's not safe to do that. We've been saying, and we always say, it's cliche to say, stay home if you can. But in Delaware, they really want you to stay home. There's a level 1 driving restriction, which basically just says don't go out unless you have to, unless you have a business interest, things like that. Media like us, we're exempt from that, and because we're trying to inform everybody what the road conditions are like. And if you see DelDOT plows out here, or wherever you are, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, if you see the plow trucks, definitely give them a lot of space. It took my photographer, Matt, a long time to get from his house in Pottstown to get down to me in Delaware today because he got stuck behind plows. And I say stuck behind plows, I'm not being negative. They're doing their work. We want to let them do their work, because as you look out 95 here, another guy flying by in a truck. As you look at 95 here, this is what you're dealing with at this point. If you were to go out this morning, you're getting slippery conditions, and this is the most main of main roads. So be careful out there. Follow us on social media. We're going to be posting all day, all morning. Follow us on air, online. Make sure you get the NBC app. I always have it with me on my phone because it's really good. It tells you hour by hour what we're going to be doing and what we're going to be seeing. I think the next time we see you, we'll still be in the Newark, Middletown area in Delaware, because that's where the snow is coming down really hard. It's a very fine snow right now, guys, but it's coming down hard. It's piling up quickly. So stay with us. Back to you.
All right, Tim Furlong on the move there in Delaware. Definitely looking a lot different than my way in this morning. So, Tim, we're going to check back in with you. Speaking of, let's go to Montgomery County. A live look at King of Prussia, and you can see the flakes. They are coming down from our camera there. They started falling here around 3 a.m.
Sometimes with these cameras, it looks like you can't really tell if the flakes are coming down.
Oh, no.
This is no mistake. Yeah, absolutely. NBC10's Katie Zachary is not far from KOP right now. She's out on the main line. Katie, how are you doing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, we went from the main line, Route 30, Brenna and Aaron, and we came to the King of Prussia area. So let's spin it around. We're on DeKalb Pike right now in the King of Prussia area, not far from the mall, if you know this, and you can see some of those street lights and street signs ahead. We're connecting to Highway Route 202, not far from 422 and 76. If you are taking 76, these are the conditions we're showing you. Very similar to what you'll find on 76, and there is a restriction, no commercial vehicles on 76, and you have to go 45 miles an hour or slower. And I can tell you, photographer Eric Cheevers, who is with me today, he was going 17 miles an hour, max 25 miles an hour on DeKalb Pike, which tells you a lot. We saw several cars that were stopped in the middle of 202 because they just felt like it was too dangerous for them to continue. So that was not a good place. They were in the middle of the roads. If you can, definitely pull over to a side street or a shoulder, because it was a little dicey moving around them. As you see right now, this is 202 southbound, and we're passing the connector for 422 and 76. So these major roads that we're on right now, they have been plowed. You can tell because we can see some pavement, but many of the local roads have not been plowed yet. We saw some plows that were just kind of getting started, some salt trucks that were just getting started. But walking from my home to the car this morning on my driveway from just over the last few days when we had snow last weekend and some of that snow and ice that had not completely been removed, I was slipping a lot more than I thought. And this is just in the very preliminary stages of this storm. So if you're walking on untreated surfaces, just be aware it's already slick. If you're driving, there are many driving restrictions in place. We're in the King of Prussia area right now. We're going to go through Montgomery County, Delaware County, and probably stop at a Wawa in the next 30 minutes because I noticed one was very busy, which is no surprise, Aaron and Brenna.
Wawa.
People need their coffee. People need their snacks.
People need their coffee.
Priorities. I hope you have a cup in there, Katie. It's going to be a long day. All right, be safe on the roads.
I might. Okay.
There we go. She's ahead of us.
Thanks, Katie. All right, the city of Philadelphia under a snow emergency.
Seeing these live looks, we're seeing snow all over. More than 1,000 workers have been deployed, and crews are working around the clock to keep the streets safe. The Philadelphia Parking Authority started towing cars parked along snow routes last night. They need to be moved so plow trucks can clear the roads. Many drivers park their vehicles in garages. Our camera spotted cars filling into a garage on 15th Street.
Off the street and we're out of trouble.
You want to make sure you had got a spot in there?
Absolutely, absolutely.
The city is also preparing for a messy Monday, closing city public schools, courthouses, and administrative buildings. We'll get an update from city officials, including Mayor Sherelle Parker, at 10 o'clock this morning, and we do plan on carrying it live on all of our NBC10 platforms. Of course, the storm is causing some travel trouble, both on the rails and in the skies. 624 flights have been canceled already at Philadelphia International Airport, which you can see live on the left side of your screen. We're seeing 2 flights on the delays list so far. That's all according to FlightAware. Service suspensions on NJ Transit have already started. You can see a live look at 30th Street Station on the right side of your screen. Amtrak is warning riders to check the status of their trains before they head to the station.
NBC10 has the coverage you count on air and online. Just head to NBC10.com for the free NBC10 app. You can find a live blog with important updates on what the storm is bringing to our area, how it may be changing, the timing of things, and how to keep your family safe. Now, this winter storm, it's part of a large-scale system that is hitting from the southwest all the way to New England.
Still ahead, we're going to take a look at how the storm has already affected other parts of the country.
This is NBC10 News.
First Alert Weather Team tracking a major snowstorm that is rolling through our area. This is a live look at Center City, Philadelphia. This is forecasted to be our heaviest snowfall in years. Philadelphia, the surrounding suburbs, expected to see more than 8 inches of snow. All of this started in the last couple of hours. Many cities are under snow emergencies. Officials are urging people to stay at home and stay off the roads if you can. All right, back here at home, the coverage of the winter storm continues this morning.
We'll look at how some of the local first responders prepared for what could be a really busy morning and day.
And let's give you a live look. There we go. Storm Ranger 10 is up. It is deployed. It's our mobile radar, so we are really tracking the changes with this storm minute by minute. That's part of the data meteorologist Brittney Shipp is looking at right now. We're going to get the latest timeline on the snow and when it could turn to sleet or rain in your community.
And we'd like to see how the storm is affecting your neighborhood. Send us pictures and videos by going to See It, Share It on the free NBC10 app.
This is NBC10 News.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the winter storm that's really bearing down on this area. It's been years since we've seen a storm of this size.
And police throughout the area have been planning for this for days.
Obviously, the big storm, I'll let Sergeant LaRosa go over that with you guys.
We were with officers from Abington Township as they got set for the flakes to start falling. Their main task overnight was making sure snow emergency routes were clear. That way all those plows can do their work today. And now that the snow is here, they're asking drivers to stay away.
Stay clear of them, give them a lot of space, because those trucks don't stop. You don't want to dime, and they're really working hard, and they want to keep the roads clear and everybody safe.
Abington's police department actually moved many of their patrol cars to the garage at Abington Jefferson Hospital before the storm. That way officers are not having to spend time cleaning them off when they need to be running to a call today.
Over in Gloucester County, Chestnut Branch Park in Mantua Township, this is among the sledding hotspots. It's going to be crowded for sure once the storm moves through. Police in this area, they're also asking people to give public works crews time to clear the roads and parking lots before heading over to hit the hills.
We get a lot of parking issues. They park in the street. It causes issues with traffic and then causes accidents. So we're all for the sledding. We hope the kids get there and have a ton of fun. But give the public works some time to clear the parking lot and then move all the cars down the parking lot as best you can.
Bottom line, if it's not an emergency, police are asking that you stay off the road, especially with ice being a concern.
This is where I grew up sledding.
Oh,
Chestnut
really?
Branch Park.
Oh,
Yeah.
So you know the hill
It's
well.
such a great spot for sure. I'm sure there's going to be tons of kids out there today,
yeah.
especially Sunday. What a good day for a snow day.
It's a perfect day. I know. I have a little Barbie sled that's
Cute.
inflatable that I had to inflate yesterday. We're ready to go
Got
at my
the girls
house
ready.
too. Yeah. Did I buy it for them or did I buy it for me? I don't know.
You
But
made take a run or two.
I know, yes, but first we have to get through this system, and really this is the pretty snow that's coming down now. What's going to happen on the back end of this system, or really the second half, is the sleet, the freezing rain, and the potential for power outages. So this is a dynamic system. It's going to keep changing, and of course we're going to keep you updated on the timing for your neighborhood. Right now we want to start off with our snowfall map here. We still expect to pick up 8 to 12 inches here along our I-95 corridor, our South Jersey suburbs, our suburbs to the north and west, 12 to 18 inches for Reading and Allentown. And then if you're closer to Vineland, Dover, you're in that 5 to 8 inch range. Atlantic City down towards Cape May, 3 to 5 inches. And those are lesser amounts because those are going to be the first neighborhoods to see the changeover into more of a wintry mix, and eventually temperatures will warm into the upper 30s for today. So let's break down all the details here. Here's our radar shot. We backed it up a few hours, so we've been dealing with snow now for the last 2 to 3 hours. Started between 1 and 2 a.m. and now we have more of the moderate snow coming down over parts and neighborhoods here just to the south of Dover. Cape May is one of the places dealing with the heavy snow at this time. And as we widen out the picture, we do want to show you we're already seeing a little bit of the wintry mix get closer to us. So it's still about 300 miles away. But again, that's the part that we're most concerned with this system as it gets closer and closer. This entire system is stretching over 1,300 miles. So it's not just our area, but it's down towards Atlanta, Cincinnati dealing with the snow from the system, St. Louis all the way down to Houston. So that's how big this system is. Our hour by hour forecast shows us here all snow until about 10, 11 o'clock. It's still going to be all snow, however, for I-95 up towards the Lehigh Valley. But it's this area down towards the shore, central parts of Delaware. Now we're starting to see warmer air work in, and you start to see the pink here. That's more of the wintry mix, is what we're talking about with the sleet and the freezing rain. And once that starts at 11 a.m., it continues to track to the north. So by 1 o'clock, right over the Wilmington area, Vineland as well. And then after 1 o'clock, between about 1 and 3 o'clock, now we have over the Philadelphia region here more of that changeover. And that's when we start to get concerned about any type of icing with both the sleet and freezing rain. And then that continues to transition up towards the Lehigh Valley by 4 o'clock. And we will continue to see hour after hour of this wintry mix over the region. This does not let up until we get into our early morning hours tomorrow. So again, this is a long duration event, and probably the most dangerous part of this system is when we see the changeover and then we see hour after hour, we have the potential for significant icing right over that I-95 corridor. When we say significant, that means over ½ an inch. That leads to major tree damage and then prolonged power outages. So hopefully you have your game plan in place just in case the power goes out. Most of the area will see either light to moderate, and that means icy roads, dangerous driving conditions. You do not want to be out and about in this. This is just what one of the models is suggesting, around ½ an inch in the Philadelphia region. And then as we look at a second model, same thing, about 1/3 of an inch and just under ½ of an inch of icing for parts of Wilmington. But you can see the bullseye is the same. And again, that's right over that I-95 corridor. So we just want to emphasize enough that it is going to get more dangerous as the time goes on and we start to see warmer air and different types of precipitation. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a bit. But for now, we'll send it back to you, Brittney.
Britt, thank you. This winter storm is dropping snow all over the country and in a lot of places where you wouldn't expect to see it.
So still to come, how people in the Southwest felt like they hit the jackpot just by getting the supplies they needed.
And let's take a live look outside right now. Interstate 95, as you can see, it is pretty coated with snow. Just some spots that are clear from people's tires as they drive on by. It is a frigid, cold morning, and the snow is coming down all around our region. Brittney will be back with more timing after she analyzes all that data that we're getting. You can see the snow kind of flying across the highway there as well. We'll be right back in just a few.
This is NBC10 News.
5:27 and snow is falling across our region. A live look behind us at Broad Street. You can see the streets are covered, and we're not the only ones getting slammed by winter weather.
That's right. More than 190 million people are under alert across 37 states this morning. The state of Oklahoma, take a look, already blanketed in snow, and it is still coming down. People here getting a second wave of snow today after getting dumped on Friday. NBC News caught up with one man who grabbed the last snow shovel from the hardware store. He said it's not the lottery, but it sure felt like it.
And they had one last shovel, I guess, that they had probably used for something, but it don't even matter.
How lucky did you feel?
Lucky. I don't have to drive too far.
He's like, even if it was used, it doesn't matter. I got the last shovel. Parts of Oklahoma could see a foot of snow by the time this is all over.
And St. Louis is getting slammed for a second time as well. The city got several inches yesterday, and the second wave started last night. And they've also got the bitter cold here, too, with highs in the teens, overnight lows in the single digits, and wind chills dropping to 20 below zero.
Crews in Kentucky, they're trying to stay ahead of the storm as it continues to fall in that state this morning. This is video in from Paducah. Parts of Kentucky could get well over a foot by the time the snow stops falling. 20 states across the country have declared a state of emergency as a result of this weekend's winter weather. That includes our states, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware.
Our winter storm coverage continues this morning as the snowstorm we have been warning you about settles in.
Yeah, let's take a look at this shot now from NBC10's Tim Furlong. On the move, he is tracking the storm in Newcastle County. This is one of the places that got hit first, and you could see precipitation still falling right now. Looks like it's melting as it's hitting the windshield there, and the street is covered. Right now on NBC10 News Today, the winter storm we have been warning you about all week long. It is here. You're looking live right now at the snow that is falling. As you wake up this morning, it's expected to keep coming down for several hours.
Let's take a live look at First Alert radar. All of that pink and purplish blue you see on your screen, it's falling snow across the region right now.
We've got team coverage this morning in Philadelphia and beyond. First Alert meteorologist Brittney Shipp is timing out the storm in the Weather Center, and Lily Zhang, she is on her way to the Jersey Shore.
Plus, we have deployed Storm Ranger 10. It is our mobile weather radar in Montgomery County right now. You can see it in the left-hand corner of your screen. This is part of the data we're looking at to track the storm.
This is NBC 10 News.
Good morning. Thanks for waking up with us on NBC 10 News Today. I'm Brenna White.
I'm Erin Coleman. 5:30 on your Sunday morning, and we got a lot to get to.
Let's get right to meteorologist Brittney Shipp. She is tracking your forecast. I mean, this one is a doozy. It's all over.
Yeah, you know it's a big storm when we bring out Storm Ranger,
Yes.
okay? So we bring out our own radar so we can make sure we're watching. And this is going to be important, too, because we're going to be dealing with some different precipitation types as the storm continues. So right now it is definitely all snow coming down, but as we start to see warmer air moving in, then we're going to be dealing with sleet, freezing rain, and the potential is high for icing. That's probably the most dangerous part of this system. Here's a closer look at our Valley Forge tourism camera. You can see the snow coming down at a very decent clip. We already have a coating here just outside of 30th Street Station. You already have a few people. It looks like they're already starting with the shovels and prepping the roadway. So the snow is coming down right now, and then the accumulating ice threat is the second half of the system. Our NBC 10 radar shot showing us right now the loop. It's been a few hours already. This started between 1 and 2 a.m. For some locations, we've seen over 3 hours of snow, and some of the more moderate snow is down towards Dover, down towards Milford. Cape May, of course, one of the places getting a nice accumulation here. It's one of the first places to have seen the snow coming down. As we wind out the picture, you can see it's all the way up towards the Poconos, our entire area at this point, dealing with widespread snow. Our snowfall forecast for Sunday's storm for today, 12 to 18 inches for Reading up towards Allentown, 8 to 12 for our I-95 corridor suburbs right to the north and west, 5 to 8 if you're closer to Toms River, Vineland, and Dover, and then 3 to 5 inches for Atlantic City down towards Cape May. This is going to be an impressive system. You'll notice here, King of Prussia, Glenside, Bensalem, all in that 8 to 12 inch range. And then one thing we do want to point out, that same exact range that's going to see 8 to 12 inches is the range that's going to be dealing with significant icing. And when we say significant, that means our biggest concern is going to be major tree damage and also prolonged power outages. When you have light icing, even that makes it dangerous. So any type of glaze, any type of icing is already dangerous. When we get to the significant level, it is definitely concerning. Hopefully you have a backup plan just in case you lose power. when we start to see icing and freezing rain, it weighs down all the power lines. So again, very dangerous situation heading our way for the second part of the system. You'll notice the rain snow line will continue tracking to the north. We'll talk more about the timing for your neighborhood with the changeover coming up in just a bit. Aaron.
Oh, that timing is so important. All right, Brittney, we'll see you in just a bit. More airlines, most airlines, I should say, they canceled flights from Philadelphia International Airport today ahead of the storm.
We have a live look at the airport. Let's take a look right now. Man, visibility pretty low right now. You can see that snow falling still. According to FlightAware, there are a total of 624 cancellations at PHL today.
Coming in and out once the storm has moved through. The airport has some high-powered equipment locked in to get ready to work. This fleet standing by that's going to be used to clear the runways at PHL. Heather Redfern, the public affairs manager at PHL, joins us now by phone. Heather, thanks for getting up this morning early, talking to us on a Sunday morning. How's it looking out there right now?
You know, not everything has been canceled for today. We still have about 40-some flights on the schedule. That could change. But, you know, we have passengers that are coming in, and hopefully they're able to get out, especially before that switchover.
I'm sure a lot of people have flights that they're looking at, of course, both today, but maybe tomorrow and the next day. What kind of ripple effect do we expect to see with an event like this?
You know, anytime there's any sort of disruption, it could take a few days to come out of it. And because this storm is hitting some of the major airports in the country, you know, Dallas, Atlanta, that adds even more to that. So it could take a few days. We're still looking at right now about 50 to 60, I think, cancellations for tomorrow. You know, some of these flights only fly maybe a couple times a week, and you already have people booked for those flights, so it could take some time for people to get rebooked.
Can you talk a little bit about what your crews are doing, how they've prepared for this? You know, you have some cute names for the equipment, Snow Angel and Snow John, but can you talk a little bit about that and like the de-icing? What has to happen so that the flights that are scheduled to leave can get out?
You know, our crews started prepping on Friday. They had all of the equipment ready to go so that they can be on the runways and the roadways, and you know, they're salting the roadways and the ramps, and they brined and they're out there plowing and clearing the runways so those flights that are scheduled today can get out. They came in early, you know, last night before the snow started, and as soon as the flakes started, they were out there working. And the de-icing, that's all run by the airlines, but, you know, planes will need to go through that process. It's about 30 minutes or so to get through so that they can safely take off from the airport.
And once, I mean, because obviously the main issue right now is visibility, the snow is actively falling. What can people expect once the snow stops falling? I mean, obviously you always recommend they check with their airline, but can people expect operations to pick back up right away?
You know, there's a lot at work. The FAA controls the airspace, so they need to make sure the airspace is safe, not only here, but in the surrounding areas so the planes can come in. And because, you know, equipment and crews might not be here to turn around to go out, those flights, as soon as it clears, it's not like you can get in your car and leave. It's a lot of work with the airlines and the FAA to get those planes in place for people to be able to get out. So the best advice we always give is to check with your airline and see what your options are, what your next steps should be, and when your flight would be getting out.
Absolutely. Heather Redfern, the public affairs manager there at Philadelphia International Airport. Thank you so much for talking with us a little bit this morning.
Thank you.
It was interesting to see while she was talking, the crews going through that live picture.
Exactly what she was saying.
Exactly what she was saying. It's a round-the-clock operation.
From our live look at Philadelphia International Airport, let's take a live look down the shore now. The streets of Cape May have been covered with snow. This is a live look, as you can see. I mean, it's just covered. Not a lot of action going on, and the snow is expected for hours.
Yeah, this is one of the first places that we saw the flakes start to fall this morning. NBC10's Lili Zhang, she is on her way to the airport, rather to the Jersey Shore right now, Atlantic City. How's your ride going down there? What are you guys seeing on your way as you get closer to the shore?
Yeah, Aaron, Brenna, we've driven now from Philly. We are now about 20 minutes away from Atlantic City. So we've had that unique experience of seeing what the conditions were like in Philadelphia, as well as what the conditions are like here on the Atlantic City Expressway. So take a look at the road right now. You can see that it is a bit hard to see the lines on the road. So we are really taking our time this morning, getting to where we need to be. I will say I haven't seen too many cars out just yet, which is probably a good thing. We mentioned this a lot, saying that if you have to be on the roads, just take it slow. But really, if you don't have to be on the roads, maybe it's really just best put to stay home right now. Keep in mind, if you are going to be out on the roads, you can see here we are going very, very slow, taking our time this morning. The New Jersey Department of Transportation, there is an emergency traffic regulation order in place by the Department of Transportation that basically temporarily lowers all of the posted speed limits to 35 miles per hour on the interstate, the state highways. And that started just after midnight. So that does apply to, again, all interstate highways here in New Jersey, all U.S. and state highways, the Jersey Turnpike, the Garden State Parkway, and of course, right now where we are, which is the Atlantic City Expressway. So really, you will want to take your time on the roads, because take a look at this. Even though there is not a ton of snow, I mean, you can see that dusting here. It is quite slippery, so it is something just to keep in mind if you have to head out this morning. Take your time and go slowly. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
Lily Zhang on the move, heading down to Atlantic City and taking a live look at her route as she makes it there. If you live in Philadelphia, here's a reminder for you. Do not put out your trash to get picked up tomorrow. There's going to be no trash or recycling pickup across the city on Monday. Everything is getting pushed back by one day for the rest of the week. Also important to note here, the city's not going to collect trash for those on a 2-day-a-week schedule.
SEPTA is warning commuters they should expect to see impacts to service once the snow does start piling up. NBC10 was at the 69th Street Transit Center in Upper Darby Friday, where SEPTA officials discussed their plans. SEPTA says any service shutdowns will be announced at least 2 hours before they go into effect. This on your screen is some of the equipment they'll have out as they work to keep trains, trolleys, and buses running. Regional Rail will operate as scheduled today, but tomorrow trains will operate on a Saturday schedule. SEPTA says the best options for getting around the city are the Market-Frankford line and the Broad Street line. It's because large portions of those lines are underground. PATCO says it is ready for the storm. Trains will run on the modified schedules today and tomorrow. Today, trains will run every 30 minutes. Tomorrow, every 15 to 20 minutes. Trains will run at slower speeds, so you should expect to see some delays. Meantime, NJ Transit says you should be ready for potential service disruptions as well. The agency says it's doing everything it can to keep all of its trains and buses running. Train engines are equipped with snowplows to clear snow from the tracks.
Our live team coverage continues. Let's give you a live look at I-95 in South Philadelphia. We've seen the roads there coated with snow on a couple of cars, looks like on the move, going pretty slowly. We're going to check back in with meteorologist Brittney Shipp for the latest timing on this snow and when we could see this all turn over to sleet. We'll be right back.
This is NBC10 News.
Welcome back. Giving you a live look right now. This is King of Prussia, and those flakes still coming down a little sideways. Got a little wind in there, right? The flakes started falling here right around 3 o'clock this morning.
And it has been consistent. NBC10's Katie Zachary is not too far from KOP. She is outside now, and we understand you have found some brave souls who are also out there.
Oh,
Katie.
boy.
I know. I found some brave souls. It is cold. It's 11 degrees. So when I saw you 30 minutes ago, we were inside the car showing you the road conditions. Some of them are right behind me. North Gulf Road, 202, 422 in the King of Prussia area. But I'm chatting with Augie right now. You've been out for a little bit. You were driving to KOP from Malvern. Not a really far distance, but describe to me what the roads are like.
The roads are definitely getting worse by the minute. And, if you don't have to go out, don't go out. Let the plows do their work. The utility companies are going to be out. Let us do our jobs. just stay home. It's freezing cold out here, and there's no need to go out unless you have to.
There's absolutely no need. And right now, kids are sleeping, and that's the most fun, right? When we have this much snow that's predicted, like playing in the snow, sledding, going outside, drinking hot chocolate. But now the sun's not even up. You can't see much, and it is slick if roads have not been plowed or salted. You and I have been out. We've seen a bunch of plow trucks, but there's really no reason unless you absolutely have to be out or you're an essential worker, you're a utility worker, right?
Yeah. So again, it's dangerous enough driving when the weather's normal.
Yeah.
But when you're out here and it's like this, the roads are very slick, and it's really a good day to just stay home.
Absolutely. And we know there are commercial vehicle restrictions in place for 76. There's speed limit restrictions in place. You can't exceed 45 miles an hour. And when you get on the roads, you quickly realize why PennDOT and other agencies have put those in effect, right?
Right, and that's why they ask people to stay off the roads, because they need room to do their jobs. So, if you have four-wheel drive, you might have a shot at being okay, but like I said, it's no reason to be out today.
But the busiest place, and really the only spot that people are coming, is a Wawa or places to get coffee or maybe any of those like last-minute essential items that they couldn't pick up yesterday. They need to get this morning. We have maybe like an inch or two on the ground right now, but it's coming down pretty quickly. Is it kind of the rate of it surprising you, even though you knew how quickly we were getting it?
Yeah, no, and when it comes down real fine like this is usually the telltale sign of that it's going to be a pretty big storm. So who knows? We're hoping it just blows over, but it's definitely going to be a long, cold day. So,
right.
Yeah.
Augie, thank you so much. Aaron and Brenna, we'll send it back to you. He has a lot more work to do. We have some more work to do to show you the roads. Augie, I appreciate it. Back to you all. Thank you. You too as well.
Katie Zachary finding people out here in the snow. She's got the big fluffy flakes there where she is.
Seriously.
So, yeah. All right, Katie.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's nice. It's like really nice to look at, but it is bone chilling cold, 11 degrees. I have many layers on, my ski gloves on, ski boots, or not ski boots, but boots I wear in the snow. And it is so cold.
Get back in the car.
Get back in the car. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Still to come. We're going to check in with First Alert meteorologist Brittney Shipp. Take a look. Storm Ranger 10, our mobile radar deployed at Wings Field. This is part of the data we're looking at to track this storm for you. Coming up in just a few more minutes. 15 degrees in the city at 5:48. .51 on your Sunday morning, and it is not just any Sunday.
Oh, no.
It's a snow day.
The snow is coming down, Brittney.
So excited. I know. I'm just checking out people kind of walking along Broad Street behind you guys. So looking good. Yes, the snow is coming down. It's really the second part of this system that we're most concerned about because that is going to lead to icing. And of course, we have our Storm Ranger 10 out there. That is our live mobile Doppler radar. We can really park this anywhere we want it to be. So this morning it's in between Norristown and Abington here, and it is scanning and showing us a lot of snowfall. But we'll have to take a closer look at this a little bit later on when we start to see the changeover from snow to mixed precipitation, either sleet or the potential there for freezing rain. So let's switch you over and show you what a lot of people are seeing if they're peeking outside of their window and they're up this early. For Philadelphia, you have a nice little coating here on the roads right outside of 30th Street Station. Same thing down towards Cape May. Camelback, that snow's coming down pretty good. And then our Valley Forge tourism camera, we are seeing a lot of snow, moderate snowfall at this time. Our first alert will stay in effect until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Have the heavy snow. Next up will be the sleet and freezing rain, which will lead to the icy roads and also dangerous conditions. And the potential is there for power outages. So hopefully you have a game plan just in case your power goes out. And as we look right now on our NBC10 radar shot, this started for us between 1 and 2 a.m. this morning. It is definitely widespread now across the entire region. And where you see some of the darker blues, that's where the moderate snow is coming down at this time. So it looks like some of the heaviest snow is closer to South Jersey. And then we're already looking ahead to the next part of the system, which is about 300 miles away at this time, where you see the pink there, and that is going to be your mixed precipitation. When we say mixed precipitation, we're talking about sleet and freezing rain, which, because it's going to be such a long duration, it doesn't matter if it's sleet or freezing rain, both are going to contribute to icy conditions. So now as we look at our hour-by-hour forecast, it's all snow. Look at that temperature, still in the teens for most of the morning. And then closer to 11 a.m., that's when we see the rain snow line start to move to the north. It's going to be moving through the shore. most of Delaware by 1 o'clock. It's very close to our I-95 corridor. North and west suburbs by 2, 3 o'clock, continuing up towards the Lehigh Valley. You notice our temperatures are starting to go up as well. So this is what we mean by warmer air works into the system and then even works its way down to the surface. By this time, which is 3 o'clock, look at the temperatures in Cape May and Atlantic City. We'll see temperatures at 36 degrees and then still right below freezing for Philadelphia and in the 20s in Lansdale, but we still will get that chance of sleet and also freezing rain. Wherever you see pink, that's the forecast for the mixed precipitation, the potential there for the icing. We'll be dealing with some type of precipitation all the way through the end of today. Even as we get into the early morning hours, this will finally start to thin out and we'll finally start to see drier conditions. So how much snowfall will we see when this is all said and done? 12 to 18 inches from Reading to Allentown, Coatesville, Philadelphia, Trenton, Wilmington, 8 to 12 inches. And then Toms River, Vineland, Dover, 5 to 8. If you're closer to Cape May and Atlantic City, 3 to 5, you can see why. That's where we're going to see the changeover happen first for those shore communities. Our ice forecast, this is probably the most concerning part of the forecast, is the potential for significant icing right over that I-95. And that includes Philadelphia, Wilmington, Trenton, and our suburbs surrounding it. When we say significant, here's a look at what we mean. The potential is there for maybe half an inch of icing in Philadelphia. This is one model. Secondary model shows about 1/3 of an inch. So even if you average those two out, we have a very good chance to see significant icing. And when you start to see the significant category, that is major tree damage and prolonged power outages. So I just want to emphasize the chance is going to be there for us to have these power outages, especially along I-95. Sleet and freezing rain, that's the mixed precip that we're looking at for today. Typically, when you just have a little bit of sleet, there are ice pellets that bounce. So sleet has a beat, that's the saying. With freezing rain, it's rain that freezes on impact with cold surfaces, and that creates a glaze. And that's why we're definitely concerned here as we get into the second part of this system. Coming up, we will talk a little bit more about the timing for your neighborhood. We'll take a look at some potential snowfall totals. So we're watching everything for you. Brenna, Aaron.
All right, Brittany, thank you. Still ahead, before the end of this storm, you're probably going to have to do some shoveling.
Yeah, we've got some tips to help you clear your sidewalks and driveways without getting hurt. Here's a tip: bend at the knees.
There you go, there's one.
And take your time. We'll be right back.
This is NBC10 News.
Welcome back. It's a Sunday morning and the snow is coming down. This is a live look at the Comcast Technology Center where we're broadcasting live this morning. You can see the wind is whipping that snow by the camera and you can't see much else. So as a lot of people have been saying, if you don't have to be outside this morning, if you don't have to be on the roads, just stay inside. We've got it covered. We've got cameras all over the region.
Hunker down.
Once the snow stops falling, that's when the shoveling begins.
Seniors in Camden County can get some help clearing away that snow, too. The Senior Snow Shoveling Program will bring crews to your home to clear sidewalks and accessibility ramps. It's for people 65 years and older and those with a physical disability. To be added to the list, you can call the number on your screen. We will also put this information on NBC10.com. Many of us are gearing up to shovel, but experts say there are some steps you need to take before you head outside.
So physical therapists suggest to treat shoveling like a workout and stretch before and after you do it. They also say you need to use good form and avoid jerky movements.
Break it into two pieces, right? Bend at the knees and hips, shovel some snow, stand up out of that, and then walk the snow to where you need to put it to get it out of the way.
Oh, that's actually a good
You
demonstration.
said bend at the knees.
Yes, that's a good demonstration there. Doctors also suggest if you're older or a bit out of shape, you might want to avoid shoveling snow and just hire someone to do it for you. I got a certain 11-year-old at home.
Okay, who's
that
ready?
Said he's going out into the neighborhood and he's
Tag
gonna.
him in.
His services are available.
Yes, let your kids do the work if they're old enough. Yeah. Let's take a live look at the roads near the Jersey Shore right now. NBC10's Lili Zhang is heading to that area to give us some live reports. But you can see this is a live look at Blue Rock towards Delaware, and visibility pretty low all throughout our region. We'll keep you updated, and we will get you that live look of the Jersey Shore in just a couple minutes.
Right now on NBC 10 News today, the winter storm has arrived. This is a live look at Beach Avenue in Cape May. You can see it is coated, it is covered. The snow started falling here around 2 o'clock this morning.
And let's take a live look at King of Prussia in Montgomery County. This snow has not let up all morning long. It started coming down there within the past 3 hours or so and is expected to keep falling throughout the day.
A closer look at the first alert radar here. The entire region, look at that. It is now covered and seeing that snow.
We have team coverage of the storm. Meteorologist Brittney Shipp is in the First Alert Weather Center, timing this all out for us this morning. Our Tim Furlong is in Newcastle County, Delaware. Katie Zachary watching the storm in Montgomery County. We also have Neil Fisher, who is going to be live in Manayunk. Crews in the Jersey Shore as well, and here in the city.
This is NBC 10 News.
It's here, guys. It is here. We've been talking about it for days. Good morning to you and welcome to NBC 10 News today. I'm Erin Coleman.
And I'm Brenna White. It is now 6 o'clock on your Sunday morning, just after 6. And the snow has been falling for a couple of hours now. You can see in the live looks all throughout our area. It's really sticking to the roads and starting to pile up.
Let's get right on over to NBC 10. First Alert meteorologist Brittney Shipp. This started a couple of hours ago, but it is pretty steady at this point, Brittney.
Yeah, definitely started between 1 and 2 a.m. So that's about 4 good hours of snow throughout most of the region here. So that heavy snow is coming down. That's the first part of the system. The second part is going to be the accumulating ice threat as we get into our late morning hours and then into the afternoon. So here's a breakdown of that ice changeover. This is when you need to be most concerned about the potential of power outages. And also you want to definitely be staying off the roads once we get into these time frames for these neighborhoods. Berks and Lehigh, 6 p.m. to midnight tonight. PA suburbs, it starts much earlier at 1 p.m. today. We'll start to see changeover. For Philly, our I-95 corridor here starting at 12 p.m. lasting all the way until 9 p.m. And then for our shore points, the best chance to see any of these icy conditions would be between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. before things switch over to all rain down the shore. As we look at our radar shot right now, you can see where some of the darker blues, those are more moderate snowfalls coming down, more moderate snow showers across the region here, but it is very steady across Dover, across Milford, across Cape May, down towards Lewis, up towards our suburbs to the north and west. One of our best cameras probably right near King of Prussia. We're already watching, we're eyeing that icy threat there. You can see it's about 300 miles away, but it is going to continue tracking into our direction. As we look at our hour by hour breakdown, it does show us here the temperatures are in the teens. It is cold out there. And as we go through time here, you'll see the icy threat gets a bit closer to us. It'll be here by 10 a.m. for Dover, Cape May, up towards Atlantic City, and it will keep tracking to the north. This rain snow line by 1 o'clock, getting very close here to the Philadelphia region, already in Coatesville by 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's widespread here from Violent up towards the Lehigh Valley. And then this is going to continue once it starts for a few hours, depending on where you are. We mentioned a shorter time frame for the shore because take a look at some of these temperatures. We'll start to see so much warm air move into the system that this is going to switch all the way over to just plain rain for Atlantic City and Cape May with temperatures up to the upper 30s. By 8 p.m., still raining down the shore, and now our rain snow line here is up towards Coatesville, Lansdale, Allentown, and Reading, but we are still dealing with the moisture from this system. This is a long duration event. We probably won't get rid of all of the rain, the snow, the sleet until the early morning hours on Monday. So again, we have a lot of hours ahead of us left to go. We've already seen about 4 hours of snow. Here's how much snow we expect to see in your neighborhood. 12 to 18 inches for Reading to Allentown, 8 to 12 in Philadelphia, Vineland 5 to 8, and then down towards the shore 3 to 5 inches. Coming up, we'll talk a little bit more about the timing of this icy threat. We'll take a closer look at your neighborhood in just a bit. Erin.
All right, we'll see you then. Thank you, Brittney. Take a look at the snow right now that is blowing past our cameras in Center City. It is really building up quickly as we buckle in for hours of continuous snowfall.
We have reporters all over the area. Let's check in now with NBC 10's Neil Fisher. He is in one of the city's most notorious slick spots. Lots of hills over there in Roxborough, and you can see it's really coming down, Neil.
Good morning. We're at Ridge Avenue and Domino Lane right now. Snowplows are out. They are activated and they are working hard this morning. Take a look at Ridge Avenue right now. As you can see, where drivers are driving through, it's compacting down that snowfall. It's really light and airy right now, but it is compacting on the roadways as well. We've seen a lot of private contracting snowplows out this morning, as well as city crews. Domino Lane, right here where this truck is in front of us, actually just got plowed. The northbound lanes and the southbound lanes of Domino Lane just got plowed as well. But as you look down a little bit, you can see that the sidewalks have not gotten pre-treated at all or gotten any help at all. So if you're heading out at all today, be careful if you're walking along the sidewalks, because this snow is starting to accumulate. But like I mentioned, it's very light and fluffy. So if you have to go out this morning and get into your car, it's pretty easy to get off your car as long as you have one of those brushes or brooms to kind of get that snow off your car. But as you can see, we've seen plenty of drivers out early this morning. They aren't really having too much trouble on the roadways right now, which is a great sign. We know many of these roads were pre-treated yesterday. We saw city crews out yesterday pre-treating these roadways. So as you can see, it looks like the westbound lanes of Ridge Avenue right here haven't gotten plowed, but the eastbound lanes have, and they have been treated too. So we're starting to see that kind of slush accumulate a little bit where those cars are driving through right now, which is a good sign that we see these salt trucks out here throughout the morning. We see these plows. They are working. Just know that they are hard at work, and it's going to take time as this storm continues here in Philadelphia. Reporting live in Roxborough, Neil Fisher, NBC10 News.
Boy, that is one of those areas you have to be careful with the hills. All right, Neil Fisher, thanks for that. If you live in South Philadelphia, parts of the Jersey Shore, it's already been snowing in your neighborhood for several hours now.
That's for sure. Let's go to NBC10's Delaware reporter Tim Furlong. He is in Newark. How is it looking there now, Tim?
It's coming down hard here, guys. It's really coming down. Take a look in front of us. This is Main Street in Newark. So this is where all the University of Delaware kids hang out. Usually very, very busy. Everything's going to be closed today. Helen's Sausage House right there. Could go for a Sammy right now. We're coming up on this guy on the left side of our screen here. We want to show you there's a guy out here riding his bike. And he's doing okay. I mean, it's a mountain bike, like a hybrid mountain bike. He's fishtailing, and he just wiped out, almost wiped out. But you see him right there. Not a great day for bike riding. Not sure where exactly he's going. But as we come back, looking straight ahead on Main Street here in Newark, passing like Homegrown and Taverna for all of you who know this area. We've seen the plows out here. The city of Newark does the plowing here, not DelDOT. But they've been out a bunch of times. But you can only get to it so many times, and it's just piling up so fast right now that they really can't keep up with it, and there's not really yet a reason to try to keep up with it. It's almost better at this point, it seems, to try to sort of let it pile up a little bit and then plow it, and then you're going to want to get all the parking areas plowed too. Again, my daughter works on this street at a restaurant. They're going to be closed for the day. Most restaurants, most businesses here are going to be closed. The University of Delaware has already announced they're closing for Monday, so there's really not a lot of reason to be here at this point unless you need to hit 7-Eleven or Dunkin' Donuts. Those are really the only things that are open now. As you come back to me in the car here, I can tell you we're gonna keep driving. Careful, guy. There's a guy out here doing with a backhoe there, getting some snow up. We're going to take a left here on College Avenue. We're going to head back toward I-95. We're going to try to maybe head down toward the Middletown area where I've heard Brittney say they're getting a lot of snow as well. I don't know if it can be much more snow than we have here. There's a lot of snow in Newark. And just take one more look out the left side here. If Matt can point our camera over to the left. That's the Trabant Center. That's like a student union kind of center. Looking very, very pretty in the snow right now. But the roads are nothing to mess with, guys. So wherever you are, if you're in Delaware and you're thinking about going out, you want to hit the Wawa, this is what you're dealing with out here on the roads. It's legit snow. It's a heavy snowstorm. It has not transitioned over to the ice sleet mix yet. It's not going to do that for a while, according to Brittney. But it's a lot of snow, and DelDOT and the local municipalities are doing their best. But it's the real deal. It's the real deal. We don't get these too often anymore. So kind of cool to see it in person for us. We're in a car that can handle it, but I don't want to hear about anybody getting hurt, Aaron and Brenna.
You're right.
Nobody gets hurt today.
I hope the man on the bike gets where he's going.
Yep.
If we weren't driving, I kind of want to talk to that cat because I want to be like, yo, bro, cuz, what are you doing out here? Maybe I don't know that he's out for a bike ride. I have to believe he has maybe to get to work or something like that. So not a good day to bike. Not a good day to bike.
Pretty to look at, but you don't want to be in it. Let us cover it and show you the pictures. All right, Tim Furlong there live in Newark, Newcastle County, still on the move. We'll check back in, Timmy. In Montgomery County, let's give you a live look at King of Prussia right now. Man, this has been consistent. Every time we take this camera, we are seeing this big flakes falling there in King of Prussia, kind of going sideways. Yeah, the flakes started falling here right around 3 o'clock this morning.
We go to NBC10's Katie Zachary right now. She's driving through this area with her photojournalist on Route 422, we understand, in Montgomery County, and the road is not yet plowed.
Not yet plowed. 422 westbound. Eric, let's show them outside what it looks like as we make our way 422 westbound through the Autobahn area. You can see this vehicle just pulled in front of us. This is the only cars that we've seen in the last 5 minutes also going westbound. I would say they're going a little too fast. We're going about 30 miles an hour, and Eric, who's driving, says he would not feel comfortable driving faster than that. In the eastbound direction, we just saw a train of plows go by, so at least eastbound is getting plowed. And then the reverse of the plows, they're getting salted as well. A bunch of cars were slowly going behind those plow trucks. So that's the good news. I would think the plows are going to swing around and attack the 422 westbound direction. Before we leave you, Aaron and Brenna, I can tell you the vehicle restrictions, the commercial vehicle restrictions that are in place for most of our majors in the area, 476, 95, 76. They are not in place for 422, but that said, you need to really keep your speed at a minimum. It's 11 degrees outside. It's icy. Untreated surfaces are very slick. Eric, we can take it back to me. Thank you. So, it's warmer in the car, but it's not at all a smooth drive. When we saw you 30 minutes ago, we were outside with the snow falling, freezing, talking to some people who were out. But once you're in the car, you have to be very, very careful as well. We'll send it back to you, ladies.
Katie, I'm glad you addressed it too. Like sometimes it looks like our cameras are going faster than we really are on television, but you guys are going under the speed limit significantly because
Way
you have
under.
to. You have to stay safe.
And we have an SUV. We have a really heavy car, and we have the tires that can handle this kind of weather, but we are not taking it any faster than about 30 miles an hour.
Better safe than sorry, Katie. Thank you for that report. Stay safe.
All right, City of Philadelphia is officially under a snow emergency.
More than 1,000 workers have been deployed, and crews are working around the clock to try to keep streets safe. The Philadelphia Parking Authority started towing cars parked along snow routes last night. They need to be moved so plowed trucks can clear the roads. Many drivers parked their vehicles in garages, and our cameras actually spotted cars filing into a garage on 15th Street.
Off the street and we're out of trouble.
You want to make sure you had got a spot in there?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The city is also preparing for a messy Monday, closing city public schools, courthouses, and administrative buildings. We do expect an update from city officials, including Mayor Sherrell Parker, at 10 o'clock this morning, and we will carry that live on all of our NBC10 platforms. The storm is also causing travel trouble in the skies and on the rails. I mean, look at the left side of your screen. This is a live look at Philadelphia International Airport. You can barely see anything there. Right now, we're seeing over 600 cancellations, 2 flights on the delays list so far. It seems like more flights are being just straight up canceled than delayed. It's all according to FlightAware, by the way. And service suspensions on NJ Transit have already started. Amtrak is warning riders to check the status of their trains. As you can see, a live look at 30th Street Station there. If you head out the door, if you're going on a train, just check the status first.
Our producer, Brett, literally just got in my ear and said that camera that you can see on the left-hand side at PHL, you could see the planes 20 minutes ago.
Right. When we were talking to Heather Redfern, we could see the plows
You
even.
could see the plows, you could see the planes. And so that just gives you an idea of how this system is changing and why it's important that we have cameras all over the region. So definitely, take it easy out there. Visibility not so great at PHL right now. NBC10 has the coverage you count on air and online. Just head to NBC10.com or our free NBC10 app. There you will find a live blog with important updates on what this storm is bringing to our area and when, and of course, how to keep you and your family safe.
Speaking of all of our live cameras we have in the area, let's take a live look from Interstate 95 in South Philadelphia. Yet again, another camera where just a few minutes ago we were able to get a better picture of what we're seeing now. You can see it looks like one car with headlights there, but really difficult to make out what actually is on your screen. This is, again, I-95 in South Philadelphia. We'll check out some of the other roads with Matt DeLucia coming up.
Welcome back. I'm Matt DeLucia in the Lime Center checking out the roads for you right now. We have crews all over the area right now from Pennsylvania to New Jersey to Delaware. Our crews are scattered all around, and you can see the conditions that they're facing at the moment here. Even from the Philadelphia skyline, you can see that snow falling. You can barely make out Atlantic City. Really can't see the Philadelphia International Airport, where we have a lot of cancellations today, and even 76 here at City Avenue. Very, very low visibility. We're already seeing some crashes right now. This is 309 at Paper Mill Road here in Montgomery County. We've got a car off the road in the median right now, so they're working to get that vehicle off. So again, really got to take it slow. So let's take a look at some of the other areas right now. 76 here at the Vine Street Expressway, snow covered right there. 202 at Westchester Pike, also snow covered at the moment. Not really seeing any traffic over there. 95 here at Naaman's Road. We're also seeing some very slick conditions at the moment. There it is right there. And you can see some of the work crews are making their way through that area at the moment. Now, let's talk about mass transit here. We've been talking about this for the past couple of days and all morning, of course. So with SEPTA, the trolleys are diverting at 40th and Market for the time being. Coast service is running every 30 minutes, but the trains will be running at a lower speed, so they might be getting to their destinations about 10 minutes later than they normally would. And for New Jersey Transit, the bus, light rail, and access links are suspended, and the rail service will be suspended around 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, all things to keep in mind as we look at the conditions for you throughout the day. Again, seeing very slow driving conditions throughout the area right now, snow falling throughout the region. So please, if you do need to go out, if you're an essential worker, take it slow. You saw all the reporters in their driving shots there. Nothing is really plowed at this point. We got a lot more to go, so we'll be keeping our eye on it here in the Live Center. For now, guys, we'll send it back over to you.
Good to see all of those different shots. Thanks, Matt, for that update. Now let's take a look down the shore. This is Atlantic City. You can barely see, just as Matt was mentioning, one of the first places we saw snow falling.
Yeah, that is where we find NBC10's Lily Zhang. Lily's been on the move since earlier, about an hour and a half from ago. You started making your way down there, Lily. I understand you have arrived. What have you seen, and what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Aaron, Brenna, we just got here about 10-15 minutes ago. I will tell you that the snow feels like it is falling a bit heavier right now than it was a little earlier this morning. Take a look at the road right now. I mean, here in Atlantic City, much quieter morning than we're used to seeing. But you can see here that the plow trucks, they are out there working. We're behind a truck right now. So just like we mention all the time, we've seen a few plow trucks this morning. So we're trying to give them as much space as possible while they work. This is one of the roads I've seen that has already had some treatment on here. In a little bit, you might be able to see an example of another road that still has a lot of snow coverage on it. But regardless, you know, if you guys are out, you really have to be careful whether these roads have been treated, whether they've been plowed, or whether they haven't been touched at all. You're going to want to take your time. I should also note that the city mentioned people can take advantage of their free parking through Tuesday. Over at the Wave parking garage over by Mississippi and Fairmount, they are offering free parking until Tuesday at noon. And the idea of that is to make sure that all the cars, or as many as possible, are off the roads. This will help with plow trucks, the emergency responders who have to be on the roads. The less cars there are on the roads, the better it is for everybody who has to be out here. But like I mentioned, this is an example of one of the roads that we've seen that is it's definitely covered right now. The snow is certainly sticking to the ground, and we are also going very, very slow here, probably less than 20 miles per hour from what it looks like. So just like everyone else that has to be out on the roads here, we are taking our time this morning. I've also seen some people shoveling, just kind of getting a head start on that clearing process. We know that the city buildings, they're going to be closed tomorrow. So it's going to be a long few hours ahead today as folks are really just going through this storm. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Lily Zhang there on the move in Atlantic City, Atlantic County. Look at the roads. I mean, pretty consistent around our region. The roads are not looking great.
No, it's not the time to be outside right now if you can help it. We did see just a couple of minutes ago, Aaron and I were watching this live look at Broad Street, and we saw somebody walking their dog. If you have to do that, make it quick, right?
Taking it slow out there on foot or in your vehicle.
Absolutely. We're starting to add in some of the snowfall totals as well. 1 to 3 inches is what I'm seeing, but these are, maybe 30 minutes to an hour old, and you can see the snow is coming down fast. So we can't wait to see how much snow we see across the neighborhoods. It's a big system when we bring out our own live mobile Doppler radar. We have Storm Ranger 10 in between Norristown and Abington today. It'll be out there all day, and it's going to be really good at tracking our precipitation type as it starts to move from snow to more of a mixed precip and eventually potentially to rain. So we're going to be watching this carefully for you. But a look at our live camera network. Take a look at Philadelphia here. You can see the roads are totally covered with snow outside of 30th Street Station. Cape May, same thing. Then we'll take you up towards King of Prussia here. Valley Forge Tourism camera. It's probably one of our best cameras to show those snowflakes flying around. And of course, we have Camelback Mountain. So that means from the mountains to the shore, the moderate snow to heavy snow is coming down. Our first alert staying in effect until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. All neighborhoods, heavy snow, sleet, freezing rain, and then the potential for icy roads, power outages. So that is our biggest concern at this time. But let's look at how much snowfall or snow you can expect to fall in your neighborhood. 12 to 18 inches Reading to Allentown. That's the bullseye of the system. This is where we'll continue to see snow coming down, whereas other locations will start to see a little bit more mixing, and that's going to cut off the snow accumulation. But before it does, 8 to 12 inches, that's still a lot for our I-95 corridor. Dover towards Vineland, Toms River, 5 to 8 inches. Atlantic City down towards Cape May, 3 to 5 inches. We really want to focus on this area. Philadelphia, Media, Westchester, Downingtown, King of Prussia, Glenside, Bensalem, all in that 8 to 12 range. But also, this is going to be the area that has the biggest potential for significant icing, and that's the most dangerous part of this system. As we look at our radar shot right now, it's showing us where you see the darker blue here. That's where the moderate to heavy snow is coming down, and right now that is right over Atlantic City, just outside of Cape May. We also want to widen out the picture and just show you here. This is where we see the mix, and that's outside of Charleston right now, and it will be heading in our direction. Look how big this system is. This stretches all the way back through Atlanta, through Memphis, down towards Houston, St. Louis, seeing snow associated with this system. Our hour-by-hour forecast shows we have a few more hours left of the snow. The snow started between 1 and 2, and we will see another probably 5 to 6 hours at least of snow over Philadelphia. You'll notice the rain snow line continues to track to the north, and as we start to see more of this mixed precipitation, this is when the icing threat becomes a reality for us. So by 3:30, it's across most of the region. And you'll notice Cape May, Atlantic City, you're going to start to see just plain rain as we continue to see those temperatures pushing to about 36 to 38 degrees today. Our ice forecast for today's system, significant icing possible. When we say significant, even a light glaze is dangerous. When we start talking about significant icing, that means you could see 1/3 of an inch to up to 1/2 of an inch or more. And when we talk about that, here's what this means. It means major tree damage as a possibility, prolonged power outages. Hopefully you have a game plan just in case your power goes out, because this is a threat that we are watching for today. We'll talk more about the time of that switch over for your neighborhood. That's coming up in just a bit. Aaron.
All right, thanks for that, Brittany. We got a ways to go with this one. Let's give you a live look right now. Interstate 95 from our camera above. One car in the frame right now, and that's exactly what we want to see. Emergency responders, they want no one on the roads if they can help it. You can see the road is coated right there. We're taking a look at cameras all over the area and the conditions right down to your neighborhood. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Right now on NBC10 News today, the winter storm we have been warning you about for days. Well, it is here. This is a live look at King of Prussia with some big fat flakes blowing right past our camera. That heavy snow has been falling for quite some time now. As you start to wake up this morning, it's expected to keep coming down for several hours.
Yeah, that has not let up. Here is a live look at First Alert radar. All the pink and blue you see is snow falling across the country and especially in our region right now.
We've got team coverage this morning in Philadelphia and beyond. First Alert meteorologist Brittney Shipp, she is timing this storm out in the Weather Center. Lili Zhang is at the Jersey Shore. And we've also got Neil Fisher live for us in Manayunk.
We've deployed Storm Ranger 10. You can see our mobile weather radar at Wings Field in Montgomery County right now. Part of the data we're looking at to track this storm.
This is NBC10 News.
Good morning. Thanks for starting your day with us. Hopefully you are warm inside right now. Welcome to NBC 10 News Today. I'm Brittney White.
I'm Erin Colvin. Here we go. It is 6:30 on your Sunday morning, and we're in the middle of this thing.
Yeah, it has not let up, as we've seen in many of our live looks all throughout the region. Let's get to meteorologist Brittney Shipp. She has been tracking this storm for days now at this point. Finally here.
Finally, it is here. Absolutely. And it's nice to see all the snow coming down and everyone inside. All of our cameras look very empty. The next part of this system, the second half, is going to be more of that wintry mix. So we're tracking that ice threat. And unfortunately, that could lead to some power outages. And it's definitely going to lead to dangerous conditions on the roadways. You just want to be very careful as we enter into the second half of the system. Right now, however, we are tracking heavy snow. And then we enter into the accumulating ice threat. And it is significant for parts of our area, which we don't say that often at all. So again, we can't emphasize enough just safety, having a game plan just in case your power does go out. Our radar shot right now showing us widespread snow across the region. Where you see the darker blue, that's where some of the heavy snow is coming down. So it looks to be the heaviest closer to Atlantic City over parts of South Jersey, central parts of Delaware, further north and west into our suburbs, starting to see those heavier snowfall amounts. And we widen out the picture where you see that pink color, that is the wintry mix. That is a mix of either sleet or freezing rain. And that's what's going to give us the ice threat as we get into our late morning hours and into the afternoon. We also want to show you how massive this system is. It stretches all the way back to Houston, which is why we're going to see hour after hour of something coming down, whether it's rain, a wintry mix, or snow. Our hour by hour forecast shows we are in the teens right now. A few spots at 10, 11 degrees. We stay that way for the next few hours, but as we get closer to 10:30, you notice warmer air starts to work into the system. Those temperatures are starting to go up, even for Cape May, Atlantic City, into the 30s. This continues to track to the north, right over our I-95 corridor between 1 and 3 p.m. And then you start to see, again, warmer temperatures. We could even be dealing with just rain over Cape May as temperatures push to the upper 30s as early as the afternoon hours. And then as we look ahead to 5 o'clock, this wintry mix is over a lot of our suburbs up towards the Lehigh Valley. But bottom line is this is hour after hour of some type of precipitation that is going to be heading our way until about midnight into the early morning hours tomorrow. When we say an ice threat, we have light for most of the area, and then this area in darker blue, that's where you have your significant ice threat, and that is going to be a big concern for us as well. So as we look at how much ice you could see in your neighborhood, potentially 1/3 of an inch in the Philadelphia region, which is pretty impressive. We have a secondary model we look at. This one has it a bit elevated up to 1/2 an inch potentially. So we average them out and kind of go with more of the conservative side. And even on the conservative side, that places us into the significant range, which is over 1/2 an inch possible here. And that leads to major tree damage and prolonged power outages. Even if you're in the neighborhood that has light icing, up to 1/4 of an inch, icy roads, dangerous driving is expected. So the bottom line with this entire system is you want to be very, very careful, especially as we get into those afternoon hours and we start to see a little bit of warmer air mixing in and we cross over from that plain snow into more of a wintry mix with freezing rain and also sleet. So we'll keep you updated on exactly when that changeover is going to happen. We'll take a closer look at that in just a bit. Erin.
All right, Brittney, we're going to check back in with you. Take a look for the moment, though, at the snow that is blowing right now in Center City. Look at the visibility there. You can barely see anything at that picture. It is building up quickly as we buckle in for hours of continuous snowfall.
We've seen these live pictures really changing from when we've been on the air this morning since 5 o'clock. Visibility just getting worse and worse. Now let's check in with Neil Fisher. He has been in Roxborough throughout the morning. How are conditions changing? This is a really notorious slick spot in the city, Neil.
Brenna, fortunately for us and for everybody out on the roads right now, most of the vehicles that are out on the roads are either salt trucks or snow plows. So as you can see, take a look. We are on Ridge Avenue right at Domino Lane as well. The thing is this snowfall is coming down so consistently that these roads are being packed down when cars go past. We've seen plows coming down and up Domino Lane, and that was only about a half hour ago. So you can really tell how consistent this snowfall is when these roads start to be packed in by snow again. But take a look at the sidewalk as well. It's a very light and fluffy snowfall here. The sidewalks are starting to accumulate a little bit. As you can see, it's really easy to pick up too, which means when you have to go out to your car this morning, if you have to get out, it's very easy to brush that snow off of your car as well this morning if you have a brush or a broom like that. We've seen tons of private contractors out here early this morning as well as those city plows. As you can see, here's one right here, a dump truck, a trash truck with a plow on it as well. We've seen them plowing for hours now. We've seen those plows down and they are making those passes. The thing is the snowfall is so consistent that it starts to accumulate right after the plows go past. The good thing is we haven't seen any troubles on the roadway here at Ridge Avenue and Domino Lane, which is a good sign. There are 2 trash trucks right here with snow plows. As you can see, they are plowing the streets here, Ridge Avenue, going down Ridge Avenue right now towards Manayunk. And they're getting some snow off the roads, which is a great sign, but it just starts to accumulate so fast after they go through as well, which is one of the things we're going to have to watch today as the snow continues to pick up in intensity. But right now it's just a light snowfall, but it's very consistent, and that's what's causing it to accumulate so fast on those roads after those plows go through. Reporting live in Roxborough, Neil Fisher, NBC10 News.
Listen, it's good to see those plows out there. We want to see them rolling through our live shots all over the area. Neil Fisher, we'll check back in with you live in Roxborough. If you live south of Philadelphia in parts of the Jersey Shore, it's been snowing in your neighborhood for several hours.
Let's get right to NBC10's Delaware reporter Tim Furlong. He is in Bear. You've been all over the place, Tim. How are things looking there?
Getting worse by the minute, actually. Take a look out in front of us. This is Delaware Route 1 heading south. We're heading toward Middletown. So this is Delaware Route 1 south. The plows have been through here, but the snow, like Neil said, is really packed down at this point, and there's not enough traffic. You know how, like, the main roads, like when a lot of people are out on the roads, like the engine warmth sort of warms the roads. We haven't had any of that. In fact, at Churchman's Crossing, when we were still on 95, we saw someone had spun off and fallen into a ditch, and police were helping that car out. So we're starting to see accidents. We're starting to see a little bit of a mess. There is a level 1 driving restriction in Delaware, which doesn't mean you can't drive. It just means that they encourage you heavily not to drive. They haven't said don't drive yet, but they're telling you try to stay off the roads in Delaware if you can, and certainly let the plows do their work. Give them plenty of space, but like you see the road in front of us, the plows can only do so much. Katie Zachary mentioned earlier that we're going really slow. Unlike that Jeep right there, that's probably 4-wheel drive moving very quickly. We've also seen cars, sedans, Toyota Corollas, things like that are definitely not all-wheel drive. They're slipping and sliding and fishtailing. If you haven't left your house yet, I'm giving you this as friendly advice. I'm not trying to lecture anybody, but the reality is your car is not made for this. You shouldn't be out on the road at this point, because if you get stuck, it's hard even to come get you. Tow trucks are going to have a little bit of trouble right now, especially while it's still dark. Do not risk this. State police, we're going to keep checking in with them in Delaware, and I think we're going to hear from C.R. McLeod, who's the spokesperson for DaleDOT, in a little while. Coming up in the next couple hours we're also going to have, we're going to try to catch up with Governor Matt Meyer. He's going to be at a DaleDOT yard. He's going to be driving around with plow drivers later this morning, and we'll see what he has to say about Delaware's roads. But he's probably going to tell you exactly what I'm telling you guys, which is if you don't have to go out, don't do it, because it's really, frankly, stupid to go out on the roads if you don't have to. We all want to go to Wawa to get the coffee, right? We're in a car that can handle it. All of the NBC10 crews you're seeing, we're out here trying to keep you guys posted on the roads. Our cars can handle this. We are seeing way too many cars out here that just can't. I mean, we saw a couple Subarus, all-wheel drive. They're doing okay, but we also saw like an Infiniti. Nah, not good. Corollas, not good, guys.
Yeah. Tim,
know your rig, man. Know your rig.
Yeah. I was going to ask you if people are heeding the warning. Now, it's still early on a Sunday morning, so as more and more people get up, we really hope that they stay off the roads.
Yeah, I think it's early, and I think some people, it's a Sunday, so they're sleeping in a little bit. there's not a lot of traffic. So to be clear, as we go back to the road shot there, you can see some headlights heading northbound. We're heading southbound. We haven't seen a car in a little while here heading southbound, and we're going super slow. So cars would be passing us. We're going like 30 miles an hour. But I'm curious to see as people wake up and as we get off the main roads, maybe they're not going to get on Delaware Route 1, but yeah, you're going to see people that still try to go to the grocery store that didn't do it yesterday when we told them that they should do it, or Friday. You're going to see people going out to the Wawa. Even this morning at Wawa, very early at 4 in the morning, Matt and I stopped at Wawa to get a coffee and hit a bathroom. And there were some people out there, but again, the snow had just really started. Now we're a couple hours into this thing, and it's the real deal, like we said. And it's packed down, guys. Like that's the thing that we're trying to let you know. And Matt, switch back to that one camera again for me, if you would. You look at the ground, you see it's packed snow. We're driving on packed snow, so this is not plowed yet. Look at that car flying by. That little Jeep, I guess that car can handle it, but it's packed snow, so there's fishtailing. There's not really salt doing anything. And by the way, it's 13 degrees outside, so even salt doesn't work that well. So be careful, guys, and watch TV, man. Like we're giving you, we're trying to give you we're doing it for you. We're doing all the legwork for you. So
giving the people what they want.
You can buy me a coffee if I see you at Chihuahua, but I'd rather you not be at Wawa.
Right.
Exactly. All right, Tim Furlong, giving us the real deal from Bear in Newcastle County.
Let's take a live look down the shore now in Atlantic City. The streets have been covered in snow for hours all throughout our shore points.
This was like one of the very first places where we saw the flakes starting to fall this morning. NBC10's Lily Zhang is there in Atlantic City. Lily, how's it going out there? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Aaron, the flakes, they definitely have not stopped falling. We've been here for about 20 or so minutes just driving around these roads to see what these conditions are like. Right now, we are on Atlantic Avenue. You can see we're actually at a stoplight right now. So I'm going to spend some time with you guys talking about what we've seen here. So I have seen some trucks with plows on them. So this road is one of the examples of roads that, it probably has more traffic as a whole. So it's been a little bit easier to drive on. But if we turn down one of these smaller roads at some point, you will see that there's a lot of roads in this area that just haven't been touched at all. On one hand, that's a good thing. We're not seeing a ton of traffic out here. But on the other hand, if you do eventually have to come out here, you will see some roads that are just really, really tough to drive on just because there haven't been any trucks on it. There haven't been any cars on it. So just keep that in mind if you do have to head out here. Right now, we're on our way. Actually, here's an example of that. You see here how different it is. It's completely covered on this road. And we've seen a lot of roads like this, especially the smaller streets. And we say that a lot when it comes to, trucks and plowing. There are some roads that you're just going to have an easier time getting past, and some roads that you're not. Out here, this gentleman here is throwing some salt on the roads. We're seeing a lot of people trying to get a head start on the cleanup process. So we'll keep checking out these conditions. But for now, let's send it back to you guys.
All right, Lily Zhang on the move there in Atlantic City, taking a look at those roads covered in snow. Our live team coverage continues this morning. Let's give you a live look right now. Interstate 95, a couple of cars there.
Some safe following distance, keep your distance from people, slow it down.
Don't you think that's a significant number of cars, more than we saw last time?
Too many.
Exactly, more than we saw last time we took this live picture. We're going to check back in with meteorologist Brittney Shipp for the latest timing for the snow and when it could turn to sleet. We're also going to check in with our Matt DeLucia. He's looking at some of the other roads in the Live Center. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. I'm Matt DeLucia in the Live Center, and it's not a good day to be out on the roads. We heard Tim Furlong a few moments ago saying, hey, if you could stay home, just do that. It's definitely a good idea. Enjoy the lovely weather by looking out your window and not being on the road. So let's give you a look at the roads out our window right now. Philadelphia, look at this Broad Street right now, just snow covered. You've got some emergency vehicles. Looks like out there a couple of cabs and a couple of vehicles, but really nothing much out there. The airport, really, you can't see anything. 620 24 cancellations at Philadelphia International. So I think very few flights, if any, will be able to get out today. Storm Force 10, we just saw Lily Zhang. So there they are in Atlantic City right now, driving through those snow-covered roads right now. It looks like very slick in that area. And of course, we've got Storm Ranger 10 out there in Bluebell, where the snow has been falling for quite a while. So 309 here at Paper Mill Road. You can see we still have this vehicle that has been off the road. We've got emergency vehicles out here in the median working on that right now. 95 here southbound past Academy Road. We did have a crash here a couple minutes ago. Looks like that may have cleared out of the way, but the snow's still falling pretty intensely there. Let's take a look at some of the other parts of the area right now. 202 at Westchester Pike. Again, only a couple of cars out there at the moment, and it looks like some of the more heavy-duty vehicles like trucks, but really snow covered out there. 95 here at Naaman's Road. Very empty at the moment here. And we also have another live picture here at the Pennsylvania Turnpike here at Route 1, where it also is very snow covered. We haven't really seen any plowing operations really yet because we're just getting started with this storm. For mass transit, they've been planning for this for the past few days. Again, it bears worth repeating here. Trolleys are diverting here for SEPTA at 40th and Market. Patco service, they are continuing to run here with trains running at a slower speed, so you might not get to your destination as quickly as you normally would. And for New Jersey Transit, the bus, light rail, and access link, those are all suspended, with rail service set to be suspended around 2 o'clock this afternoon. One more note here with SEPTA. They are advising everyone to take either the Broad Street line or the Market Frankfurt line, because they have a lot of the underground tunnels there where you can get people in and out of Center City. A lot of people who may need to get into the city, essential workers, people who have to get to hospitals. That is what they're trying to preserve right now. Regional Rail, once you start getting ice forming on those overhead catenary lines, they call them the overhead power lines, that's when you can really start having some problems and issues with suspension of the regional rail lines. And buses, you know, as we've been seeing here in Manayunk with Neil Fisher's live shots there, Manayunk, Roxborough, of course, we all know those hilly areas. It is going to be very difficult for those SEPTA buses to get around there. So we got to be very careful about that. We're going to be keeping our eye on the roads. Very light out there. So if you do have to travel, please just take it easy out there, because we're in for the long haul right now, ladies.
Absolutely. And some of the cameras that he was showing, you can see the visibility not great.
No,
Matt
not at all.
DeLucia there in our live center taking a look at traffic. All right, let's bring in NBC10 First Alert meteorologist Brittney Shipp.
You've been working hard back there.
And we've been talking about this for days. Guys, it is here. We're in the middle of this thing.
Yeah, one thing we were hoping is that the ice threat would go down, and it looks like it's increased a little bit.
No.
So this is the pretty part of the storm. You can stay inside. You can look at it. You can even sled in the morning. But as we get into the late morning hours into the afternoon, it's going to switch over to those icy conditions, and that's going to lead to dangerous driving conditions, icy roads, and the potential is going to be there for power outages. So we have the first alert staying in effect until tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. for all neighborhoods. We've already seen the heavy snow, which will continue, but next up is the wintry mix and the icy conditions that we're watching. Snowfall forecast for you. By the time it's all said and done, we expect to see 8 to 12 inches for Philadelphia, our immediate suburbs to the north and west. Further north and west you go, Reading, Allentown, Lehigh Valley, 12 to 18 inches. That's all snow basically coming down from the Lehigh Valley. Cape May, Atlantic City, not a great numbers there, because we're going to start to see warmer air moving in and eventually switching over to that wintry mix and eventually into just plain rain, because temperatures today towards the afternoon for parts of the shore will get into the upper 30s. Then you have 5 to 8 inches Dover, Vineland, Toms River. Areas like Newcastle, Wilmington, Philadelphia, Pine Hill, Medford, Mount Holly, Hamilton, Ben Salem, all in that 8 to 12 inch range. And then again, the further north and west you go, you could get all the way up to 12 to even 18 inches. When will you see the changeover in your neighborhood? Well, because Berks and Lehigh will see the most snowfall, they'll see the least amount of threat for ice. PA suburbs 1 to 10 p.m. is all mixed precipitation, either sleet or freezing rain coming down, making for icy conditions. Take a look at Philly, New Jersey, and parts of Delaware, northern parts of Delaware, so right along that I-95. 12 to 9 p.m., that's all more of a wintry mix heading our way. And then for the shore points, just 11 a.m. to about 4 p.m., you have to watch it before it switches over to rain. Our radar shot right now showing us all snow coming down throughout the entire area Darker blue here, Atlantic City, Cape May, that's heavy snow. Let's widen out the picture and show you the mix here that's already moving into parts of Charleston. That's where we see the ice. We're talking sleet, we're talking freezing rain, and this entire system, by the way, stretches all the way back to Atlanta, Memphis, Houston, Dallas, St. Louis, Cincinnati. This is a really large system, which is why it's going to deliver us hour after hour of precipitation here. We still have another probably 12 hours to go potentially of more precip, whether it's rain, whether it's snow or a wintry mix. So your hour by hour forecast shows those cold temperatures staying in the teens throughout most of the day. By 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, we definitely have the rain snow line starting to move into Dover, starting to move into Cape May. By 1 o'clock, it'll be over I-95 corridor. By 2, 3 o'clock, it's over the Lehigh Valley. Our temperatures at that time in Cape May, this is at 4 o'clock, all the way up to 38 degrees. So we definitely have some warmer air heading our way, and it is creating significant icing for our I-95 corridor in our suburbs north and west. We'll talk more about what that means for you coming up in just a bit. Aaron.
All right, thanks for that, Brittney. In Montgomery County, let's give you a live look at King of Prussia right now. Still coming down. The flakes started falling here around 3 a.m., so 4 hours ago.
Yeah, and NBC 10's Katie Zachary has been all over that area. She is live in Norristown right now.
Hi, Brenna. Hi, Aaron. Yes, we are live in Norristown right now. I am just going to click on my phone so I don't hear the feedback from you all. This is Jim. He just pulled over. Jim, hi, how are you?
Cold.
You are. Thank you so much. You gassed up. You dropped your daughter here at work at this Wawa on Egypt Road. She's going to be pretty busy today. If I've been looking at the parking lot, a ton of plows, lots of people coming in for coffee.
Right. Yep. And I mean, hopefully they just get gas and she has an easy day, but probably not.
Probably not. Okay, well, Eric, I want you to pan around and show everyone the conditions as Jim and I talk a little bit more. There have been a number of plow trucks, some really big ones coming up. Finally, you say. When you were driving earlier, tell me about the roads.
Nothing plowed, nothing anything. I mean, nobody's out there, thank God, so it wasn't that bad.
There are some cars out there. We've been on 422. We've been on 202, 76. There are plenty of people out there and some going a little bit faster than they should. What were you noticing in terms of speed as you were driving?
Well, I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere Oaks, so there wasn't a whole bunch of people out, so it wasn't really all that bad. So you just had to be careful. That's all. Go slow.
It's coming down pretty quickly. Eric, if we can pan up to this light here at the Wawa parking lot, you can see, Aaron and Brenna, just the flakes that are coming down, like that light showing you. There is some wind here too, right, Jim? I mean, I'm outside I have one glove on, one glove off, and my hand that's exposed, it's 11 degrees. It's just frigid.
It's cold. Don't go out if you don't got to.
What are your plans today?
Snowblow. Snowblow my neighborhood. My neighbors are pretty much, a lot of them are elderly, so me and the other neighbors take care of them.
Oh, that's so nice of you. All right, well, I'll let you put your window up and get back home. Hopefully you can rest up and get warm a little bit before you go out again. All right, Jim, thank you.
Y'all be safe.
All right, you as well. Thank you so much. So, Aaron and Brenna, when we last saw you, we were inside our truck, and I just want to give you a look at our vehicle. It's an SUV. We were going 30 miles an hour on 422, but since we've been stopped here at this Wawa parking lot, a lot of the snow has become ice. Like, I can't even, it's kind of hard to scrape off. It just shows you how cold it is. We stopped at this Wawa. We had to get some windshield wiper fluid because we were running out. You're just using it so much. So that's just a reminder to people, make sure if you do have to go out and drive, the snow, the ice is going to stick to your windshield. And if you don't have ample windshield wiper fluid, you're going to really be out of luck in terms of visibility. We'll send it all back to you.
No, Katie Zachary, making friends is always there in Norristown, Montgomery County, showing us the conditions there. Thanks for that, Katie. We have got live coverage of the winter storm. Let's give you a live look right now in Delaware. Tim Furlong has already said, if you don't have to be out in this, don't try driving. That is a live look at road conditions there, and you can see the snow really packed down, covered. It is not an easy drive. Stay home. We're doing the hard work for you. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Take a look at the snow that's falling in Center City right now. Not a lot of visibility. It is building up quickly as we buckle in for hours and hours of continuous snowfall.
And we've already seen hours as of right now. Let's check in with NBC 10's Neil Fisher. He is in one of The most slick spots in our region. He's in Roxborough. Lots of hills there. I know when we last checked in with you, Neil, you saw some plow trucks. What are things looking like now?
We've actually started to see some caravans of plow trucks coming from the sanitation center here in Roxborough hitting the roads. Take a look at Ridge Avenue and Domino Lane right now. We just saw about 5 plows come through this area. There's also private contractors out early this morning. They're laying down salt. They are plowing parking lots and businesses as well this morning. A lot of folks out shoveling as well as this first layer of snow starts to accumulate on sidewalks, on roadways as well. When you look at the roads, you can kind of see the slush starting to build up, but it's being packed down by all of the cars and those plows that we've actually seen throughout the morning. We've seen about a dozen plows just in the last 15 minutes come through this area, right through Roxborough, start to be deployed throughout the area. Visibility isn't great here in this area as the snowfall continues to fall. It's very consistent, but it is light and fluffy. If you're heading out this morning, it's easy to brush off your car, which is good news this morning. Reporting live in Roxborough, Neil Fisher, NBC 10 News.
Thank you, Neil. All right now on NBC 10 News today, the winter storm is here. Snow is falling. It is coming down all across our area. Looking live right now. Down the shore, Cape May, Beach Avenue. Our First Alert team coverage is breaking down how the snow and ice is impacting your neighborhood.
NBC 10 is covering this winter storm like no other station in our area. Take a look. Storm Ranger 10, our mobile radar, is deployed at Wings Field right now. We are breaking down that data as the storm rolls through.
The snow and ice already causing travel trouble. Ooh, this is a live look, believe it or not, of Philadelphia International Airport. Can't see much of anything there. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled. The disruption it's causing on roads and the rails as well.
This is NBC 10 News.
Good morning. Thanks for being with us and welcome to NBC 10 News today on this Sunday morning. I'm Erin Coleman.
And I'm Brenna Weig. It's now 7 o'clock on your Sunday. The winter storm we have been warning you about for days is finally here, as you can tell.
It has arrived. We've got crews spread out all over the area, Delaware, Pennsylvania, the Jersey Shore, bringing you live looks at the conditions out there. But first, we got to check in with the woman of the hour, meteorologist Brittney Shipp. She's got your Weather 8 certified most accurate forecast. Brittney, we've been talking about it. It is here.
It is here. We have heavy snow from the shore all the way up to the mountains and the Poconos. Here's a closer look at our live camera network, and it shows us a very snowy Philadelphia out towards 30th Street Station. Take a look at Cape May. Cape May seeing a lot of snow piling up there. Same thing, of course, for Camelback. And then we have our camera here, Valley Forge tourism camera closer to King of Prussia, which is also showing us a lot of snow. Overall, our precipitation is mostly snow for the Lehigh Valley, but our big concern now that we're already seeing the snow is to move forward and talk about the icy threat that we expect to see when we start to see the snow switching over to more of a wintry mix, which would include sleet and freezing rain. And then we'll see snow. That's what we're seeing right now in Atlantic City down towards Cape May, but then it's going to switch over to a mix and then eventually over to rain as temperatures warm into the upper 30s. So how much snow can you expect to get? Well, if you live in this I-95 corridor area, 8 to 12 inches. If you live closer to Reading, Allentown, 12 to 18 inches of snow. Most of our South Jersey suburbs, 5 to 8 inches. And right along that shoreline, 3 to 5 inches of snow expected. So that is a big range between what we'll see down towards Cape May and what we'll see up towards the Lehigh Valley region. I do want to point out something that is very concerning, and that's the fact that we could see significant icing for I-95. We're talking the northern parts of Delaware, southern parts of Chester County here, out towards Philadelphia, Trenton, and even out towards Toms River. When we say significant icing, the potential is going to be there for power outages. This freezing rain could weigh down those power lines, and that's going to create the power outages. We could see some snapping trees with significant icing. And as we look at our radar shot right now, it is all snow coming down. Where you see the darker blues there towards Cape May, parts of Delaware, that is more heavy snow that's coming down. Now we have the mix that is all around, but it's just to the south of us. It is going to be heading into our forecast area. So we did turn on some of our storm reports just to see what we're dealing with. And we do have some reports here of freezing rain. So that is one thing we're already starting to see. You can see 411, freezing rain. We know this is a part of the system. We know we're going to get warmer air mixing in to our neighborhoods, and we are going to get those reports of freezing rain, and they could be significant. We could be dealing with power outages. So I just want to emphasize, please have a plan just in case your power does go out. This is a large system that continues to head our way. And as we look at our futurecast here, you have these cold temperatures in the teens. By 11 a.m., we're starting to see the rain snow line move into our region. When we say that, that's mixed precipitation. And when we say that, that is sleet and freezing rain, which leads to icy conditions. That's why this is a big concern for us, because take a look at how long you have this pink right over the region. That's why we have the chance to see significant icing over that I-95 corridor. Whereas Lehigh Valley is mainly snow coming down, and whereas along the shoreline, you even have rain moving through as those temperatures push close to 40 degrees today. So coming up, we'll take a closer look at the timing of this changeover and when you need to pay attention to the ice threat for your neighborhood. Aaron and Brenna.
Oh, timing is critical with this one, Brittney. Our team coverage continues with NBC10's Tim Furlong.
He's live in Newark, Newcastle County. Tim, you've been all over the area. Conditions seem to be, declining.
Yeah, they're getting worse. We're in Middletown, actually, now. Take a look out front here. So this is downtown Middletown, the kind of crossover to where you get to 301, where all the big stores are. This is sort of the old downtown, the Everett Theater, as seen in the movie Dead Poet Society, coming up here on your right. But you can see the hard-packed snow. The plows have been through. DelDOT's been through. They're doing the best they can to keep up. I want to switch you to our dash camera. That camera was on the top. This is what we're dealing with now. That's out of our dash, out of our main window. So we're going to have to stop in a little while, because what we found was, as we're coming down Delaware 1, it felt more like regular snow that the windshield wipers just kind of do their thing and they blow it off. We've now gotten, like Brittney said, we're starting to get a little bit of that freezing rain, which is why it's very icy, and the windshield wipers have caked up. We're going to have to stop here in a few minutes and decakify the ice on there, because you see, we're just kind of pushing it around, but we're not actually getting down to the glass on the windshield just because it's so icy and it freezes on contact. If you come back to me for a sec, every now and then, I don't know if you see this, I keep putting my hand out the window here because I want to see what it feels like. And when you put it out, you can definitely feel it feels very I'm not going to use meteorological terms. Brittney can handle that. But it feels very pebbly, very sleety, very icy. It feels like little ice crystals hitting. It does not feel like big snowflakes at this point. It feels like, it feels like little pellets of ice that are going to whip you in the face if you're standing out in it. Not terribly windy, which is cool. But it's definitely coming down, and it's definitely down here in Middletown, kind of on the western edge of Delaware as we're about to make a left here. As we're trying to make a left here, the view out of our dash is way worse, there you go, than what you saw out of our top of our truck camera that for some reason is clearer. But when you're looking through the glass here, the visibility is bad. So we're going to let you guys go because we're going to have to pull over here in a second and do some windshield clearing here and scraping, because this is not sustainable, guys. This is bad, and I assure you, we are in a vehicle that can handle this. So your vehicle, as bad as ours might be right now, yours would be worse. Stay inside. Not worth it. Back to you.
Decakify.
I mean, that's the word of the day. Decakify. And there you have it.
Come on, guys. It's early.
Tim Furlong with the vocab.
You're working hard. You're excused. You're working very hard.
Thanks, Tim.
Let's check in the suburbs as well. NBC10's Katie Zachary has been all over Montgomery County, several cities. Where are you now, Katie?
So when we saw you about 12 minutes ago, we were at this Wawa right off of Egypt Road in Oaks. I wanted you to take a look behind me. See this red SUV, this woman, Aaron, you said I'm making friends wherever I go. I'm literally calling him over. I'm like, come over, I want to talk to you. She's going to talk to us right now. But as she comes, you can see that it's not really plowed. The snow is significant. It's packing down. Hi, ma'am, how are you? Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Katie with NBC10. Hi. Can you turn your radio down for me just for a second? Okay, that's okay. Tell me what the driving conditions have been like.
They're okay.
Okay.
I saw the snow trail plugs.
Yeah.
The trucks are out.
There's so many plows getting fueled up here.
Okay. Yeah, you take your time and you just go slow.
Okay.
And you be okay.
But you would advise people, if they don't have to be out.
If they don't have to go, don't go. I'm only out because I have to go. I have to work with special needs. Okay. people that
need you. You need to get to them.
Yeah, they can't do without, like, they can't make it through the day because they don't understand weather. They don't know what it is they don't understand what snow means, so they really need somebody there for support.
Okay, so you're an essential worker for them. You're someone who really needs to be out. These people are relying on your help.
I have to go because I know, behaviors and things is going to take place today. Today is not going to be such a good day because they can't get out.
It's not an easy day for anyone, especially those who you work with. So you have been, what have you seen along the roads? Have you seen plows? Have you been on 422?
Yes, I just come off of 422. I've seen plow trucks out. Not many people, and people are driving slow, taking their time. Okay. So I do see that. I mean, as far as from what I see coming from that end of town.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So everybody's taking their time, driving slow. There's no speeding going on. And I do see a lot of snow trucks and plows trying salt trucks, trying to, direct people and get people to where they need to go.
Thank you so much. I'm going to let you get on your way. You have important work to do. Take care. Thanks so much for stopping with us. One of the things that she did mention, Aaron and Brenna, is about speed limits. We were on many of the majors this morning. Our SUV, Eric, let's show everyone what we're driving in. Pretty hefty SUV, great tires on it for this kind of weather. We were going not more than 30 miles an hour. At times we were going 17, 20 miles an hour, and Eric was saying he would not have pushed it further. Parts of 422 have not been plowed. We're going to get on the road now, 422 eastbound. We saw a train of plow trucks go by, plowing and salting. So we're going to see if the conditions have improved. If you do have to be out on the majors, if you're taking 76, 476, 95, Matalusha, we'll get to all of this. All commercial vehicles are forbidden from being on the roads right now, and there is a 45 mile per hour speed limit on many of our area roadways. We'll send it back to you.
Important stuff right there. You can see the power crews gassing up behind her. And, of course, the one person that Katie talked to has to be out.
Essential.
Is it essential? It is essential.
She has to be out.
Yeah. So
I know she has an important job, right? And there are many people who do have to be out in this. And, hopefully they'll hear what that woman was saying. Go slowly, and I think you will be okay.
Yeah, so if you don't, get out of their way and let them go where they have to go. Katie Zachary will let you go inside and get warm. Thanks, Katie.
And this storm is also causing travel trouble, not just on the roads, but on the skies and on the rails. 624 flights have been canceled already at Philadelphia International Airport. We're seeing 2 flights so far on the delays list. It seems like more cancellations than delays, and that's according to FlightAware. Service suspensions on NJ Transit have already started. I mean, you can hardly see Philadelphia International Airport on the left side of your screen. Visibility still pretty low at 30th Street Station. Amtrak is warning riders to check the status of their trains before they head to the station. We spoke with the public affairs manager at Philadelphia International Airport about an hour and a half ago. She told us it could take some time, even after the snow stops falling, for airports to get back to their normal operations.
Anytime there's any sort of disruption, it could take a few days to come out of it. And because this storm is hitting some of the major airports in the country, Dallas, Atlanta, that adds even more to that. So it could take a few days.
Heather Redfern also said not all flights are canceled for tomorrow. There are about 50 to 60 cancellations so far. If you have questions about a flight, best thing to do is check with your airline directly.
They also sent out something to us earlier saying that the TSA not operating several of the checkpoints there, A West, B, and C. The TSA checkpoints are going to be closed there. NBC10 has the coverage you count on air and online. Just head to NBC10.com for the free NBC10 app. There you're going to find a live blog. We've got important updates on what this storm is bringing to the area and how to keep you and your family safe. That's the important part.
7:13 right now on your Sunday morning. We are in the middle of this snowstorm. You can see Broad Street looking live right now. You can hardly even see City Hall. It is covered in snow and it just keeps on falling. Seeing live pictures like this all throughout our region. We're going to keep you updated on the track of this storm. Brittney Shipp specifically warning about when the snow turns over to ice and the dangers that could cause. We want to see how the storm is affecting your neighborhood. Send us pictures and videos by going to See It, Share It on the free NBC10 app.
This is NBC 10 News.
Good Sunday morning. Taking a live look at the Schuylkill Expressway right here. This is near City Avenue, an area where we typically see a lot of volume, and thankfully it looks like there are not too many cars out there. Visibility is pretty low, and you can see those roads are covered in snow. We're seeing similar images like this one all throughout our area. Of course, a lot of crews are working hard today to try and make sure the roads are safe for those essential workers who do have to be out. On the phone right now is PennDOT spokesperson Chris Johnson.
Chris, thanks so much for spending a little time with us here this morning. Pennsylvania has more than 40,000 miles of state-owned roadways to clear during this storm. So what are your crews telling you that they're seeing right now? What are road conditions looking like right now?
Well, the snow is starting to accumulate on the roads, and our plow trucks are out. PennDOT and the PA Turnpike have vehicle restrictions across Pennsylvania's interstate network that went into effect early this morning with those Tier 4 restrictions. Also, earlier this morning, PennDOT District 6, which covers Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties. In addition to those Tier 4 restrictions, we have a reduced speed to 45 miles per hour on US 1, 30, 202, 422. So, of course, those Tier 4 restrictions mean no commercial vehicles are permitted.
And we know you have to strategize, obviously, going into a storm like this. How many road crews are we talking about? How many plows do you have deployed to try and clear the roads? You've got a huge job ahead of you.
So PennDOT District 6 is well prepared for this storm. We're using all of our available resources, about 425 trucks. That includes more than 160 state trucks and about 260 contractor trucks across our region. We have 89 municipal agreements in place and hundreds of employees that are out in full force to tackle the storm.
All hands on deck for sure. You know, one of the things we've been talking about here in the Weather Center is the timing of the changeover. We know that the snow is going to transition at some point to more sleet and freezing rain that could bring some really icy conditions out there, and that is the ultimate equalizer here. So how does that affect your strategy? What do you all do when things start to switch over?
So it's actually preferable when the snow is hitting first with our plow trucks, because they can go out there and plow those roads before the ice comes in. You know, these are very dangerous conditions. They will have a lot of that material. Now, keep in mind, PennDOT's goal is for safety and to make the roads passable. That means we start with the interstates. Those secondary state roads might take a little bit longer. So our plow trucks will continue to be out there and keeping those roads passable, not completely free of snow and ice, but especially when that heavy snow is falling. So when that ice comes in, I mean, obviously we'll still be out there working, but you as a driver really need to take precautions and hopefully stay home and not get on the road during this winter weather event.
A lot of different agencies have been echoing that message that you just said. Stay home if you can, but obviously there are a lot of essential workers that need to be on the roads today. So you mentioned Tier 4 restrictions. Just remind people what restrictions are in place to try and keep drivers safe, those who do have to go out today.
So those Tier 4 restrictions that we have really across the state right now and in our area, that no commercial vehicles are permitted. What that means, no school buses, commercial buses, motor coaches, motorcycles, RVs, motorhomes, and no passenger vehicles that are towing trailers. Those are not permitted on affected roadways while these restrictions are in place.
And there are speed limit restrictions on some highways, correct?
Yes, 45 miles per hour. So please keep that in mind. These road restrictions are posted on our message boards. You will see signage that will keep up to date with what the certain restriction is.
All right, we're showing that right now on our screen, too. PennDOT spokesperson Chris Johnson, thanks so much for us talking with us this morning. We appreciate your time. Let's give you a live look, if you will, at Storm Ranger 10, our mobile radar deployed at Wings Field. Actually, we're going to go to meteorologist Brittney Shipp first, because she's got a lot to talk about as well. Been keeping an eye on all that data that's coming from Storm Ranger 10.
And I think you can hear, you were mentioning earlier, you said a phrase that I've not heard before about sleet.
Yeah, sleet makes a beat.
There it is, yes.
You
can hear it.
Yeah. You kind of could hear it, actually,
yeah.
yes, on our camera that was shining on Storm Ranger 10. So that's how you know it's sleet and not freezing rain. And freezing rain is the most dangerous type of mixed precipitation. Although if we get enough sleet, it still is ice pellets, and that could even be slippery. And that's what we're expecting to see today. So bottom line is, with that much mixed precipitation, we're talking at least 6 to 8 hours. It's going to get very slippery, dangerous out there, and we're watching for that accumulating ice threat as well. So closer look now at when we can expect to see the changeover. The last place we'll see it, Berks and Lehigh, 6 to 12 midnight, 1 to 10 p.m. for our PA suburbs. If you're closer to our I-95 corridor, 12 to 9 p.m. on that changeover, and that means it's going to start at 12 and continue all the way until 9. And for our shore point, starts at 11 and continues until 4. And then after 4 p.m. for the shore, you're basically switching over to all rain, as our temperatures are going to be in the upper 30s, even close to 40 degrees by this afternoon and evening, which is hard to believe considering we just had this Arctic blast with sub-zero wind chills. But now we're tracking our radar shot. And you can see across the region here, we are dealing with widespread snow. The darker blue is the more moderate to heavy snowfall coming down. Where you see the pink, that is more of your wintry mix. And as we take a closer look at what we're seeing, we turn on our storm reports, and that's going to show us some of the reports we're seeing. 411, this is well to the south of us, closer to Virginia. We do have reports of freezing rain. So we know the system is capable of producing freezing rain. If you get enough freezing rain, it weighs down on the power lines. It weighs down on the trees. It is very heavy, and that's where we get the snapping tree branches and also those breaking power lines. So some sleet has started to mix in at the time of this observation. So again, we already are getting those reports of sleet and freezing rain to the south of us, and we know that this entire system is working its way to the northeast, moving into our region. How much snow are we going to see? We've been showing this a lot. 3 to 5 inches, Cape May to Atlantic City, Dover, Vineland, Toms River, 5 to 8, 8 to 12 for Wilmington, Philadelphia, Trenton, up towards Coatesville. And if you're closer to Berks and Lehigh, you're in the range of 12 to 18 inches. But our biggest concern for the second half of the system is the significant ice accumulation that we expect to see. When we start talking about significant levels, that means, here's the range, major tree damage and prolonged power outages. Hopefully you do have a game plan just in case we do see significant icing, which is over ½ an inch of ice. So we'll talk more about this. We'll talk more about your neighborhood and the changeover coming up in just a bit. Aaron.
All right, Brittney, our live team coverage continues now. Let's take you down to Atlantic County.
The shore area has been getting snow for hours now. NBC 10's Lily Zhang is in Atlantic City. Lily, how are things looking now?
Hey there, yeah, we've been driving around this area for the past hour and a half or so. It is certainly not slowing down. I mean, now that we're seeing a little bit of daylight, you can see just how rough these roads are. Only a few minutes ago, we actually had to pull over and clear off our windshield so you guys can get a better look. But really, it's kind of hard to see out here. So definitely would not recommend driving if you guys don't have to. We've seen some people walking around slowly, and it's a good chance to remind you guys, even if you're walking around, not even in a car, just to really take your time, because these roads, these sidewalks, they can be awfully slippery. Out here, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see one, but we've also seen some plow trucks, getting a head start on all this. Thing is that, they're working hard out here, but these roads, the snow is sticking to them, so they will just have a really long day ahead. Like we mentioned time and time again, if you don't have to be on the roads, if you're not considered an essential worker, really just stay home, stay put. But for these essential workers, some of these medical centers that we're passing by, we've seen some people out shoveling. They're really just doing their best to stay safe because they have to be on the roads. They have to be at work right now. So if you do see a plow truck, if you see these emergency responders, just give them time and give them space to work as you are sharing the roads out here with them. We've been certainly trying to give ourselves some distance between any emergency responders or plow trucks as we've been out driving here as well, and certainly taking our time. You can see just kind of how slow we are making that turn just now, and here's some of those trucks I was talking about that we've seen them out. But certainly going to be a very, very long day, and they are working very hard this morning. So for now, we'll send it back to you.
I'm Matt DeLucia here in the Lime Center, taking a look at all the roads, all the traffic conditions. We heard Katie a few moments ago talking about all the conditions that she's seeing out on the roads, and Chris Johnson from PennDOT talking about the vehicle restrictions where you have the 45 mile per hour speed limits. We also have the commercial vehicle ban as well, but we're also watching mass transit. So I'm just going through here with SEPTA. We have Chestnut Hill East line running 20 minutes late, Trenton line running 63 minutes late at this point. So we're already seeing some heavy delays. We're also seeing people sending in some of their photos here. So Zora Dellis sent us this photo here of Bly Avenue and Torresdale in the northeast, where you can see the snow-covered roads there. So it doesn't look like a plow has gotten to that area just yet. All right, let's take a look at some of the other roads right now. You can see Cape May is all snow-covered at the moment. Philadelphia, where's barely any visibility right there. And then this live picture here from Storm Force 10 in the Lehigh Valley, where again, very few vehicles out on the road. And that is a good thing to see. You don't want to have too many folks who are out there right now. Route 30 here at Route 100, we're also seeing just a couple of vehicles. We mentioned that commercial vehicle ban, so tractor trailers, big rigs, anything of that sort, you're not allowed to have those on the road right now. 476 here, County Line Road, also looking very snow covered right now. Everyone who is out there going very slow here. And then we also have Route 1 here at Pennsylvania Avenue in Bucks County, right by the Pennsylvania-New Jersey line, which is also very light at this point in terms of traffic. So a lot of people heeding the advice to stay off the roads. We just got some new video in, I believe, from Philadelphia International Airport, where we can see some of those de-icing machines and the plows. There's a couple of plows going by there right now. 624 cancellations at Philadelphia International so far today. Of course, check with your airline, but it looks like a lot of them are either delayed or going to be canceled. So we're going to be keeping our eye on all the situations here on the air, on the roads, on the rails. Please send us your photos as well, and NBC10 News will be right back after this.
Right now on NBC10 News Today, the winter storm is here. This is a live look at our NBC10 First Alert radar as snow falls all around the region. We are covered. Our NBC10 First Alert weather team will have another update on the storm and what we can expect for the rest of the day.
And the snow has been falling since around 2 this morning. Travel is expected to be seriously affected as the storm continues from the roads to public transportation. We'll talk to a spokesperson from SEPTA about what riders can expect.
Plus, shoveling safety before you make your game plan. There are some steps that you need to take before you go outside and start clearing off all that snow.
This is NBC10 News.
Good morning, and thanks for staying with us here on NBC10 News Today. I'm Erin Coleman.
And I'm Brenna White. It is now 7:30 on your Sunday morning, and a major winter storm is currently dumping inches of snow all across our area. We've seen it in our live pictures really throughout the region.
Yeah, meteorologist Brittney, Shipp, and meteorologist Marvin Gomez. They've been tracking this storm for days now. Everybody has been talking about it. Brittney, it is here, and we've seen the snow coming down for several hours now.
Yeah, this started between 1 and 2 a.m., so we've had at least 5 hours of snow coming down throughout the entire region. We also have our Storm Ranger 10 that is going to assist us as we go through the day with the different precipitation types. This is a big part of the weather story, is the fact that we're going to see everything changing over from snow to sleet and freezing rain and even to plain rain. With our Storm Ranger 10, it's easy to move. It's closer to the ground. We get faster rotation and better accuracy, so that should be helping us out as well. And then as we look at our radar shot, you can see widespread snow across the region. Where you see some of the darker blues, that is heavy snow that's coming down. Where you're starting to see the pink just to the south of our region, that's more of that mixed precip we keep talking about. And within that, you have reports of sleet and also reports of freezing rain. So that's how we know this is going to be heading in our direction as time goes on. We have one report, this is out of Virginia, 411 freezing rain. We also have another report of sleet mixing in as well. So just gear up for the second half of the system, which will include not just the snowfall totals, but also our ice forecast as well. So let's take a look at how much snow we expect to see today. 8 to 12 inches for our I-95 corridor, Wilmington, Philadelphia, up towards Trenton, 12 to 18 inches for Reading and Allentown. If you live closer to Dover, Vineland, Toms River, you're going to see 5 to 8 inches. And then if you're closer to Cape May and Atlantic City, you're going to be dealing with 3 to 5 inches. Let's look at the hour-by-hour play here. 10 to 13 degrees, that's the range on our temperatures. But you'll start to notice the rain snow line moving in, and that's going to be the mixed precipitation with sleet and freezing rain, and that's going to lead to those icy conditions. It'll first start to move into parts of the shore, but as we continue to go through time here, 2:30, now it's over I-95 corridor. Now it's to the north and west, Coatesville, Lansdale, Philadelphia, up towards the Lehigh Valley. So we know that this threat is coming. Now I want to send it over to First Alert meteorologist Marvin Gomez for a closer look at the timeline on this and how significant the threat is going to be.
Thank you so much for that, Brittney. Yes, serious business for sure. The ice threat, something that's going to impact many communities along the I-95 corridor. And I want to give you a closer view of exactly when that ice is going to start pushing in. We're expecting that transition. Brittney just gave you the timing. Let's talk about how much of that ice we're going to have at noon. We're talking about already about 1/10 of an inch of that across northern Delaware, sections of southern New Jersey. We'll start to get a little bit of that ice accumulation. Keep in mind that, yes, many spots will have that transition from snow to a mix to rain, but it's the freezing rain. It's going to be that liquid rain that will freeze upon contact with surfaces. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Philadelphia likely getting a little bit closer to 1/4 of an inch of ice. And notice the pink here covering a large portion of Pennsylvania, at least southeastern Pennsylvania, and a large portion of South Jersey as well. Getting closer to dinner time, 6 o'clock. Now we're looking at some more impressive numbers. And yes, there are a few models that are highlighting perhaps more than 1/2 inch of this ice. But the main thing to remember is that the ice on the power lines, on the trees, it's going to add extra weight. And that means that those can easily snap and those can come down. And of course, the wind is something that will be triggering for these heavier than normal trees to eventually break branches off. Winds later today gusting closer to 30 miles per hour this afternoon. Aaron.
Boy, you got to be careful painting a picture there. All right, Marvin Gomez, thanks for that. Let's take a look in Center City right now. This is our camera there that gives you a live look at Broad Street. You can see it is covered. And this picture has looked like this for hours now. And we know that we're buckling in for hours more of snow and then that changeover.
All of the live pictures we've been seeing this morning, the snow has been coming down. Let's check in with NBC10's Neil Fisher this morning. He's been live in Roxborough, pretty notorious for its hills and slick spots. How are things looking now?
Snowplows continue to make passes here in Roxborough, which is great news. Ridge Avenue and Domino Lane right here. Take a look at the roads right now. You can see that the snow is starting to pack in on the roads, even though these plows continue to make passes. It was about a half hour ago that we saw caravans of snowplows coming from the sanitation center here in Roxborough up Domino Lane and being deployed throughout the city. As you can see, cars are making their way just fine on the roads early this morning. They are going slower than they typically do, but they are going okay this morning, which is great news as well, and they're stopping just fine as well. But we've seen plenty of plows out this morning, which is good news. This snow is very light and fluffy. It's easy to kind of pick up and move around and dust around, which has kind of caused some blowing snow as well in the area. But good news for drivers. It is okay this morning as long as you're taking it a little bit slower than usual. Reporting live in Roxborough, Neil Fisher, NBC10 News.
Neil, thanks. And SEPTA is warning riders to expect service impacts due to the storm, not just the roads that we're seeing impacted.
Yeah, so we're joined now by SEPTA's Andrew Bush on the phone. Andrew, thank you so much for being up early with us this morning. At this point, what sort of impacts can riders expect?
Yeah, so what we're seeing now is we're starting to see delays and cancellations on a number of services, particularly bus and regional rail. We expect that's just going to continue and compound through the day as we get more of the snow and then as the ice moves in. So we're expecting that those continue to expect disruptions, and it's possible we'll have shutdowns as we move through the day. So we're really urging folks to not head out if they don't have to.
And for people who do need to use SEPTA, what are their best options at this point?
Yeah, so the Market, Frankford, and Broad Street lines, which are mostly covered in the tunnel, and then we can also keep running frequently to keep ice off other portions of the tracks, those will be open. We really do want to keep those for essential workers who have to get to and from their jobs and home, but those are going to be options through the day if you absolutely have to travel.
Right now, most of the area, Philadelphia, just dealing with snow, but we've been talking here about a changeover. We know it's going to switch over to sleet, freezing rain. That leads to ice. So what is the ice? I mean, it coats the lines. How does that make things even more difficult for you guys?
Yeah, so it is. So the ice is always tricky. We have to make sure that it's not accumulating on our overhead power lines that are on the regional rail system and also our trolleys, as well as the tracks. What we do is even if service isn't running on those services, we can run pilot trains, and that's just a train with a crew to make sure that the ice is staying off the overhead power lines and the tracks are staying clear. So that's the main way to fight back against that. So we'll keep doing that and hopefully put us in a decent position for when service is restored.
And things are changing minute by minute, of course, both with the forecast and I'm sure with your schedules. What is the best way for riders to find out about delays and cancellations?
Yeah, so we're going to be posting up-to-the-minute updates on our app. That's just the official SEPTA app, and also on our website, septa.org. So continue to check that through the day, and especially as you're looking to make travel plans, we're going to advise people to continue checking it through early this week because it's going to take a while to recover from the storm. We have over 300 lots and stations to dig out once the snow stops. So there's going to continue to be some slow travel, slow conditions, and things that we want people to be mindful of. So please check, again, the SEPTA app and septa.org.
Got to be patient with this one. We're right at the beginning of this storm. Andrew Bush, spokesperson with SEPTA, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Our team coverage continues in Montgomery County. NBC10's Katie Zachary, she's back in the car. You're leaving Oaks. I know last time we spoke, you said you wanted to get an idea of how the roads were looking now since we've seen plow trucks in many of our live shots.
Brenna and Aaron, that's right. Take a look outside. This is the view from our dash cam. Eric's going to switch it over for you right now. And so what we're seeing is very interesting. It's slippery, it's icy, it's snow covered. And keep in mind, not long ago, we saw a number of plows back to back plowing the ice, plowing the precipitation from 422 eastbound. That's the direction we're going in right now. So as quickly as the snow is falling, it's sticking, it's packing. I know it feels light if you're out in it. We were out in it not long ago. It feels light coming down, but it is packing, pretty tightly, which makes for slick conditions. We are going 24 miles right now. We're in a large SUV, so our tires, our vehicle can handle this. We've seen a number of cars, definitely some smaller cars that are not as equipped for this weather, kind of go around us, try and go faster, get in front of us, and that's not smart at all. We've seen a number of cars also put their hazards on, stop in the middle of some of the majors like 202, DeKalb Pike, and not be able to proceed with this weather. So very few cars on the road right now. We're seeing the most activity really at our neighboring Wawas. We've been to a bunch. People are stopping there to fuel up, get coffee. We've met some essential workers who have to be out. We've met a number of utility guys who are working, plow truck drivers. That's really who you're going to see. I see actually in our opposite direction, look to the left side of your screen, those lights right there. That's a police officer with flashing lights. I believe, a state police officer. So you want to avoid being out right now. If you can, safely be in your yard and enjoy the snow coming down, that's our best advice. But again, and Matt DeLucia will get into this, if you are on the majors in the area, PennDOT has restricted your speed limit to 45 miles an hour, and we can bring it back to me, Eric, just for a quick second. And then also no commercial vehicles are allowed on any of the majors in the Pennsylvania area. So Matt will get into that more, but that's a look at the roads. And when we see you in a little bit, we'll take a look at what people are doing outside and talk to some folks who are braving this weather. Back to you.
Katie Zachary on the move. You can hear every time the windshield wipers go by, you can hear the crunch. Because it's just nasty out there. All right. Stay warm, Katie.
We actually did have to stop, and we had to, clean the windshield wipers of all the precipitation and the ice that had collected. So we've had to pull over at every little bit. You can hear it because the precip coming down now, it's a little wetter than just snow. So that's adding to the ice factor.
And look, it started to collect again. All right, Katie Zachary, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. There's a lot of crews out there that are working to clear the roads. And you can't work on an empty stomach, right? We caught up with this group in Plymouth Township. They were cooking up breakfast this morning before hitting the road to begin that snow cleanup. We know they're pulling long hours. A lot of these caravans that we're seeing going down the interstates and the major roads. So at least they've got a full stomach.
They deserve it, that's for sure. All right, our team coverage continues. Let's take a live look outside right now. It is 7:42 on your Sunday morning, and my goodness, you can barely make out Liberty Towers there in Center City as it is 15 degrees and the city feels a whole lot colder than that. Visibility is low throughout the region. We are tracking when this snow turns to ice in your neighborhood with First Alert meteorologists Brittney Shipp and Marvin Gomez after the break. But first, I want to let you know we want to see how this storm is affecting your neighborhood. Send us your pictures and videos when it is safe to head outside. Go to the See It, Share It tab on the free NBC10 app.
This is NBC10 News.
Welcome back on this Sunday morning. We're taking a live look right now at Beach Avenue in Cape May. Down the shore, this is one of the first places that started seeing the first flakes fall early this morning, 4 or 5 hours ago. And you can see the roads not looking very good down there at 7:45.
Pictures like this all throughout our region. Taking a live look now from our KYW News radio camera as well. You can see 30th Street Station there, and there is snow covering most of the streets. Really low visibility as well, all throughout our region.
So as the snow totals really start to grow and the threat of ice gets worse, we're looking at the potential for some pretty significant power outages.
PECO already has crews staged in the area in case the worst happens. And we're talking with PECO's Matthew Rankin now this morning. Matthew, thank you for joining us by phone. We appreciate you being up and ready to get everybody prepared for what's to come.
First things first, it's early, but do we have any outages right now that you're dealing with?
Yeah, hi. So currently we have 26 outages across our system, affecting a total of 188 customers. And so right now we're seeing minimal issues with our services, seeing as we service 1.7 million customers across the region.
That's good news. We hope it stays that way. But of course, I know Brittney Shipp has been mentioning as the snow turns to ice, that can weigh down power lines. How much extra personnel do you have on hand this morning for if the situation does continue to deteriorate?
Yeah, so we do have additional staff, we do have additional crews ready to respond in case there are additional outages, and they'll be working around the clock to get everybody's power back on as quickly and safely as possible.
Did you call any outside help in? I know sometimes when we have these major weather systems that other out. All right, so, I'm sorry about that, Matt. My mic went out for a second. I know that when we have these major storm systems that sometimes we get help from other areas, but because this system is so large and it's really covering so much of the Northeast and the country, do you have any outside help coming in, or is everybody kind of just dealing with it on their own in their own areas?
Yeah, so we have our PECO crews. We have additional contractors that we use. And we also have assistance from our sister operating company, ComEd, in Chicago, who had sent crews over to this region to support not only PECO, but ACE in Atlantic City, Marvin in Delaware, BG in Baltimore, and PEPCO in Washington, D.C.
And we know you said there aren't too many outages as of right now. Our reporters are all across the area. They've been seeing PECO workers fueling up at Wawa and getting ready to respond. Now, if something were to happen, if there was to be an outage and people call you for help, what would you say is the average response time in a storm like this?
It's hard to tell at the moment. Like I said, since we don't have too many outages, but customers can always go to peco.com/outages, where they can track current outages and find estimation times and get updates as to when they're going to be restored.
Is that the quickest way for somebody to report an outage? Is it online? Is it on your phone? Like, what do you suggest?
Yeah, so anytime you have an electrical service issue or a power outage, you should call us at 1-800-841-4141, or again, go to our website at peco.com/outages.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate PECO for giving us that information so that we can get it out to people and make sure they are prepared in the event of a power outage. Matthew Rankin, thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks.
All right, let's give you a live look at Storm Ranger 10. Our mobile radar deployed at Wings Field. It is monitoring the winter storm as it comes through our area. And listen to that.
And part of it, I think, is the engine, and part is maybe that sleet. You can see it falling.
And you can hear it in the shot there. Meteorologist Brittney Shipp been keeping an eye on this, and you've been saying for most of the morning, we got the snow now, but it's when that changeover starts to happening to more of that sleet and freezing rain.
Yeah, so we are going to see that for the second half of the system, it is going to be more moisture mixing in there. So we're going to start to see a little bit more sleet and definitely freezing rain. You'll see a lot more pink on our radar shot that we're showing. Right now, we're watching all snow, and we're adding up how much snow has fallen across the region, and it's in the 1 to 3 inch range. This is from the National Weather Service report. They issue that at 7 a.m. So we're pushing closer to the 2 to 4 inch range. And this is going to add up quickly here as we go into the next couple of hours. We saw the snow moving in between the hours of 1 and 2 a.m. We've already seen about 5 to 6 hours, and we have another probably 4 hours left to go for parts of the area and even longer for other parts. So 3.3 inches in Spring Township, Reading Airport, 3 inches of snow, Newcastle at the airport there, almost 3 inches, just over 2 inches at the Atlantic City Airport, Lehigh Valley Airport. 2 inches of snow, and PHL coming in just under 2 inches as well. Our radar shot right now showing us all snow coming down throughout the area here. And it's switching from that light fluffy snow to heavier snow. That's what Tim Furlong was saying a little bit earlier. As you look down towards the southern parts of Delaware over Cape May, where you see the darker blue, that's heavy snow coming down. And then as we look here just to the south of us, closer to Virginia, this is where we're starting to see the pink. And when we see the pink, we know that we're starting to get more of a wintry mix into the system, and that is getting closer to us. We can even turn on some of our storm reports here, and it shows us which areas are reporting snow and which ones are already reporting freezing rain. So this one was a few hours ago at 4:11 a.m., already reports of freezing rain. This is what's going to be heading in our direction as we go into the rest of the day and into the evening. This entire system extends back towards Houston. Large system has a lot of moisture attached to it. How much snow are we talking when it's all said and done? 12 to 18 inches, Allentown, Reading, 8 to 12 in our I-95 corridor area, suburbs to the north, suburbs to the south, 5 to 8 for the interior parts of South Jersey, and along the shore, 3 to 5 inches. Plus, we're looking at our hour-by-hour breakdown of when that rain snow line is going to start pushing through. That's at 11 a.m. It'll continue tracking. By 1 o'clock, it's over the Philadelphia region. That's when things are going to start to get icy. We'll continue with all this moisture at least until tonight, even into our early morning hours on your Monday. Your ice forecast, this is probably one of the most important parts of the forecast, is the fact that we expect to see significant icing right along this blue section here, this I-95 corridor. Even light icing, a light glaze, is also dangerous. But when it's significant, that means we could see major tree damage and also prolonged power outages. You want to have a game plan just in case your power goes out. But even with light icing, it's icy roads and dangerous driving conditions. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on this entire system. For now, we're going to send it back to you, Aaron.
All right. Brittney Shipp, thanks for that. Let's check in now with NBC10's Tim Furlong.
Yeah, he's been traveling all throughout Newcastle County this morning. Tim, where are you and how are things looking now? I know with each live shot we've been talking to, things have been a little bit different, but mostly deteriorating.
Yeah, it's still not getting any better. We've still seen a lot of people in cars that shouldn't be out on the roads, stuck in ditches, or looking very apprehensive as they decide whether they should proceed or not. The answer is generally no, but they do anyway, including a little guy that we just saw in a tiny little Nissan that had no business being out here today. Even at like the Wawa in Middletown, the parking lot wasn't plowed. You couldn't get a small car in there. We get in there because we're in this big truck. I do want to talk about the snow condition now as we head back up past Route 40 Pulaski Highway on 896 headed back to 95 in Newark. So as I reach out the window here, it's more snow again. It's more snow that as we switch back to our dash cam here for a sec, you can see if you were with us earlier, it was all caked up in ice because it was freezing rain. Now it's actually just kind of snow. You barely have to use the windshield wipers because it's snow again. But you can also see though the snow pack on the roads is still not good. I want to bring you back here into the car for 1 second because I want to show you a couple apps that you should be using, not while you're driving. Notice I'm not driving, not the one. The Delmarva Power app or your local power app, they're all owned by Exelon. So you can check to see the power outages in your area. You can also report outages at your house. This one I like even better though. This is the Del.Dot app. So if you're in Delaware, we're pretty lucky. We have this app that you can see where all the snow plows are. So you can actually see there's plows here and they're coming to my neighborhood. You can see the direction they're going. So it's a great thing to have. If you don't have it, get it. You can check with your local transportation department to see if you have any. I'm not taking sides. I'm not biased here. A little bit maybe. But Del.Dot, guys, I think Del.Dot does it better. And they have this great app and I like seeing where the plows are. Is it stupid? Maybe. But I dig it. And I like knowing. So be careful wherever you're on the roads and let the plows do their thing, guys.
You're totally biased. Tim Furlong.
Totally. Yeah, you're right.
In Delaware.
Sorry, not sorry.
Let's give you a live look all around the region. You know, we've got cameras everywhere, and we are punching them all up, taking a look this morning.
Atlantic City.
Look at that. I mean, visibility is bad. Okay, that's Atlantic City. This morning you can see that's the boardwalk there, but you can't see much else. A lot of snow pretty much everywhere you look. We'll be right back.
Taking a live look outside right now on the highway in the Lehigh Valley, and you can see snow is still falling. Those roads really covered in snow. And keep in mind, these camera shots, our cars are driving a lot slower than you think they are. You really need to take it easy. Most of the highways in Pennsylvania are at a 45-minute speed limit, and that's really even pushing it. 15 degrees in the city. It feels even colder than that. A lot of roads in our area not looking great.
Well, let's take a look, shall we? Matt DeLucia standing by in the Live Center.
Yeah, and in addition to that 45-mile-per-hour speed limit, there's also a commercial vehicle ban. So you can't really have any of the big rigs, tractor trailers, anything, large vehicles out there on the roads. In the meantime, we're seeing a lot of people sending in our photos here through our See It, Share It section of NBC10.com and the NBC10 app. Greg Fretz sent us this. This is from Boyertown, 7:15 this morning. You can see snow covered right there. Cheyenne showed us this. The cars are already covered there in the driveway. And then we also have Cade Remsburg, who isn't out on the roads at all. He's just running, and he said he ran 12 miles today. Look at all that ice, and we're seeing a lot of the snow-covered roads right there. There's the Lehigh Valley once again, Camden all snow-covered, as well as King of Prussia. Looking at the roads right now, 76 at Route 1. Also, the good thing is we're not seeing a whole lot of vehicles out there. That is definitely the good thing here. 422 Montgomery County. You can barely make out part of the roadway right there, and we have 202 here at Route 92 in Delaware, also very snow covered. You got to make room for the plows out there as they make their way through to try to clear everything up. And as far as SEPTA, Trenton, the outbound train is stopped right now because of power issues. So we're seeing a lot of SEPTA things coming in already. We'll keep you posted there, Brenna and Aaron. We'll send it back over to you for now.
This winter storm is going to last all day long. So we're right at the beginning of this thing. We, of course, are going to keep you covered.
Hunker down if you're inside. Bundle up if you have to head outdoors. For now, that is NBC 10 for Aaron and all of us here at NBC 10. We hope you have a great Sunday. You won't miss us, though.
It is here. We've been talking about it for days.
It's coming down hard here, guys. It's really coming down.
We've seen them plowing for hours now.
Really can't see the Philadelphia International Airport, where we have a lot of cancellations.
Let the plows do their work. Let the utility companies get out there and do their work.
The bottom line with this entire system is you want to be very, very careful.
You take your time and you just go slow. You'll be okay.
Very, very low visibility. We're already seeing some crashes right now.
It's definitely going to be a long, cold day.
Right now on NBC 10 News, today at 9 a.m., we are in the middle of a winter storm like we have not seen in years. This is a brand new video into the newsroom. Take a look at the conditions right here in Center City, Philadelphia, right on the corner of JFK and 18th Street. You can see the snow coming down and the whipping winds, the snow blowing sideways as crews work to keep the sidewalks clear.
And this is what could happen if you are out on the roads. Our crews are in Delaware. They saw this driver stranded in the snow. If you don't have to be on the roads today, it is best to stay off them.
And a live look at the First Alert weather radar. It is covered in blue and pink and purple. That is all the winter weather sweeping through the area as we speak, and it's expected to continue for several more hours.
We have team coverage of the winter storm from across the region, from the western suburbs all the way to the Jersey Shore. Plus, we're monitoring the roads in the Live Center. Meteorologist Brittney Shipp is in the First Alert Weather Center. NBC 10 coverage of the massive winter storm continues right now.
This is NBC 10 News.
Good Sunday morning and welcome to NBC 10 News Today. I'm Erin Coleman.
And I'm Brenna Weick, and you are watching special coverage of the major winter storm hitting our entire region right now. Let's get a look at the current snow falling outside. We've seen it in multiple live looks. This is a live look at 30th Street Station. You can hardly see it. The snow is covering JFK Boulevard. If you plan to take a train today, make sure you check with SEPTA or Amtrak. There are several cancellations to be aware of. Let's head up to the Lehigh Valley now. A live look from our camera on top of the PPL Center. Snow is really blowing around there. This is Allentown, where you can see those flurries right in front of our camera.
All right, let's take another live look. City of Philadelphia. Actually, no, we're going to take you down the shore. This is Cape May. Blinking yellow there. One person walking there across Beach Avenue, but you can see, just like everywhere else, the roads are covered.
And the city of Philadelphia is under a snow emergency. More than 1,000 workers have been deployed. Of course, this is a major snowstorm we've been dealing with.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Brittney. Shipp.
Yep.
What's going on there right now?
Well, we definitely are seeing the heavy snow, but we've been talking about this is a two-part system where we're going to start to track some of the mixed precipitation within the next 2 hours or so, I would say. And then that introduces more of an ice threat into the mix here. We have brought out all of our tools, including Storm Ranger 10 here, which is a little bit closer to street level, and it has a faster rotation. So it shows us as well that it is snowing out in the suburbs to the north and west. We also have widespread snow across our radar shot here, extending into Delaware, the shore up towards the Poconos. But where you see the pink, that's the wintry mix that we're concerned about, and it is getting closer and closer to our region. We'll fly you just to the south here, closer to Virginia, where we do have storm reports of freezing rain. So we know that it's a part of the storm. We know that it's heading in our direction. And that's exactly what we expect to see as we go into the next couple of hours. The first spot is going to be closer to the shore. These are all storm reports of either snow, where you see a storm report and it's closer to the pink here, mixed precipitation. That's a report of freezing rain. So again, this is the next piece of the system that we are tracking. You can see how far back this extends all the way to Houston. This is a large system affecting a good part of the nation. As we look hour by hour, it is showing us here temperatures are in the teens for the most part, a few spots right around 12 degrees, and it's all snow until we get to 11:30. Then we start to see the rain snow line moving up. This is 1 o'clock. It'll be over the Philadelphia area, Lansdale out towards Coatesville. And once this starts, it's going to be hours of this mixed precipitation. So typically sleet is a bit on the safer side, but when you get hour after hour of sleet building, it's slippery, it is icy. Same thing with freezing rain. That's another impact where it weighs down on the trees and also the power lines, and that's what could cause the power outages. So as you can see, the pink is still over our region at 4 o'clock, and it will continue tracking here to the north by 6 o'clock. Mainly confined to our I-95 corridor. And then look at these temperatures along the shore. What we'll start to see is rain returning, just plain rain, as temperatures are in the upper 30s at that time. But we're still dealing with the precipitation all the way until about 9 or 10 o'clock at night tonight, with some lingering showers into our early morning hours. The biggest concern for us is going to be the second part of the system, which is going to produce potentially significant icing. When we talk about significant icing, that means major tree damage and prolonged power outages. So hopefully you do have a game plan in place as we get closer and closer to the system warming up and we see more mixed precipitation. That's when the ice threat is going to go up. We will go over more of a detailed timeline for your neighborhood and this ice threat coming up in just a bit. Erin.
Gotta have a plan. Thanks, Brittney. Well, the city of Philadelphia, as we mentioned at the top of this newscast, is under a snow emergency.
Yeah, visibility, as you can see, is really low. More than 1,000 workers have been deployed. Crews are working around the clock to try to keep streets safe. The city is also preparing for a messy Monday, closing city public schools, courthouses, and administrative buildings. We're going to get an update from city officials, including Mayor Sherrell Parker, at 10 o'clock this morning, and we do plan to carry it live on all of our NBC 10 platforms.
You got a lot of crews out there clearing areas all around the city. These are private contractors here right outside the Logan Hotel. You can see trying to get those sidewalks safe and passable for the people who do have to be out on the sidewalks. Slippery conditions all around, so you got to take it easy, even just walking around out there so you don't slip and fall and then have other issues. Our live team coverage continues now in Gloucester County.
NBC 10 Siobhan McGurl is in Woodbury Heights right now. What are you seeing, Siobhan?
Good morning, guys, from South Jersey, where the snow continues to fall. It's been coming down like this for hours. Right now, we're at this Wawa. Pretty quiet here this morning, although you can see some people are on the roads. Most of what we've been seeing, guys, trucks like this. Private contractors out, going through the parking lots, plowing, stopping here for gas. We've heard shovels out. These employees at the Wawa making sure people can get through and get the gas, the people who need to be on the roads. New Jersey, like so many places in our region, New Jersey is under a state of emergency and people are being told essential travel only, essential workers out there, anyone else who does not need to travel being asked to stay inside. We're right now, we're right by 45. I'll give you a look at that major road. You can see snow covered. We have seen plows come by, guys, but as soon as the plow passes, the snow just keeps on falling. I'm going to walk you up here. You can see this parking lot's been plowed, a giant pile right here. You walk up over it. I have my yardstick. We'll get you a look at the snow totals here in Woodbury Heights. Looks like this patch of grass has been untouched. All right, we're looking at 4 inches right now in Woodbury Heights just after 9 o'clock this morning, this snowstorm. I will say, I did just check the power outage map, and so far, so good with PSE&G and AC Electric, not widespread power outages. And if you look up here at the branches, we're not seeing snow stick to the branches yet. Same with those power lines over there, which is good news. We know that can be a concern later in the day with that ice concern. We'll be sure to keep an eye on that as the snow does continue to fall here. Again, we have not seen too many people out on the road. I did call Gloucester County's dispatch and they say, hey, so far so good. They've not had many weather-related emergencies, so we'll be checking with them throughout the day. Earlier this week, I was talking to some firefighters. They say they have to be out in this. They even take it slow. They're asking people, if you have any fire hydrants, we see one right over there, any of the snow falling, clear the snow from the fire hydrants in that area. One way to help the first responders in this storm. Man behind the camera with me this morning is John Panfile. He's also the man behind the wheel. He told me, driving out here, you don't want to go over 35. He says as soon as he went over 35, that's when he felt the car slipping and sliding. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated on conditions out here. Again, not too much traffic, but the snow pretty constant. Erin and Brenna.
And already 4 inches where Siobhan
I know.
is.
Okay.
Good thing. We're going to check back in, see how much more snow creeps up that yardstick as we go throughout the day.
For now, from Gloucester County, let's check in Chester County. NBC10's Katie Zachary is there live in Berwyn. Katie?
Hi, Brenna. Hi, Aaron. Yes, I've just met a new friend, Battalion Chief Cheryl Drock with Berwyn Fire Department. Good morning. Good morning. Nice to meet you in these elements.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you also.
Okay, let's walk over here, Chief Drock, to this fire hydrant right here, because one of the things that you're telling people living here in Berwyn and throughout the area, similarly to these people who have a fire hydrant in their front yard, what are they supposed to do when it snows?
Anybody that either lives near a hydrant or just find the closest hydrant to your house and shovel it out. We need like 3 feet around the whole hydrant.
A perimeter of 3 feet, so you can access
3 feet
it.
out around it so we could access it and connect our hoses to it.
Okay.
So even if it's not in front of your house, maybe you have an elderly neighbor, it's in front of their house. So just find a hydrant closest to your house because that's the one we would use if you have a problem.
And that takes precious time if you have to then shovel, an area from the street to the hydrant too. Right. So they should clear a path from the hydrant to the street for better access.
Yes, they can. And the big thing is don't let it totally get covered by snow because we know where the hydrant locations are, but if there's a whole snow mound here, we're trying to find the hydrant in the snow mound.
And some of these snow mounds, because of the snow and ice we had last weekend, you do have some mounds here. Like Eric, if you can spin around to your right, keep spinning. And right here along the perimeter of the new Berwyn Fire Company building, you see that mound there. So we're getting much more added snow to these mounds that were plowed just a few days ago.
Right. And the plow comes along and, they're not going to stop for a hydrant because they got to get the road clear. So.
Okay, so have you been out this morning?
Yes, we were just out. We ran down to our other station down in the valley. Roads are horrible, so don't go out. Other than to shovel out your hydrant. Don't
and
go
this
out.
is an emergency responder speaking, and you've been out in all different conditions. And if you're qualifying them as horrible, that really says something.
Yeah, roads are bad. So 202 was really bad. It hasn't been touched. So
we were on 202 earlier this morning, and I can say the same thing when we were on it this morning. There's so many roads to cover, and there are only so many plows and trucks. So that's the best advice that you're giving people.
At the rate it's coming down, like they're not going to keep up. Like it's Sunday, you don't have to go anywhere, settle in on the couch, watch some TV, and stay off the roads.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief Jock. It was so nice to meet you. We'll probably connect with you later today. All right. Take care. Aaron and Brenna, we have a few more things to tell you here in Berwyn. We'll save that for about 25 minutes. I have my tape measure to show you how much snow they've gotten. We've talked to someone who was out with her dog. She gave us good shoveling tips. So a lot more from Chester County. We'll send it back to you.
Listen, if there's one thing we know about Katie Zachary, she's going to find a friend.
She is making
in the
friends.
Snow. It
All the
doesn't,
elements.
it doesn't matter.
It's so much more fun to talk to people when you have to be out.
I know.
She's not lonely.
All right, we'll check back in with you, Katie.
For now, let's send things over to Matt
sounds
DeLucia. He has been
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Matt DeLucia here in the Live Center. And we've been looking at the traffic conditions there. You saw Katie's live shot right there, and also just talking about the conditions there in Chester County along Route 202. We've seen a lot of the same conditions on most of the major highways, including 76, 476. So that it is a lot to keep up with, and we're not seeing the plows being able to keep up with a lot of this. Now, Philadelphia Department of Emergency Management posted this on social media just a few minutes ago, saying that the Streets Department, as well as PennDOT, they're working hard to plow the highways and keep the roads passable, but they're also advising everyone to avoid unnecessary travel. And if you do happen to be out there, you want to give at least 6 car lengths behind a snowplow. So that is the situation there. As far as air travel, so far 641 cancellations at Philadelphia International Airport. We're also seeing a lot of delays on SEPTA here. So Norristown train 40 minutes late. The Trenton line canceled because of crew issues. We've seen some power issues as well. The Doylestown train 29 minutes late. So this is already starting here. The Route 35 bus is already suspended. 15-minute delays on the T1 and T3 trolley lines. And as far as New Jersey Transit, the bus, light rail, and access link, they're suspended. Rail service will be suspended starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, it bears repeating. Stay home if you can. Hey, ladies.
Good advice.
Watch us. We'll do the heavy lifting for you. Let's give you a live look outside. 30th Street Station. Ooh, look at the visibility there. You know, as we look at all these cameras around the region, you're getting to see what it looks like close to where you are. This is 30th Street. Few cars there going by, but a lot of people heeding that warning to stay off the roads and letting us just show you what it looks like out there. Stay on the couch. Stay warm. Trust us. You don't want to be in this. It's 9:14. We'll be right back.
This is NBC10 News.
First Alert Weather Team is tracking a major snowstorm that is rolling through our area right now. This is a live look at Cape May. This system is forecasted to be our heaviest snowfall in years. Philadelphia, the surrounding suburbs, expected to see more than 8 inches of snow. Many cities are under snow emergencies. Officials really urging people to stay at home and off the roads if you can.
Our team coverage continues right now with NBC10's Tim Furlong. He's been in Delaware all morning long. We know you were having some issues with those windshield wipers earlier. Tell us what you're doing now.
Yeah, at some points today you need this, the little brushy. At some point you need this, the scrapey. We've gone back and forth because when the snow gets wet, that's when you have a problem. You know, again, when you're up against your vehicle, this will get rid of the snow, but then at some point it's gotten so caked on, you can kind of see it there. This isn't as bad as it was earlier down in Middletown, but this is the Del-Dot yard in North Wilmington, the Tally yard, if you know where I'm talking about, off Weldon Road. And you can see trucks in and out of here all day long. They have the plows, they have the salt. They can't even keep up with their own parking lot. Look at this. I mean, this is how much snow we already have. At this point, it's nice and light and fluffy, which is a good thing, because later on when it gets that crust on it, that's going to be a little bit tougher to deal with. I'm going to go bring you over here because this is Mike Howsky over here. He's one of the engineers in the Northern District here. Del-Dot overall has 300 plows out there, right, brother?
Yeah.
300 right there on the road, doing all right.
Yeah, they're all over the state. And I mean, not only up here, but across the state. Yep, we got 300 pieces of equipment moving snow.
What's your message to people out there? Just let your guys do their jobs.
Yeah, so most importantly, you know, one thing we say at Del all the time is everybody goes home. So if you could give them some distance, be safe for yourself, be safe for them. Most important, just give them space to clear the road so you guys can drive safe. So
you should say the word eventually. They go home eventually because it's going to be a long couple days, right?
Unfortunately, yes. They do a lot of sacrificing. They don't see their family and friends for a while clear these roads for you. So, give them a break. And they've been here for a couple days, in some instances. And so, just.
And many of these guys are going to go home and have to shovel their own driveways.
Unfortunately, me as well, actually. So, yeah.
Well, your wife, I know, is watching. You told me your wife's watching, so.
She is.
She could probably shovel. I don't want to be the one to say that, but you can take a turn.
Yeah, she fails to tell people sometimes that she's shoveling because I'm at work. So.
Got you. I also, the governor is coming here in a little while, Governor Meyer, to go out with one of your plow operators. I'm guessing driving a plow is not easy, and the governor should probably look but don't touch when he's sitting in the truck.
Hey, it's his truck as well, so he can do what he wants.
I don't know about that. It's probably not a great idea.
Yeah.
Mike Howsky, thanks so much for talking. Keep your people safe today. Thanks for having us out here. This is yours. I borrowed that from yours. That's one of the ones that goes on these big trucks here. Guys, if you see these trucks, whether it's a PennDOT truck, a DelDOT truck, a New Jersey DOT truck, any plow truck like this, definitely give them their space. It's safer for them. It's safer for you. Let everybody do their jobs. And like you said, everybody's got to go home safely. Back to you.
Listen, we can't say it enough. We've been saying it all morning. It bears repeating. Tim, I'm glad you said it. Say
it again. Say it again.
Stay out of their way. They're doing the hard work, right?
They are, exactly. We're very grateful for that.
Thank you, Tim.
Grateful for meteorologist Brittney Shipp. I mean, you've been tracking this thing, and we already saw, Siobhan said there was 4 inches in Gloucester County, so it's piling.
Yeah, we're starting to get those updated totals in, and they are reaching over 4 inches. Even us, we're staying pretty local here. We're not going to leave here and then get on the roadway.
Right.
So we have a game plan as well.
We're walking.
We'll be
Putting those boots on.
Feet. Yeah, that's right. Here's a look at those snowfall reports that are coming in. We have Birdsboro, PA, 4.5 inches. That's the highest amount I was able to find so far. Reading, 3 inches, close to 3 inches. Newcastle, same thing for the Atlantic City Airport. And these will continue to be updated. We have 9 a.m. snow reports. These are just our PA suburbs. And the overall range is 2 to 3 inches so far, but we still have a few more hours of snow to go. So we do expect those totals to continue to climb and climb. Our radar shot across the region, it is widespread where you see the darker blue shade here. Those are the heavy snowfall amounts that are coming through. So you can see some of the heaviest snow is right over Philadelphia. And that's when we get those decreased visibility on our cameras. We widen out the picture here. You can already see the system is starting to change a bit. Just to the south of us, we have reports of freezing rain. You're starting to even see a little bit of rain off the coast. Our ice threat duration timeline down the shore and parts of South Jersey. This is going to start for us around 11 a.m. and go all the way until 4 p.m. before switching over to just rain down the shore with temperatures in the upper 30s. Closer to Philadelphia, you have it until about noon before you start to see more of a switch over to sleet and the freezing rain, and that's going to go all the way until 9 p.m. That's why it's going to be so slippery out there, so icy, so dangerous. The potential is there for significant icing, which could lead to power outages as freezing rain continues to weigh down on trees and power lines. Then you have your PA suburbs probably going to start around 1 p.m. and last all the way until 10 p.m. So it will be done with all just the plain snow coming down. It's going to switch over to more of this wintry mix. And then for Berks and Lehigh, this will be one of the last places to see a wintry mix, which is why the snowfall totals are going to be the highest in that location. As we look at our hour-by-hour forecast, most of our temperatures very cold out there. These are actual temperatures, not even including the wind chills, and they're in the teens. Rain-snow mix starts to move in. It comes all the way up to Philadelphia, Wilmington by 1 p.m. We mentioned by 2:30, 3 o'clock, it's over our suburbs, 4 o'clock closer to the Lehigh Valley. We mentioned the rain. This is what it looks like here with temperatures in the upper 30s along the shore, parts of South Jersey here. So unfortunately, down the shore, you're not really the bullseye of the system. That's where the smallest amounts of snow will accumulate, is along the shore. And it's mainly going to be rain, which will help wash away some of those fresh snowfalls. As we look here at 9:30 tonight, we still have moisture. We're still dealing with this system. It's going to take all the way until our early morning hours on Monday before this system totally departs our region. Potentially could move out a bit early by maybe 11 p.m. But bottom line is we are going to be dealing with this throughout the entire day. Next up, we're looking at our ice forecast here. Significant, this is all through our I-95 corridor. Significant icing is probable and possible. You also have a light glaze, and even a light glaze is dangerous. Light glaze means icy roads and dangerous driving. So imagine if we get all the way up to significant, where it's over ½ an inch of ice. That means we're dealing with major tree damage and also prolonged power outages. So hopefully you have a game plan in place just in case you lose power. Our snowfall forecast for today in that same region, 8 to 12 inches before we start to see that changeover and also the ice developing. 12 to 18 for the Lehigh Valley, and then closer to 3 to 5 for Cape May, Atlantic City, southern parts of Delaware, central parts of Delaware up towards some of our South Jersey suburbs, expected to see 5 to 8 inches of snow. So pretty impressive here. Our actual temperatures right now, you're at 15 degrees in Philadelphia, 16 in South Jersey, single digits in the Lehigh Valley, 28 down the shore. And then take a look at our daytime highs for today. Places like the shore will see temperatures rising all the way up to 40 degrees. So rain is expected at the tail end of the system. Delaware at 27. Most locations are going to be still below freezing, but it is going to be that possibility for us to get the wintry mix in there for a prolonged amount of time. So bottom line, we just want everyone to stay off the roads, especially once we start to see this changeover happening. And that's going to lead to those icy conditions out there. And you just want to be very careful until the system is done. Matt, what are you looking at right now for us?
Yeah, well, Brittney, a moment ago you were talking about the potential for the ice, and that can cause a lot of problems with power outages here. So we've got a cool little website up here, poweroutage.us, where we can be interactive and show you so far 99 customers without power in Philadelphia, 21 in Delaware County. So very low numbers at this point. That is the good news there. So far in South Jersey, we're only really seeing Atlantic County, 31 customers, and so far in Delaware, it's really not too bad at all. Now, let's take a look at some of your pictures. We got a lot of people who are out there having some fun at the moment here. So Carolyn sent us this video here of the snow, saying that the snow is accumulating fast here right by East Lincoln Highway. She says no residential roads have been plowed there. So that's just within the last hour. Kipper the dog here, look at this. Kipper's going to be having a good time out here in the snow all day. Can't play that video, but yeah, he was having a good time out there. Thank you, Dennis, for that. And look at this. This is a Hallmark card if there ever was one. Victoria, say 7:30 this morning, Smedley between 16th and 17th Street. Cute dogs right there. And of course, we have snow piling up in Oxford. So this is the scene that we're seeing everywhere. Just nice, picturesque there in Chester County. So please send us your photos and videos. Go to the NBC10 app or NBC10.com, and you go to the See It, Share It section there. We're also on social media, so we'll be watching all of your videos coming in, seeing a lot of cute ones coming in as well. We'll have that throughout the day for you as you please stay home. Don't go out in this mess here. Ladies, we'll send it back over to you for now.
I think the kids and the dogs are going to have the best day today. Shout out to Kipper for sure with his little sweater there. All right, let's give you a live look at Allentown right now.
Oh, boy.
Well, you know, that shot has changed.
It sure has.
Quite a
bit. There we go. Okay, we're getting a little more view.
Little defrost action, I don't know. We are following this major winter storm that has taken over our entire region. We're going to check back in with Brittney Shipp right after the break. Right now on NBC10 News at 9:30, we are in the middle of a winter storm like we have not seen in several years. This is what it looks like in Center City. Every community in our area has already gotten at least a couple of inches of snow, and we are not even halfway done with this thing. The snowfall far from over.
And look at this video from the Lehigh Valley. Even experienced drivers are having trouble in this weather. That is a snowplow full of salt that got stuck under a bridge with the dump bed up, as you can see. Potentially wasted salt all over the road there. Matt DeLucia is monitoring the other traffic conditions that you need to know about in the Live Center.
Take a look at the first alert weather radar. The entire area covered in that blue. That means some sort of winter precipitation is falling where you are, and this system's just going to keep on coming through the rest of the morning.
The details on this storm could change minute by minute. That's why we have a team of meteorologists looking at the latest data. Brittney Shipp and Marvin Gomez are tag teaming this morning to bring you the certified most accurate forecast.
This is NBC10 News.
Good morning, and thanks for staying with us here on NBC 10 News Today. I'm Erin Coleman.
And I'm Brenna Wegg. The First Alert Weather Team warned us all week long that this storm could really have a huge impact, and now it is here. We're seeing that impact all across our region. Meteorologist Brittney Shipp is here with your Weather 8 certified most accurate forecast.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot to still get through. We've seen anywhere between 1 to almost 5 inches of snow, depending on where you are. And as we show you our live camera network, you can see white-out conditions across the entire region. If you're looking at Philadelphia, snow-covered roads here, snow in the Schuylkill. We also have 30th Street Station, and then down towards Cape May, you can see those roads are definitely covered. You see a little bit of snow on the sand as well, and then we'll take you up towards King of Prussia, where we have our Valley Forge tourism camera. And again, the snow-covered roads, you can see the cars. Some cars are out there still trying to make their way. And then if you're closer to the mountains, those skiers are definitely enjoying the fresh snowfall. Two things that we're tracking for you with this first alert: the heavy snow and the accumulating ice threat. That's going to be the second piece of the system that we're tracking, and the more dangerous piece of it. As we look at our current temperatures, and feels like 15 degrees right now in Philadelphia, but feeling like 2 degrees below zero. Feels like 0 in Wilmington. Feels like 7 degrees below zero in Allentown. Feeling like 12 degrees in Atlantic City. So overall, this is a cold system, of course, and our wind gusts up to 28 miles per hour in Wilmington, 30 in Dover, 32 in the Atlantic City Marina, and we'll continue with those strong wind gusts as we go through the rest of today. Our radar shot showing us all the widespread snow. The darker blue means heavy snow is coming down over Philadelphia, over Newcastle County, and we widen out the picture where you start to see the pink there. That's the wintry mix that is going to be heading into our direction. We have a lot more moisture left. We have another probably 12 to 14 hours left of this system. And overall, it depends on where you are. If you're closer to the Lehigh Valley, this is mostly snow for you, but we're going to start to see a big transition within our I-95 corridor from snow to more of a wintry mix, which will produce slippery, icy, dangerous conditions. And then if you're closer to Cape May, Atlantic City, your snow to mix to even rain, with daytime highs up to 40 degrees today. But right now, I want to bring in First Alert meteorologist Marvin Gomez. He's going to take a closer look at the transition from snow to that wintry mix. Marvin.
That is correct, Brittney. A very dangerous situation with the ice that we're anticipating in many of our neighborhoods. As we take a look closer, and what I'm expecting, rain eventually will start coming down in many neighborhoods as the warm air associated with the storm filters a little bit farther inland away from the coast. And this essentially means that when the rain comes down on surfaces, it is going to freeze immediately. Now, the frozen rain, that ice over snow, means that shoveling is going to be very hard. However, the freezing rain on trees and power lines, this is adding extra weight, and that essentially means that those could easily snap. Those can come down, leading to power outages and potential road closures if we have a power line or a tree on any of our local roads. How much of that ice are we expecting? Accumulation likely greater than 1/4 of an inch along the I-95 corridor, sections of New Jersey, northern Delaware, Wilmington, maybe even getting closer to about 1/2 an inch of ice. And assuming we get a smaller amount than some of the numbers I'm showing you here, you heard Brittney Shipp mention it earlier, even a light glaze is already dangerous enough for drivers. And what could be one of the reasons that those power lines or trees could come down with the extra weight, or because of the extra weight? It is going to be the wind. Yes, we are expecting gusty conditions for the afternoon, with those wind gusts getting near 30 miles per hour. Of course, icicles hanging off of trees or any other surfaces, they look really pretty on picture, but of course, they can be very dangerous as well if we have that ice on the roads. Erin.
All right, thanks, Marvin. You know, he just mentioned wind gusts. Our team coverage continues in Atlantic County, where we hear that wind is really whipping out there.
Yeah, NBC 10's Lee Zhang is live in Ventnor right now.
Yeah, guys, this wind is no joke. You can really feel it if you're standing out here for just even a few seconds. I want to show you guys just how deep the snow is. I mean, it has certainly not stopped snowing since we've been here. We got here around 5 or so in the morning, and it really has just looked like this pretty much the whole morning, with just more and more snow added to the ground. And as you can imagine, a bunch of these shops, they are all closed today. But, you know, we were driving around Ventnor Avenue, and guess what is open at this hour? It is, of course, a Wawa. So while we've been in the parking lot, I've been chatting with some folks about where they're coming from, where they're going today. This is our new friend Rocky, who graciously allows us to talk to him. Rocky, you mentioned you are not from here. You drove here from New York, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how have the roads been so far?
Kind of slippery, I must admit.
And can I ask what brings you to New Jersey?
Atlantic City. Came to have a little weekend in Atlantic City with a couple of friends.
Oh my goodness! Did you plan this knowing that the weather would be like this?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Really, I didn't believe the weatherman. He did say it was coming, but I didn't believe the weatherman.
Oh my
now I believe.
I was gonna say, are you a believer now?
I'm a believer now. Yes, ma'am.
Being from New York, I imagine you're used to driving in the snow, or at least you're used to driving in winter weather, right?
Oh yes.
Do you have any advice for drivers? We hear all the time about people, driving too fast. Maybe they drive a little faster than we would advise them to. What would you recommend to drivers?
Drive very slow. Take your time. Don't turn the wheel too much. Try to keep the wheel as straight as possible.
And I know this morning you stopped here at Wawa. That's how we met you. Yes. You've had a chance to kind of walk through the snow as well.
Yes, it's pretty deep.
Any thoughts?
Well, I hope it stops.
So I know you're in town for Atlantic City, having some fun. What's the rest of your day look like today?
Oh, I'm on my way home now, fortunately. I'm going back to New York.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I won't keep you all day, sir. I appreciate you for chatting with us. I hope you guys have a safe trip, and I hope you guys had a great time out here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rocky. So you heard it from someone who's used to driving in this weather. You got to really just take your time on these roads. Even while we've been out today, I think we've gone no faster than about 25, 30 miles an hour or so, but that is certainly sound advice if you are going to be out here. Really, really just take your time on these roads. We can't stress that enough. We'll send it back to you.
Rocky believes now.
Rocky. See, they don't get NBC10 in New York City.
That's
so
true.
He needed to be watching our meteorologists.
Right. We can't blame him for not having heard Marvin.
Come on, he's
okay.
hitting the road, so that's kind of what you're not supposed to be doing. Stay off the roads is what we're repeating. If you don't have to be out there. Our live team coverage continues now. Let's go to Tim Furlong in Delaware.
Yeah, Tim, how are things looking right now?
It's getting worse and worse and worse, but we got a new plow driver on the job. This guy right here, Governor Matt Meyer, who probably shouldn't be climbing all over the equipment before he talks to people. Governor, how are you?
Hey, Tim.
How you holding up today?
Good. I mean,
roads are tough.
They're tough. This is kind of a pajamas all day kind of day in Delaware Valley. Yeah. Stay off the roads. Let's keep safe. We want to make sure emergency responders can get out and do their job.
I saw 10 a.m. it goes to level 2. Can you explain to our viewers what that means for Delaware?
That means stay off the road.
Everybody,
stay off the road. Yeah, stay off the road. If you have an emergency, call 911. Technically, the southern part of the state, Sussex County, is still level 1. Bottom line is, don't leave home. This is not a run to the convenience store real quick kind of storm. If you have cabin fever or stuck inside, go outside, play in the snow.
Yeah, we were at Wawa, and even the Wawas can't keep up with the snow with the private plow drivers. The side roads, DelDOT's doing a great job, and I always tell people to use the plow app because you can see where they are. But it's coming down faster than you can plow it. Is that your experience so far driving around?
Yeah, so far. It's, listen, we're subject to Mother Nature. And we're doing all we can, but Mother Nature's pretty tough, unforgiving. So we're just encouraging people to stay home. You help save emergency responders' lives when you stay home so they can get out, do their work. We don't want anyone hurt for a preventable situation. It's just not worth it.
We were pretty shocked out on the roads, and we saw people in these like Ford Festivas and Honda Fits, and you're like, cuz, what are you thinking? I mean, don't do it. I saw you're in an SUV, we're in an SUV, you're going out in this.
It's one of those odd days where I don't even get on my bicycle today.
Yeah.
It's that
That is a rare day.
That's a rare day.
Hey, listen, you're going out with a plow driver.
Yeah.
You're going to buy coffee. Like, how is this going to go for you? I mean, you're going to just be quiet and let them do their job, or you're going to want to help?
Listen, I'm just out to support them, say thank you, so I can get more information about what they do and see what we can do leading the state to support them and make emergency response a little bit better for Delaware.
This is your first time in a big winter storm, right? Last year we didn't have, after you were inaugurated, we didn't have anything too big. This is the biggest.
First time as governor, not first time in my life. This ain't our first rodeo, Tim.
I know, I got you. Hey, be safe out there.
Thank you.
Be nice
too,
to the
Tim.
plow driver. They're looking forward to having you along.
Thank you.
But just be safe and have your whole team be safe, too.
Excellent.
Thanks, Governor. Appreciate it. Yeah, so you see, the governor said it, too, and he's driving around in an SUV with his team. But it is at 10 o'clock a level 2 restriction that just came out. That's breaking news in the last few minutes, which means in Delaware, unless you have a waiver to be out, unless you're emergency personnel, media, plow drivers, things like that, even private plow contractors, you're okay. But you're not allowed to go to Wawa to get coffee. That's over in Delaware for the duration of this storm. We'll keep you posted as to when that goes away. But as of right now, that's the rule. So make sure you follow it, because you can see here, this snow keeps coming down. it just keeps piling up. This was actually shoveled not too long ago, and here we are again standing in a few inches of snow. So it is a very serious situation. Back to you guys.
Make that coffee at home. How cool is that, though? The governor riding around.
I know. Just, hey, what's up, governor?
No pressure on the drivers there, right? Having the governor right next to you.
Absolutely.
Love that he's with the crews out there that are working hard. Our live team coverage continues now over in Gloucester County.
NBC10 Siobhan McGurl's in Woodbury Heights right now. Siobhan, I know the last time we talked to you, you had about 4 inches of snow on the ground there, kind of showing us conditions. I think you're right by Route 45. It looks like we're seeing some trucks and some emergency vehicles out there in Woodbury Heights. How are things going?
Yeah, hey guys, snow continues to fall. Live look right now at those plow trucks coming through on Route 45 and Woodbury Heights, making sure these roads are clear as the snow continues to fall. A whole caravan of them, 1, 2, 3, and a fourth right here. You can see a car traveling behind them. Make sure no one's getting in their way out here this morning. We've seen a couple plows pass through, guys, but the snow is so constant that as soon as they pass through, not too long after, the roads are snow covered. We're still at this Wawa again. Oh gosh, and even more, guys. Let me just show you. A whole caravan of workers coming through here, making sure these roads are clear. Hey, we're at this Wawa. We're seeing some people still out and about. I just met, what's your name, man?
Connor.
Connor, what are you doing out here and how are the roads?
The roads aren't too good and I'm just can't get some gas. Figured it wasn't too busy out here, so.
I thought you were in a big truck, but what's feeling? What are you doing out there?
Probably about 15 or 20.
Anything more than that, what are you feeling?
I feel like I'm gonna slip off the road.
Yeah, what are your plans for the rest of the day once you get the gas here?
Probably just hanging at home.
Yeah, perfect day for it, right?
Yeah.
Watch some football. Important to take it seriously. You've been experiencing these conditions firsthand. We have some people sitting at home on the couch. What's your message to them?
If you don't need to go out, don't go out. Just stay at home.
Yeah, that is the message, man. Thank you so much for stopping to talk to us. I appreciate you. Maybe get some coffee when you get your gas and then get back home, right? Hey, so one of the things out here is you see some more cars come in. The snow is light and fluffy, which the people who are out here shoveling at the Wawa told me is a good thing. If you see, super easy to shovel. I'm doing that with my left hand. I'm right-handed, so super easy. I don't know how much longer that'll last. And the thing is, so I saw someone post first thing this morning. They said, hey, well, it's light and fluffy. That's the good news. The bad news is you shovel and then 30 minutes later you got to come out because it just continues to fall out here. Again, we'll give you another look at 45 after those plows pass through. You can still see snow covered on those roads. Those plows are out working. We know state, county, and local. I saw some Woodbury Heights Public Works crews come through the neighborhoods over here, working to keep up with this. Again, guys, it's essential travel only. We did talk to some people who were just out for church this morning, stopped over at the Wawa to grab some coffee, but they say, hey, after this, they're home, going no more than 15, 20 out here. Brittney, Aaron, I'll just leave you real quick with another look at the tree branches here and the power lines, because that's where we really want to pay attention to today. Good news so far, don't see a lot of ice sticking there, but we will certainly be keeping an eye on that as the snowstorm continues. Guys, we'll send it back to you in Woodbury Heights.
We know the changeover is going to happen at some point. Siobhan McGurl reporting in Woodbury Heights. Thanks for that.
All right, let's take a live look now. 9:44 on your Sunday. This is Bethlehem, PA. You can see a driving shot, almost a near whiteout here. Those roads not plowed at all where we're seeing this shot at least. And the precipitation still falling. We expect the snow to turn into ice and sleet in parts of our region, causing even more dangerous conditions. Stay home if you can. Our meteorologists are tracking the timing of this thing, and we're letting you know the impacts coming up in just a few minutes. If you've been with us throughout the morning, you know the roads are not looking so great as snow continues to fall. It's been falling for hours now. We have on the phone right now PennDOT spokesperson Chris Johnson.
Chris, good to see you. I think we've got you coming to us in a second here. Pennsylvania, we know, has more than 40,000 miles of state-owned roadways. There we go. Hey, Chris, good to see you. They got to clear all of this during the storm. We talked to you a couple of hours ago. Now it's 9:47. What are the road conditions looking like right now, and how have they changed over the past couple of hours?
Well, the snow is definitely coming down at a pretty quick rate there. We have pre-treated the roads prior to this winter event with brine and salt, so that does help stop the ice from sticking to the pavement. So we're ahead of the game in that regard. We have our full crew out, all hands on deck, with snow plows, all of our personnel, and they will just continue to treat those roads, to clear those roads, to make them as safe as and passable until this weather event is done and we clean it up.
You mentioned that you have, all of your crews out right now, full power. What kind of strategy do you use going into a storm like this? I'm sure many of us can't understand the complexity of it, but how many road crews do you have? How many plows do you have deployed right now?
So right now we have, like I said, hundreds and hundreds of our personnel are here. Like I said, the all hands on deck. We have more than 70,000 tons of salt that's stockpiled, so we don't have any concerns about salt. PennDOT plans to use all of our available resources during this storm. That's about 425 trucks. That includes more than 160 state trucks and about 260 contractor trucks across the region. Also, we have 89 municipal contracts that are in place, so that this helps us, especially with the city of Philadelphia, so we can make sure that we are covering all those roadways, very effectively and as safely as possible.
Really quickly before we let you go, we know that the snow is going to change over to sleet, that freezing rain, later on today. So how does your strategy change as the conditions change and we get more of the ice?
Well, we were certainly pretty proactive. PennDOT always is. They've been doing this a long time with getting that anti-icing, that salt, spraying salt water brine and salt on the roadways before the storm starts. That makes sure that that product is going on the road and stops a lot of that ice from sticking to the pavement in the first place. Now, when the snow came down, it's kind of a benefit that the snow came down first today, and will continue a little bit into this afternoon, because the plows will go through and pick up that snow very effectively. So as we know, there'll be very cold temperatures this week, and it's going to take some time for everything to thaw out and move, clean up this storm. So it'll be a couple days.
Okay, Chris Johnson with PennDOT giving us an idea of what exactly crews are dealing with out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, let's send over to Matt DeLucia standing by in the live center, taking a look at the roads and a lot of the pictures that are coming in from viewers out there. Hey there, Matt.
Yeah, and we just got some breaking news from SEPTA. We were just on the phone with them. So all bus and regional rail service will be suspended at 2 o'clock this afternoon. They'll be evaluating how that goes forward, when they will be able to start operations again. But we were concerned about buses being delayed or suspended. Now, everything will be suspended starting at 2 o'clock. Market Frankfurt line, Broad Street line, those are still running. Those are the best bets to get in and out of the city if you can. But right now, that is the latest word from SEPTA. Mass transit being hit hard by the snowstorm already here at 9:51 in the morning, ladies.
Thanks for that update, Matt. Our team coverage continues right now in Chester County. NBC10's Katie Zachary is in Berwyn.
Good morning again, Katie.
Good morning. And Matt had just talked about SEPTA's update about that bus service being suspended as of 2 o'clock. Behind me here along Lancaster Avenue, you can see bus route 105. Fortunately, no one that we've seen has been waiting out for any SEPTA buses to pick them up. And truthfully, we have not seen any SEPTA buses on Lancaster Avenue. Take a look, Eric, pan off to the right. It's really whiteout conditions here. Visibility is not great, and the snow is coming down pretty quickly. It's hard to tell Lancaster Ave, which is the street coming toward you, as it differs from the side street which is going across it. Here in Berwyn, that's Bridge Avenue and Old Lancaster Road. The plows are working overtime on Lancaster Ave. We've seen them over the last little bit, but the snow's just coming down so quickly, it's kind of blanketing and covering up any progress they've made. As we spin back around here to this parking lot just off that intersection I showed you, I want to take my tape measure and show you, switch hands here, I want to show you how many inches we have here in Berwyn, Chester County. As we push it down, it's coming up to 5 inches. About 20 minutes ago, we were around the 4-inch mark. Now it's around 5 inches. And I wanted also just show you how light and fluffy it is. It's really easy to kind of push around, and you can see the pavement there. It's nice. It's not sticking to the pavement. We don't have that icy glaze on the pavement. If your kids are, watching our coverage, looking outside and wanting to come out and make snowmen. I tried. I couldn't make a snowman. It's not really good packing snow, but some takeaways, Aaron and Brenna, because I know you both have kiddos at home probably wanting to get out in this fun winter weather. Definitely they need their snow pants, their snow boots, their ski jacket, their winter jacket, hand warmers, layer up. Temps are hovering here in Chester County around 10 degrees, and you really feel it. So I would say go outside for like a quick little window and come back in and get some hot chocolate.
I want video of the attempt to make a snowman next time. I'd like to see it. I believe in you,
Katie will do it.
I believe.
Katie will do it.
I did. I tried, and we'll get video when it's a more successful attempt. How's that?
Okay. Yeah, maybe when it turns to ice and rain, because we know that's coming.
Oh boy. All right. Thanks for that, Katie.
We know that's coming.
Let's bring in meteorologist Brittney Shipp. Good thing you mentioned it, because that's what we're looking at now. Like, when is that changeover really going to happen?
And it all depends. We have a timeline for everyone. It depends on which neighborhood you're in. It's going to happen first if you're closer to the shore, parts of South Jersey, and the last to see that changeover is the Lehigh Valley and Berks County, and those locations are where we'll have the higher snowfall amount. So again, it's this changing dynamic storm that we're watching. And if we can switch it on over to Weather Computer 2, I can show you exactly what we can expect as we head into the rest of today. Here's a look at some of our wind gusts in the meantime, which they are going to be gusting up to about 30 miles per hour as we head into the rest of the afternoon. But as we take a look at live look outside maybe, and we'll show you that we are just seeing white out conditions. But again, overall, we are dealing with just a lot of snow moving through the area for today. There's a closer look at what we need to see, and this is down towards Cape May. I mean, it just looks like it's just a mess out there. It's just a winter wonderland. So there you can see it. We have just one little lone car here driving down, but look at our live camera network. It does show us white out conditions for Philadelphia, snow-covered roads here. Can barely make out the train station. Then you've already seen Cape May. We'll show you the Valley Forge tourism camera here. Again, whiteout conditions, and probably everyone having a good time up on the mountain there, Camelback Mountain. The two things we're tracking for you during this first alert: number one, the heavy snow that is happening now. That started at between 1 and 2 a.m. And then the dangerous ice threat is the next part that we're going to track and that we are concerned about. I went ahead and updated more snowfall totals here. Birdsboro picking up 4.5 inches of snow. Camden, 5 inches. Burlington, 5 inches, over 5 inches. And Woodside, Delaware, 4.2. Magnolia, Delaware, Kent County, and then Chester, PA, almost 5 inches. That has been the range so far with the latest totals. And we do have another couple of hours of snow coming down before that changeover starts. So our current versus feels like temperatures also impressive. 15 degrees in Philadelphia, feeling like 1 below. 11 degrees in Reading. Allentown, it feels like 8 degrees below zero, feeling just like 4 degrees in Millville. And our wind gusts currently up to 25 miles per hour in Millville, 30 in Dover, 30 in Wildwood, and 34 at the Atlantic City Marina. So we are seeing these gusty wind speeds. And as we look at our radar shot, where you see the darker blue, that's heavy snow coming down. That decreases your visibility. That's how we're seeing those whiteout conditions across all of our cameras here. Our hour-by-hour forecast shows hours more of snow until we get to about 11 a.m. for the shore. As we get to 1 o'clock along our I-95, now we have that rain-snow mix moving. It'll continue tracking to the north and west. 2, 3 o'clock, it's all the way up towards the Lehigh Valley. Once we see this pink here, this is more of a wintry mix. So that means sleet, that means freezing rain, and the icy conditions are expected. And that's when it gets even a little bit more dangerous. Down towards Cape May, do you see that temperature, 37 degrees? So that's rain. We'll start to see rain moving back into the forecast right along the shore. And as we look ahead to how much more rain or snow or mix we'll be dealing with, this is going to extend all the way into our late hours tonight, potentially lingering showers into our early morning hours tomorrow. We're talking 2, 3 a.m. in the morning on your Monday. Our ice forecast, this is the most concerning part of this entire weather forecast with this storm, and that's the potential for significant icing all over this I-95 corridor, immediate suburbs to the north and west, and also the immediate suburbs to the south and east here. So anywhere you see the blue, the darker blue, that means we could see significant icing. Even light icing is dangerous because it creates icy roads and dangerous driving conditions. When we talk about significant icing, anywhere between over half an inch of ice, we start to see major tree damage and also prolonged power outages because the freezing rain just glazes and it weighs down those power lines, and those could also bend and break. So we're watching that carefully for you. And overall, just a reminder, the snowfall forecast, 12 to 18 inches for Reading and Allentown, 8 to 12 over this I-95. We've already picked up about 5 inches, so we're more than halfway there to get into that range, and then 3 to 5 closer to the shore. Coming up, we'll talk more about that timeline. That's what we're going to continue to emphasize, is when you can expect the changeover in your neighborhood. Matt.
All right, thanks, Brady. Matt DeLucia here in the Lime Center. We've been monitoring traffic. We've been monitoring the rails. We just mentioned about SEPTA canceling the regional rail and buses starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We have that here. We've been posting it on social media. They've already been having a lot of issues, SEPTA, so a lot of delays so far here because of switch issues, power issues. But you know what? Let's talk about the fun stuff, shall we? All right, we've been seeing a lot of videos of people having some fun here. So this is what Veronique, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, sent this in. Adult snow fun at 22nd and Spring Garden there. A little plow right there in that gas station parking lot. Nels sending us this video here of snow in the Pottstown area. So you can see it really just already piled up in that area, several inches from that shot. Rose Kirchner sending us this photo here from Gloucester City, New Jersey. She said this is right outside her apartment there. You can't even see outside. It's all snow. It's all a blanket of white at this point. Stacy sending us this beautiful picture of Eleanor the Westie greeting the snowy day on the front porch in Long Beach Island. We've seen a lot of cute dog and kid pictures. Speaking of kid pictures here, Lisa McDowell sending us this. Asher from West Hampton making snow angels in his first big snowfall. Please send us your photos and videos using the share it section on NBC10.com or the free NBC10 app. We have plenty more snow coverage here on this snowy Sunday for you. NBC 10 News continues right now.
This is NBC 10 News.
Snow continues to accumulate here in Roxborough.
Really low visibility as well all throughout our region.
Snow feels like it is falling a bit heavier right now.
Make room for the plows out there as they make their way through to try to clear everything up.
This is probably one of the most important parts of the forecast, is the fact that we expect to see significant icing.
We're looking at the potential for some pretty significant power outages.
Yes, serious business for sure. The ice threat, something that's going to impact many communities along the I-95 corridor.
Snow has been falling for hours and it is starting to pile up in many places. Look at your screen. A live look from our cameras in Allentown, Center City, Wilmington, Delaware, and Cape May. My goodness, nearly whiteout conditions. You can see the storm is affecting every corner of our region right now.
The wind making an impact too. This is what it looked like just a short time ago in Center City. The snow is blowing sideways as crews work hard to keep up with the sidewalks and the roadways, trying to keep everything clear.
Really is best to stay off the roads right now so crews can plow. A driver got stuck in the snow here in Delaware. This is on Folk Road. Tim Furlong spoke with the governor of Delaware just minutes ago. A level 2 driving restriction is in effect right now. It means only essential personnel should be on the roads. Unnecessary travel strongly discouraged, and you could be pulled over if your travel is not essential.
We've also deployed Storm Ranger 10. It's our mobile weather radar. There it is, stationed right now at Wings Field in Bluebell, Montgomery County. This is part of the data that our First Alert weather team is looking at to track this storm.
Yeah, we saw the first flakes starting to fall around 2 o'clock this morning, about when we were getting up and over here. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on NBC 10 News today. I'm Brenna White.
I'm Erin Coleman. 10 o'clock on your Sunday morning, and we continue to track this major winter storm. It's already brought several inches of snow to communities all over the region. It's not over yet. In fact, leaders in Philadelphia, they're scheduled to update us on their response to the storm at any moment. We're going to bring that to you just as soon as it begins. But first, let's have a look at Havertown, Delaware County. A blanket of snow is covering this neighborhood.
Wow.
You can't see where the front yards end and the streets begin.
Several inches out there.
Yeah.
In Center City, crews are busy clearing the sidewalk. So far, just a thin layer of snow in Center City, but those fierce winds are blowing the snow sideways, so making visibility and cleanup difficult.
SEPTA trains, they're still running on the Norristown high-speed lines, but those train cars, they're pretty empty. SEPTA says riders today can expect delays and cancellations.
Let's take a live look at the roads in Allentown. Look at all of that snow. Definitely something that you can actually see that plow starting to remove snow from the sidewalks, but the roads really are not clear. You need to take it slow if you have to head out the door, and if you don't, just stay home.
All right, let's get right on over to NBC10's meteorologist Brittney Shipp. Tell us what we're seeing right now out there, Brittney.
Yeah, right now we are dealing with the whiteout conditions, just like you guys have been showing. Here's a closer look outside of 30th Street Station. And again, the roads are snow covered. There's not a lot of cars out there, which is a good thing. But the next piece of this story that we want to just drill home is the fact that we're going to start to see more of a changeover, a wintry mix, which would include the sleet and the freezing rain for the shore. That's going to start at 11 a.m. So in another hour or so, we're going to start to get reports of sleet, freezing rain moving in. For Philadelphia, it's right around noon. And once this starts, it continues through this time frame. So it starts at noon for Philadelphia, continues until 9 p.m. And then for our PA suburb, starts at 1 and continues to about 10 p.m. For Berks and Lehigh, 6 p.m. until about midnight. And for places like the shore, after this, it's just plain rain because temperatures are going to be pushing up to about 40 degrees down the shore. Our radar shot right now showing us it is still all snow coming down. You have the heavier pockets here where you start to see those darker blues, those deeper blues. The visibility is low, the snow is heavy. And then just to the south of Sussex County, you're already seeing the pink. So that's telling us there's warmer air working into the system, and we're going to slowly start to see everything go from that fluffy snow, which is hard to pack and hard to make a snowman, to packable snow. Not only that, but it's switching over to sleet and freezing rain, and eventually all rain. So our futurecast showing us our hour by hour goes. Over the next 2 to 3 hours, you're going to notice a big difference in the type of precipitation that's coming down, and it'll be widespread across most of the region with the exception of Allentown and Reading, which is why their range is 12 to 18 inches of snow. They'll get a few more hours more than everyone else of just pure snow coming down. By 3 o'clock, you're starting to see the rain developing here towards Cape May, 37 degrees on that temperature reading. And by 5 o'clock, we're still steady with the wintry mix over the Philadelphia region, a lot of our suburbs to the north and west and south and east. And then as we head into 7 p.m., a little bit more rain develops here for most of South Jersey, and snow still going strong up towards the Lehigh Valley. And unfortunately, the wintry mix is still going strong over a lot of our PA suburbs in Philadelphia. And eventually, by 10, 11 o'clock tonight, we do run out of moisture. The storm system continues to pull away from us, but it's going to be a solid 12 to 15 hours of some type of precipitation. This is a long duration. But our most concerning part is the probability of significant icing in this blue area. So we're talking Wilmington, Philadelphia, up towards Trenton, and unfortunately with significant icing over ½ an inch, that means major tree damage is possible, prolonged power outages, even light icing if you were in that light region. Icy roads, dangerous driving. You just don't want to mess with it, especially if there's an ice threat, which we do have for today. Matt, let's check in with you. He is in the live center. Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Brittany. And we've been talking about those icy, snowing conditions and just what we're going to be expecting with this long duration type of storm. And SEPTA announcing within the last 15, 20 minutes that bus and regional rail service will be suspended starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And the earliest that it can come back online, we're told, will be tomorrow. So again, that is the earliest that we'll see SEPTA service resuming on bus and regional rail. Now, Market Frankfurt line, Broad Street line, those are continuing to run. So that is not impacted by this at all. But again, that is a big note for you folks who may need to take SEPTA, that is going to have an impact on the commute later on this afternoon. Now, let's take a look at the roads. Not really seeing too much in the way of travel out there. A lot of people staying off the roads, heeding the warning. 76 eastbound here at University Avenue, very empty. There was a crash there about a half hour ago, cleared out of the way there. 76 here, the Conshohocken curve, only a few cars out there at the moment. As we look here, 95 Woodhaven, you could barely make it out the roadway in the distance there. Very low visibility, seeing that on a lot of roadways at this point. Same goes here in Delaware 95 at Route 452. Now, we also learned within the last hour here, Delaware now has a level 2 restriction. That just started about 7 minutes ago here. So that means only emergency workers, healthcare workers, utility crews, can be on the road. So that applies to Delaware. Everywhere else, seeing about 45-mile-per-hour speed restrictions. Please be safe if you do have to go. Otherwise, just stay home, ladies, right?
Good advice. We keep saying it. All right. Thanks for that, Matt DeLucia in our live center. Let's send it out to Siobhan McGraw.
Yeah, she's in Woodbury Heights, right near Route 45. Pretty major road, but right near a Wawa. I know you got some brave individuals out there getting their coffee.
Some people are out, but those people who are out are taking it slow and going right home, they tell me. Hey, I want to start off. Last time we saw you, about 30 minutes ago, we saw a caravan of plow drivers coming through here on 45. Half hour later now, we can barely see the blacktop. 45 is covered in snow. This morning, we know the public works crews are working at the state level, the county level, the local level. We've seen Woodbury Heights crews come by here. We know that they are working here in Gloucester County. They are in Camden County, Burlington County. We just got an update, a full fleet, but the snow continues to fall, guys. So they're working as hard as they can to keep up with this storm. Right now, I have the yardstick out here. Let's check in Woodbury Heights. We have... Ooh, look at that. It looks like we're close to 5 inches of snow here in Woodbury Heights, just off of Route 45 as the snow continues to come down, almost coming down sideways, guys, and we're feeling the winds pick up. I'm going to walk over this way. The people who we have seen out today, again, they tell us they're taking it slow. They say if they go over like 15, 25, that's when they start to feel the car slip and slide. Even the people I spoke with say they don't advise being out. They were going right back home. Other people we talked to, they're contractors and essential workers, people who have to be out on the road, of course, across the region. And right here in New Jersey under a state of emergency, people are being advised to stay home. Only travel if you need to, right? We keep on saying it. I'm going to show you. I got some props here, right? So I want to show you first. The snow right now, still that kind of like light, fluffy, super easy to shovel. The guys here at Wawa have been working hard to keep this parking lot clear, especially the areas around the gas pumps. And they say light and fluffy. I was talking to one of the gentlemen. He goes, I don't think that's going to last. I don't know. We'll have to see, especially with this ice concern coming in. I saw this little thing online that if you put rubbing hull and water into a bottle and spray it, some of the ice comes off, because we do see some of the ice building up. So look at that. It does kind of work. It's the first time I tried this. I don't know. But you can see the ice coming off, because while the snow is light and fluffy, we do see the ice building up. Over here on the windshield, too, you can see our windshields are kind of, the windshield wipers are kind of coated. Ooh, much thicker. But I don't know. Maybe a trick if you're thinking about going outside and start to clear off some of your cars. Ooh, actually, let me leave you with this shot right here, guys. John, if you could turn around the camera. There's one of those plow trucks, DOT. We told you guys they are out working. Difficult conditions as the snow continues to fall, but they're trying their best to keep up with it. Again, county, state, local crews all out here. Brenna, Aaron, we will send it back to you.
She does it all.
Siobhan, you are having a time out there. We got the science in a bottle. She's shoveling snow the right way, by the way.
Yes.
I love
she
it.
Looks good
I
doing
love
it. Siobhan, thanks.
Making the best of this situation. All right.
You got to do what you got to do, right?
Absolutely.
That's for sure. Thank you so much, Siobhan. We'll check back in a little bit. For now, we need to head to Delaware. This is a live look from our camera in Wilmington. And as you can see, visibility definitely low. Those cars really taking it slow on the interstate.
Let's check back in with Tim Furlong. Hey, Tim. Oh, he's back in the car.
Good. We like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm no dummy. I'm getting back in the car, but I feel like a big old loser. Siobhan's like doing like science experiments, making me look bad here. Sorry, I don't have anything prepared for you guys today. But yeah, so we were I did just have the governor of my state though. I don't think she had the governor with her, but either way. But hey, listen, I want to show you where we are. Let's look out the front of our vehicle here. We are now in North Wilmington, Brandy 100 area. We are heading west on Silverside Road, crossing over Falk Road. These are Falk and Silverside are two like main roads in North Wilmington that a lot of people know. And you can see DelDOT has been out. I assure you, I've seen the trucks. We have seen them on the plow map, but they're having trouble keeping up. This is the state of the roads in Delaware at this point. Most of Delaware. Southern Delaware, a little different because it's a little bit different consistency of the snow down there. And also we're noticing that the lights aren't timing out all the same. So sometimes we're sitting at lights for a really long time. That just turned green when I said that. Of course, that's how it goes on TV. Another thing that we've learned in our station vehicle driving, and you should not be driving, is sometimes you hear boom, and we all shake, and Matt, my photographer, goes, I think we hit a curb. I'm like, yeah, you think? Of course we did. but you can't see the curbs. The snow is level with the curbs, and if you're driving through like a shopping center, it's hard to tell where the medians are and things like that. Some of the shopping centers are getting plowed. Some of the private areas are getting plowed over by like the big companies at the big box stores and the real estate developers. They have their crews out there, but on the smaller shopping centers and certainly on main roads like this, Silverside Road here, it's DelDOT. DelDOT handles about 90% of the roads in the state of Delaware. Unlike a lot of other states like Pennsylvania and New Jersey, the municipalities handle more of their streets. Newark handles some of their streets. Wilmington handles some of their streets, but DelDOT handles the vast majority of streets. So they're doing their best to keep up. So you have to be patient. Take it very slow if you have to go out. But again, I want to remind you what the governor said. We're now, as of 13 minutes ago, in a level 2 driving emergency situation. So you're not allowed to be on the roads of Delaware unless you're state official, media, essential personnel, delivery, plow drivers, things like that. So just be super careful out here on the roads if you're one of those people. And if you're not one of those people, get off the road. It's not time to go to Wawa to get your coffee. Sorry, it's not. So you just need to be super careful. So we'll check back with you in a little while, but wherever you are, continue to stay safe and continue to stay warm. Back to you guys.
Every now and then, you can see in this shot, Tim, you can see every now and then where the plows have come by, but there's so much falling that it looks like the road hasn't been touched.
Right. You can't blame Matt. I trust Matt.
Yeah, we're in like this heavy vehicle. Yeah, we're a heavy vehicle, and like we're fishtailing a little bit and stuff. And look, you see this car here, that's a little Ford that is not all-wheel drive, and they're stuck. I mean, like, and you want to say to these people, let's be real. You just want to go up to them and be like, hello, like, what were you thinking, man?
What are you doing?
Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing? I mean, what could you possibly have needed to go out for? And by the way, if you have an emergency, 911. That's what you do. That's what even the governor. You with me? The governor said that a short while ago. It's safer for everybody. If you need to call help, call 911. So guys, just everybody use their head, please.
Listen, can't say it enough. Tim Furlong driving there in Delaware, North Wilmington.
Let's head to the Pennsylvania suburbs now. This is a live look at King of Prussia from our Valley Forge tourism camera. This camera has been showing just continuous snowfall all morning long. It's really low visibility.
Let's go to Katie Zachary. She's live along Lancaster Avenue, heading from Chester into Delaware County, if I've got that right. What are you seeing out there, Katie?
You've gotten that right. We timed it perfectly, Aaron. Take a look outside. We are passing from Berwyn into Devon right now. And you just missed photographer Eric Cheever saying to me as we were going through that intersection, this is bad. And Aaron, to echo something you just said, it's hard to decipher where they've plowed on the main road to the shoulders where they haven't plowed, because as quickly as they go through here on Lancaster Ave with the plows, and we've seen them pretty repeatedly, the snow is just falling at such a rate where it covers up any progress they've made, which really echoes to what we've said. You have to go slowly. We are going 19 miles an hour right now. Normal speed limit is 35. We've seen some trucks, some SUVs. There's not a lot of traffic on the road, but some are going faster than they should, and that's just not a good idea. We talked to the battalion chief over at the Berwyn Fire Department. She's been out this morning and told me, to quote her, the roads are horrible. We also talked to someone who lives not far from that new Berwyn Fire Department. She was out, her dog Honey was out in this snow, and she had some really fun remarks we wanted to share with you.
It's very icy, a lot more difficult to shovel.
More difficult to shovel. So what are your plans for shoveling all this snow we're getting?
I know I need to go out every couple hours, depending. So I just did my first, so it's much easier on my back.
That's great advice. And was it heavy? Was it light? How would you describe it for people?
It was light right now, but it feels like it's changing.
Okay, so those were more serious remarks we heard from her. Very informative. She was really sweet after that. She was saying how much her dog Honey loves to frolic in the snow. And one thing we noticed as I was petting the dog, that the snow that was falling on its fur was turning to ice pretty quickly. So if you're walking your dog, if you're letting it run around in the snow, just be aware it's going to cling on to the fur pretty quickly. And I just want to draw your attention. we're coming up behind a bunch of people who are just walking on Lancaster Avenue, right in the lane here. I'm pretty sure you can probably make out Aaron and Brenna. Tell me if you can from our screen. We have someone on our right walking on the street with a dog. Okay, and then we have two guys who are just in the middle of our lane of traffic. Not advisable at all, just because there isn't great visibility as we're showing you right now through our camera. So, you know, we don't know what their situation is, but we can also tell you that SEPTA, as of 2 o'clock, will be suspending its bus service. And here along Route 30, going west of the city and back into the city, that is vital for so many people who work out here. There are a lot of businesses that are totally closed today, so you hope those workers who need to make their way into and out of Philadelphia are not working and are not needing to catch that bus, which again, SEPTA bus service is suspended as of 2 o'clock today. We'll send it back to you all.
All right, Katie Zachary there giving us a look at the Pennsylvania suburbs, and boy, it's just getting worse and worse. Since we came on the air this morning, conditions really, no matter where you are, have really deteriorated.
That stay-at-home advice, I mean, just getting more and more true.
Absolutely. All right, we're continuing to track the impacts of this major winter storm around the region. You're looking live right now at Broad Street, Center City, Philadelphia. The snow's been falling for the past 8 hours or so. Several snow emergencies have been declared all across our area. The majority of our region could see 10 inches of snow or more, but the storm will eventually transition to sleet and freezing rain, which raises the threat of downed trees and power lines. SEPTA says regional rail service and bus service going to be suspended starting at 2 o'clock. We've been saying that. We'll say it again. Service suspensions on New Jersey Transit have already started. 641 flights have been canceled already at Philly International Airport. That's according to FlightAware. And we have a news conference. Now, we've been telling you that the mayor of Philadelphia and other city leaders were planning to do a news conference. Let's show you that live picture right now because they've just gathered there at the podium. More on what the city of Philadelphia is doing.
Let me start by saying good morning, everyone. I want to thank you all for being here in these very challenging conditions. Philadelphia, I want you to know that as we gather here this morning, weather officials have told us that the snow began falling across the city at around 3 a.m. This morning. And how many inches? Do we know how many inches, Dom, about now?
We were 3.5 at the EOC at 9 a.m.
So 3.5 inches at 9 a.m. This morning. And after that ends, we're anticipating an additional sleet and or what we're referencing as freezing rain conditions, and that will stay with us for a few hours. This remains a significant winter storm, and there are rough travel conditions expected all day long. So please remain at home if you possibly can. Since 5 a.m. this morning, for about 6 hours now, we've had a combined force of about 1,000 of our city workers and contractors, and they are using nearly 600 pieces of equipment, battling continuously to keep our roads safe and clear. And when we say equipment, we talk about everything from those triaxle dump trucks to loaders, sanitation compactors with plows that are attached to them, pickup trucks, and this was a new one for me, Philadelphia. Even ATVs have been deployed to help keep our roads clear. And beyond that, I want you to know that there are hundreds of city employees working collaboratively across departments and agencies to keep our warming shelters open, to answer 311 calls and 911 calls, and to ensure that our utilities are ready. And of course, all of our essential city services are operational. So I want to thank all of our municipal workforce because their work and their service right now, today and in the coming days, is essential, and we want you to know that we appreciate you. Philadelphia, we also want you to know that the city remains under a snow emergency that began at 9 p.m. last night. As of this moment, there is no update on when we anticipate lifting those restrictions as we still have more hours of precipitation to navigate and to clear. So I want to say thank you also to those citizens who have cooperated, and they've moved their vehicles. Many of them did that before last night at 9 p.m. when our snow emergency went into effect, and we want you to know we don't take that lightly. While our snow emergency has been in effect for just about 12 hours, I also want to acknowledge our teams that have been working in an enhanced emergency posture since last Tuesday under our enhanced Code Blue operations. Now, Philadelphia, you should know that the Code Blue addresses additional support and operations for vulnerable populations during bitterly cold temperatures that are expected to continue for much of the coming week, far beyond when today's precipitation will actually end. I do understand that we have provided at least 250 additional bed slots during this emergency, and you're going to hear more from our Deputy Managing Director, Crystal Yates-Gale, on those details shortly. But speaking of bitterly cold temperatures that will remain, they will continue to remain with us, I want to reaffirm several of the safety messages that we shared with you yesterday. First, please remain off the roads if you do not have to travel. This challenging forecast means that we must completely clear the roads of snow, listen, before applying salt, since it will not penetrate snow due to the frigid temperatures. The less cars on the road means more time for our crews to get that essential task completed. So please, let's give our workforce the cooperation that they need. Now, Director Williams and Commissioner Del Rossi, they've been keeping me updated on the hour about our plowing operations that will soon expand to lifting and melting operations so that we keep primary, secondary, and yes, Philadelphia, our small tertiary roads and streets clear. And they're going to tell you more about that, along with the equipment I just had the opportunity to see for the first time that I'm excited that we're employing here in our city. But I do want you to know, Philadelphia, that these operations require periodic road closures because of tight spaces and the volumes of snow. So staying out of their way now helps them to get the snow out of the way faster, and we thank you so very much for your patience. Last, the forecast transition from snow right now to ice and sleet later today has us all on heightened concern about slippery road conditions and an increased possibility of power outages. I want to say a special thank you to our utility companies, PECO and PGW, for staying on the ready and in constant communication with the Office of Emergency Services here, led by Dom, so thank you for that. Now is the time, Philadelphia, to go around your own home to ensure that you are prepared. And once you're secure, please do what you can to check on your neighbors to make sure they are ready as well, especially our seniors and those folk who are disabled. We want to make sure we're providing as much assistance as possible. So if you have a neighbor that you know needs help with shoveling or anything related to the storm, please help them. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it's what I mean when you hear me say One Philly. This is when we get a chance to show the best that we have to offer. If you see someone who is outside or who is disabled and they need help, I want you to remember that you can call this number, 215-232-1984. Again, that's 215-232-1984 if you see someone who is outside or disabled and they need help. And if you or someone you know needs immediate access to resources to get and stay warm, I want you to know that you can visit phila.gov/getwarm. That's phila.gov/GETWARM. Now, our aim is to convene the media again on Monday around this same time for another snowstorm update. So we want you to watch our communications on social media. And to Diamond, Director Williams, Joe Grace, you all have been doing an amazing job with keeping our residents up to date. We want you to know that we will let you know via our normal channels, whether that's our public channels on cable or again on our website. So Philly, let's stick together. Let's take care of our family and our neighbors. Let's follow the guidelines we're providing for you. And I want you to know that we will get through this storm together. And I now want to turn things over to our Director Williams.
All right, you're listening to Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker there, giving us an update on the storm preparations that the city's been taking all throughout the week and up until this point now that we're in the midst of this storm.
This is NBC10 News.
The roads are horrible, so don't go out.
It's been coming down like this for hours. It's really whiteout conditions here.
We're not seeing the plows being able to keep up with a lot of this.
It's going to be a long couple days, right?
Unfortunately, yes. It's been a while since we've had to do like this.
This wind is no joke.
Our ice forecast, this is the most concerning part.
A very dangerous situation with the ice that we're anticipating in many of our neighborhoods.
Really, I didn't believe the weatherman. He did say it was coming, but I didn't believe the weatherman.
Are you a believer now?
I'm a believer now. Yes, ma'am.
Snow has been falling for hours and it is starting to pile up in many places. Look at your screen. Live looks from our cameras in Allentown, Center City, Wilmington, and Cape May. You can see this storm is affecting every corner of our region right now.
Let's take you through it. Take a look at this from Route 45, Woodbury, Gloucester County. You can see a car there stuck, going nowhere fast. And we've been seeing this really all over the region. If you don't have to be out in this mess, stay home. Let's take a look at Plymouth Township, Montgomery County, where snowplows have been really trying to get it done. This is actually a look from the driver's view. So from a slow plow driver's view, and you can see what they're up against, trying to stay ahead of the rate of the snow that is falling.
And the wind is making an impact too. This was the scene earlier today in Center City. You can see the wind really blowing around the city. It's kind of going sideways there as crews are trying to keep the sidewalks clear.
A driver got stuck in the snow here in Delaware. This is Folk Road. Tim Furlong spoke with the governor of Delaware about 2 hours or so ago, live right here on the air. A level 2 driving restriction is now in effect. That means only essential personnel should be out on the roads. Unnecessary travel, strongly discouraged, and you could be pulled over if your travel is not considered essential.
And we have deployed Storm Ranger 10. It is our mobile weather radar stationed right now at Wings Field in Bluebell, Montgomery County. This is a live look where it is parked. Part of the data our First Alert team is looking at to track this storm. Thank you for being with us this morning as we continue covering this major winter storm. I'm Brenna White.
I'm Erin Coleman. The snow started falling around 2 o'clock or so this morning. It's already brought several inches to neighborhoods all over the area. It is not over yet. Let's take you on the road right now in Bethlehem. Northampton County, tough conditions for drivers out there, and you can see the visibility not great, especially when it starts to stick to your windshield like that.
And we're seeing scenes like this all over. Meteorologist Marvin Gomez is tracking this storm. One big concern I know a lot of us have been worrying about is the ice that is to come, Marvin.
That is correct. It's just a mess everywhere in our area with the snow coming down. And yes, we're expecting also that transition over to a mix, which essentially means freezing rain for multiple locations. I want to give you a very broad view of everything that is happening happening on the eastern half of the country because folks on the eastern side of the Mississippi River were tracking this very large system, even bringing the threat for severe weather at the south. The Tennessee Valley right now getting that mix, and north of the Ohio River line, we're tracking the snow all the way into the Great Lakes, and yes, the snow even getting close to the international line with Canada. Locally, we're seeing snow right now in all of our neighborhoods. Of course, the heaviest of that coming down right now, mainly to the south and directly west of Philadelphia, all of Reading, the entire Lehigh Valley, the entire Garden State seeing some of the snow, and I'm getting the first few hints of that transition here to a mix, and that is near and around Dover. Meteorologist Justin Godynick is behind the scenes, and he's saying that he's already starting to see a few reports of a little bit of that mix, some of those ice pellets getting a little bit closer to Philadelphia as well. Let me zoom in along the I-95 corridor, the metropolitan region. We're tracking a lot of the snow right now, moderate to heavy in a couple of spots, especially where you see some of the darkest blues here in western Philly, northeast Philly, all the way into Bensalem, the heavy snow coming here. And another location where I'm seeing some of the darkest blues, that is actually over towards Chester County, south of the Schuylkill, towards Parksburg, into Westchester, East Nottingham, and northern Delaware, Newcastle County, the heavy snow pressing here in this location with some of those snow rates at about 3 inches per hour. That's what we've seen so far in a couple of spots. Let me show you some of the most recent snow reports that I have here for you. Norristown already collecting almost 6 inches of snow, 5 in Chatsford, New Hanover Township at 5 inches, and more than 4 inches already here in King of Prussia. Northeast Philly reporting over 4 inches of snow as well. And some of the reports from about an hour ago in New Jersey also highlighting more than 5 inches of snow in Seaford, Burlington as well. So again, this is from an hour ago. I'm pretty sure these numbers, once we get an update, or if we were to get an update soon, those are going to be even higher. Check out the view here down Broad Street in Center City, Philadelphia. Vehicles slowing down because those treacherous road conditions continue. 15 degrees, that is our current temperature in Philadelphia, but the warmer air is gradually pushing in, not at the surface, high up in the atmosphere, and that is why the ice concern, the freezing rain, will be the main threat for the rest of this afternoon. You can see our icons here highlighting that threat for our region in Philly, but also across the Pennsylvania suburbs and throughout New Jersey. I'll show you the map on the timing of this all coming up in a few minutes.
Marvin, thank you.
Let's give you a live look outside right now. Atop Center City, here and there we're seeing visibility get better. Sometimes it gets worse. You just got to stay with us. You can see Liberties 1 and 2 right here. Earlier today, you couldn't see it at all, but we're kind of getting waves of this stuff here.
Absolutely. At about 10:30 this morning, Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker and other city officials held a briefing about the city's response to this major winter storm. NBC10's Neil Fisher was there. He joins us now along I-95 in Fishtown.
Brenna, good morning to you. The mayor emphasized and encouraged Philadelphians to use caution if they have to go out. Well, we just saw a spun out vehicle on I-95 South here in Fishtown. Take a look at the roads right now. We're following a PennDOT crew that is kind of acting as a train. The road conditions are actually okay, but just about 2 lanes. We saw a vehicle that tried to go outside of the 2 lanes, and that's where they ran into problems because snow is stacked up about 2 feet high because those plows are out here working. But the road conditions are okay right here in Fishtown on I-95 South. That mayor's press conference wrapping up about a half hour ago. The mayor saying that the snow emergency will continue and that they don't have a time frame for when that will be lifted. Commissioner Bethel with the Philadelphia Police Department encouraged residents to adhere to those snow emergency routes and the restrictions that are in place, adding that more than 150 cars have been towed because they were parked along the snow emergency routes. And of course, snow plows were deployed this morning at 5 a.m. to fight the snow. They've been plowing for more than 6 hours now. Take a listen to what Clean and Green Director Carlton Williams had to say when I asked him about the effectiveness of salt in these conditions.
It's a plow-only operation because we don't want to put salt down, plow it to the side, and it doesn't take effect. We need to keep trying to control the accumulation amounts, and that's why our teams are out there constantly. We have extra resources in higher elevations in areas that are around the city to try to keep pushing it down. So while you may not see clear roadways right now because of the accumulations, it's still beneficial for us to run plows because when we're ready to now lay salt, we will be near bare surface. That's when it's going to take effect. Now, the temperatures...
And the city of Philadelphia also working with PennDOT to make sure that roads throughout the city of Philadelphia are passable. I spoke with PennDOT a few weeks ago. They tell me that they work on making these roads passable, not perfect. As you can see, everyone giving these plows the space they need to work. The city is concerned with the sleet and freezing rain that's to come. We know of SEPTA's cancellations today at 2 p.m., but General Manager Scott Sauer added that delays and cancellations could linger into tomorrow. Mayor Parker encouraging Philadelphians to exercise caution and only go out if you need to. That's the latest from Fishtown. Neil Fisher, NBC10 News.
A good explainer there from city officials about what exactly is going on, why they aren't putting the salt down yet, and why you don't see bare road at this moment.
Makes sense.
All right, Neil Fisher, thank you for that.
Matt DeLucia is tracking what else we need to know about the roads in the Live Center. Matt?
Yeah, thanks, ladies. And we're also looking at power outages as well, because once we get some of that ice on the lines, that is when we could see a lot of problems here. So we have poweroutage.com here that's showing us an interactive map of the outages right now. 156 so far in Philadelphia. Bucks County really not seeing too many major issues right now. 55 outages in Montgomery County and 28 in Delaware County. I checked New Jersey and Delaware. So far, not seeing any major problems there just yet. Now, Pico, they are saying that, because of the damage to trees and tree limbs, that could also knock down those power lines, poles, and other equipment. So they're going to be very busy. Meantime, we've got crews throughout our area. This is a live map of all of our crews. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, they are out in the elements, as you just saw in Neil's live shot there. But he also mentioned about SEPTA here. So again, at 2 o'clock, bus, regional rail, and the Metro G1 line will be suspended at 2 o'clock. PATCO trains, they are running every 30 minutes, but with some delays there. And New Jersey Transit, right now, the bus, light rail, and Access Link are suspended, but rail will be suspended at 2 o'clock as well. But getting back to SEPTA here, we did hear from SEPTA's GM, Scott Sauer, a little while ago when the city gave their update, and they again said that they will not bring back service until it is safe. Take a listen.
And I expect that we will have significant challenges through the week with the dipping temperatures that will keep this snow and ice around for a while. So if you do have to travel tomorrow, please expect that at a minimum there are going to be significant delays and trip cancellations.
So again, tomorrow is when we might see the update at the earliest of when things can possibly get back to some kind of normalcy. But again, we could see ripple effects throughout the week. Looking at the roads right now, there is a convoy of plow trucks making their way through the Schuylkill Expressway. We've already seen a lot of drivers getting stuck here, but we see a few cars out there, hopefully just essential workers at the moment. But other areas like 309 here, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, not seeing any activity. That's the good thing there. No one out on the roads there from this vantage point. But again, keep space for the PennDOT plow crews to make their way through, try to clear everything as quickly as possible. But we're hearing from a lot of viewers on social media talking about how these side roads not passable at this time, and even some of the major roads are not passable. So we're going to keep our eye on this here in the Live Center. For now, ladies, we'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, speaking of which, Matt, one of our photojournalists, Manny Noguera, is driving in South Jersey, headed to Philadelphia, and you can see there's a lot of traffic there on Route 38 right now. Brett, you said this is Morristown, by the way? Looks like Morristown in Burlington County there. You can see things are pretty backed up. It looks like there are some salt trucks or some sort of official vehicles there holding things up, but definitely a lot of traffic, and the roads are not completely clear. So you want to keep a lot of following distance, a lot of space between you and the other cars in front of you, and really take it slow.
Yeah, they're stuck behind that caravan of vehicles right there. Let's send it over to Siobhan McGurl, live in Camden County. Siobhan, the last time we saw you, you were in Gloucester County. You've been on the move. So what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, guys, right now we're in Camden County, right on the line between Lawnside and Barrington. I have to tell you, we traveled through some very difficult conditions to get here. All morning, we've been in Woodbury Heights. 45 is behind us. We took 45 up, got on the 295 on-ramp, and I want to show you some video here. As soon as we got on the on-ramp, several inches of snow were piled up on that on-ramp, and a car was stuck at the front of the on-ramp, led to a big backup there. Very dangerous right as they were trying to merge onto the highway. Thankfully, a tow truck came by. They were able to help that car get out. I talked to the tow truck driver. He said that that was like one of 15 cars they saw like that, having to help get them off the highway. Here in New Jersey is under a state of emergency, and there's an emergency order lowering speed limits to 35 miles per hour on some of the major roads, including 295. But you can see with that scene there, those crews were telling me that they've seen cars going 60, 65, urging people to stay off the roads. A very difficult situation we encountered there. And I just spoke with someone back live here. We're at a Wawa. White Horse Pike is behind us. And he came over to us and said, hey, NBC10, we're watching you guys this morning. He goes, I just got off 42. Same thing that we saw on 295. He saw on 42. So difficult conditions here. If we come back out live to this shot here at the Wawa, you can see they have their private contractor here right now, plowing through the parking lot, making sure these spots are clear. We see one of the public works crews over here. They stopped off for some coffee. So again, these essential workers who are out on the roads, everyone else being urged to stay off. Let's give you a live look at the White Horse Pike. You do see some blacktop there. That's because as soon as we pulled up, we saw a caravan of plow crews coming through, plow trucks coming through and clearing this area. Difficult to keep up, though. The snow continues to fall. And in fact, right now we're starting to see more sleet. John, I don't know if you can zoom into my gloves, if we can kind of see the ice pellets hitting my gloves here. But we're starting to see some of that changeover that our meteorologists have talked about with these ice pellets gathering on my glove. Let me just get you a quick snow measurement here. Over in Gloucester County, we were about, I think, 5 inches when I left. And yeah, about 5 inches here in Camden County. Again, guys, I can't stress it enough. Dangerous conditions out there on the road from 295 to 42. And the crews, they continue to try to keep up with it. Aaron and Brennan, we'll send it back to you.
Siobhan, thank you. Thankful for all those crews who are out there working to make sure we're all safe.
Around the clock. Hey, we are continuing to track the impacts of this major winter storm around the region. Let's give you a live look. Broad Street, Center City, Philadelphia. You can see a couple of people standing out in the median there, walking across the street. You know, glad that they're on foot. We only see a couple of cars here, so we'll take that. Just heed the warning that we've been giving you all morning long. If you don't have to be out there on the roads, no matter where you are, in Center City, down the shore, in the PA suburbs, just stay home, stay off the roads. Several snow emergencies have been declared across our area as well. The majority of our region could see 10 inches of snow or more, but the storm will eventually transition to sleet and freezing rain, which raises the threat of downed trees and power outages. You just heard Siobhan McGurl showing us how it already is starting to change over, at least where she was in Camden County. SEPTA says regional rail and bus service will be suspended starting today at 2 o'clock, so a little over 2 hours to go for that. Service suspensions on New Jersey Transit. They've already started. Checking the airport, 643 flights have been canceled already at Philly International Airport. That's flights in and out of the airport. That's according to FlightAware.
You saw Siobhan showing us that sleet that was bouncing off of her gloves. That was one of the big concerns our meteorologists had, that the snow was going to turn into ice and sleet and it could weigh down power lines. Let's bring in Matthew Rankin with PICO. He joins us live. Thank you for being with us. You know, this is a big day for your agency for sure.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So tell us a little bit about your process, what your workers are all doing. I'm sure they're out there busy making sure that they can keep power running as much as possible for all their customers.
Yeah, so we have crews, additional crews staffed ready to go, our own PICO crews, contractors we hire, and also additional support from our sister operating company, ComEd in Chicago, who sent out additional crews to the Mid-Atlantic region to support the Philadelphia area, ACE in Atlantic City, Delmarva in Delaware, as well as BGE in Baltimore and Pepco in Washington, D.C.
So at this point, in a lot of areas, the snow is still falling. We haven't quite seen that transition widespread over to the sleet and freezing rain. So are your crews at this point, are they kind of in a standby mode, waiting, kind of fanned out in different areas? Talk about the logistics of the operation a little bit.
Yeah, so we only have currently about 25 outages at the moment, which is pretty minimal for our service territory, affecting 758 total customers out of 1.7 million. So currently our process is to address public safety or life-threatening issues such as down power lines immediately, and then move on to our larger infrastructure like our transmission lines and substations. And then after that, our crews will pivot over to our distribution lines, secondary lines, and neighborhoods, and then individual homes.
Are they strategically placed just around the region right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, we do have crews placed, all throughout the counties in the Philadelphia area, strategically ready to respond to any potential outages.
Matthew Rankin with Pico, thank you for joining us and for that insight. Good luck to all your crews who are out there.
It's going to be a long day. We know it. All right, let's head to the Pennsylvania suburbs. This is a live look right now. King of Prussia from our Valley Forge tourism camera, and you can see the snow continues to fall here as well.
I know when we first got in here at 3 a.m., it was already falling and it has stayed consistent. NBC10's Katie Zachary is live in King of Prussia. You've been out there all morning long, making lots of friends along the way, Katie.
Yes. You know, unfortunately, here in the Wegmans parking lot, I've made a lot of friends, but they're camera shy, so they don't want to share their thoughts with you. So instead, I'll tell you what they're telling me. They are saying, as we show you, this oasis that is open, Wegmans in King of Prussia is open. We're seeing a few cars here, people who live admittedly not far, able to drive a short distance. We're seeing more people who are walking here from the town center area in King of Prussia and the apartments that are within walking distance. As we spin it around and I go over the snowbank here, I want to take you to our windshield wipers specifically. This is what we've seen in the last 30 minutes, the changeover. I don't know if you can hear and see, but instead of just that soft, fluffy snow, we're getting ice.
Well, looks like we lost Katie's shot there, but you know what? Look at what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the elements. It is, bone-chillingly cold out there right now. We've got the wind to contend with, we've got the snow to contend with, and it's switching over in some spots already to that freezing rain.
I know, and you can see that ice in a lot of our live reporter shots. That is something that meteorologist Marvin Gomez has been tracking, something that we knew was coming and kind of is almost a bigger concern than the snow was, right?
That is correct, because we're looking at some ice that will start accumulating on tree branches and on any elevated surfaces, and those are going to add extra weight, and those can easily come down, leading to power outages. The reports have not been too noticeable so far, but we still have the rest of the afternoon. I do want to show you this graphic winter storm impacts, and I have marked some of the items here that have already happened, and you've heard it from authorities, you've heard it from people on the field talking about this system. Major travel delays. That's going to be the messaging, not just today that we're dealing with the precipitation, but even tomorrow and perhaps heading into Tuesday as well. And that's because this is a system that's impacting multiple states. We already got the snow. Now we're making that transition. So I will be checking this box here in a minute or so, as we're going to not only have the transition over to sleet, but also freezing rain, and our coastal communities will encounter the rain as well. Of course, with all of that ice, it is going to be easy for anybody to fall outside. So just be very careful, even if you step outside after the precipitation has come to an end. It is already cold. You don't need me to tell you that. And that's going to be the main theme for most of the upcoming work week as well. This is our live scan, the latest radar scan out of New Jersey. And you can actually see some of the heavy precipitation of snow right now coming down from Reading and locations farther to the south. The radar is actually scanning some of the snowflakes near and around the city. But I do have reports already that closer to Philadelphia, we have made that transition. So there is definitely a little bit of that warmer air already in place near the I-95 corridor. A powerful tool. You have heard us talk about it all morning long, Storm Ranger 10. I want to show you that live scan as well, because it is currently located near Norristown, and Storm Ranger 10 is giving us a better view of what we have happening at the moment across Montco, across Bucks County, and yes, even in Philadelphia. We're getting a nice reading of that moderate to heavy snow coming down, and of course it is going to be displaying that transition as well as we head into the afternoon, a transition over to sleet. Look at our cameras. The snow is coming down heavy right now in Allentown. We have wintry weather, snow all in Bucks County, New Hope, Pennsylvania, and down at the shore, visibility also low because of the snow that is coming down, and that's going to be one of the spots that will end up with the rain as we get into the afternoon. 2 o'clock future radar here highlighting the rain essentially in Atlantic City into Cape May, southern Delaware, dealing with the rain. But this is the area that I'm concerned about, the pink. This is going to almost stay stationary for the rest of the afternoon. Notice how I advance the clock and the pink doesn't go away. That's that sleet and freezing rain threat that we're watching along the I-95 corridor, stretching as far northwest as Reading and Allentown, closer to 5 o'clock. And of course, even beyond dinner time, the pink is still here, and we're noticing a little bit more in the way of rain from Vineland into Tabernacle and across most of Ocean County as well. But Trenton, Philly, and Wilmington, it's all about the cold air that will remain in place. Precipitation should come to an end closer to 11 o'clock at night. I mentioned the ice is likely going to be the bigger threat because this is going to add extra weight for those that are going to be shoveling. But of course, on trees and power lines, extra weight means the potential for power outages is widespread across the region. As we get closer to 3 o'clock this afternoon, many locations near Philadelphia, and especially south and west, already collecting about 1/4 of an inch of ice. And this particular model highlights that as we get into the evening, that ice accumulation could be greater. But just be mindful that the thinnest layer of ice on any road is already dangerous. We don't need 1/4 of an inch of ice. We don't need 1/2 an inch of ice. Even the thinnest layer is dangerous itself. And yeah, notice the numbers. It's all in the 20s. We're going to stay below freezing, no melting in the upcoming days. Ladies.
All right, Marvin, thank you. We continue to track this winter storm. A live look now at Broad Street. As you can see, it is covered in snow right now. Not too many cars on the road, and we want to keep it that way. Definitely dangerous to be driving, so if you don't have to, please stay home. We'll be right back with more coverage of this winter storm from all over our region in just a few.
This is NBC10 News.
Welcome back to NBC10's continuing coverage of this major winter storm that is bearing down on the area. Let's take you down the shore. This is a live look from our camera at the Hard Rock Hotel and Resort in Atlantic City. We saw snow start falling along the coastline here around 2 o'clock this morning.
Let's get to NBC10's Lily Zhang. She has been down the shore all day, and she is live in Ventnor now. Lily.
Yeah, Brenna, Aaron, a lot of businesses around this area, as you can imagine, they're closed today. We've still seen some people out and about, maybe walking to where they need to go, but we've seen a lot more people in the past hour getting out of their homes, starting to shovel as much as they can, getting their cars all cleaned off. But of course, we know that it's going to be a very, very long day of that. Now, if you guys could follow me over here, I just met this gentleman. His name is Peter. Now, Peter, thank you for sharing your time with us. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No, it's fine.
How's your day going?
I'm sorry?
How is your day going?
It's beautiful. Thank you. Can't beat this, right?
I take it you're a fan of the winter?
I love it. All the winter. High heat, summer. Love to be outside.
Awesome, awesome. I spoke with one of your neighbors earlier who mentioned that right now the snow, as you can see here, very light and fluffy.
Yeah, it was fluffy earlier, and it's getting a little wet because of the rain.
Yeah, so is that kind of your strategy? While it's fluffy and light, let's go ahead and shovel?
Yeah, I got out early for it was nice and fluffy and light. So now it's raining. It's getting heavier, that's all.
Have you had to come out multiple times to
Yes,
shovel?
exactly. Every couple hours so far. And you can see what this is. Yeah, I've been out here every 2 hours. Look at this, what it's like now. So it's good. This is the biggest snowstorm in years.
Have you had to dust off your car a lot?
Yeah, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Awesome. Well, stay safe, sir. Stay warm. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, so you heard it from him. That's an idea for some folks. Maybe shovel it while you can instead of giving yourself a lot of work when it's really, really heavy snow and ice later on. But for now, reporting live, we'll send it back to you.
Peter's got the right idea. He's bending at the knees, too. I like that. Thanks, Lily.
We can hear that sleet there in Lily's live picture. Let's now head to Delaware. Live look from our camera in Wilmington so you can get an idea of what we're dealing with. I mean, this is a major highway here, you can see, and visibility not as bad as it was a little bit earlier today, but definitely not a good time to be on the roads.
Tim Furlong has been all over the first state this morning. He joins us now in North Wilmington.
Yeah, not technically allowed even to be on the roads in Delaware unless you're an emergency vehicle, things like that, but you get the drift. But yeah, you can see how much snow we got here. This is the snow amount. This is, down to the ground. So 7, 8 inches, maybe something like that. But now you can kind of see bouncing on my jacket there, those little ice crystals. That's what it's doing now. It's been sleeting for about 20 minutes now, and it's kind of making that little cakey little frosty layer on the top of the snow, which is going to make it a little harder to shovel for those of us who have to go home and shovel later. If you were smart and did what everybody said you should do, you're kind of shoveling as it has gone on a little bit. Come in, get dry, warm up, go back out and do it again. So you're doing it here and there, but just smaller little doses of shoveling. But I want to talk to somebody real quick here. Guys, I got to ask you real quick. We have just a couple seconds left. What's it been like out here? Is the sleet ruining the fun, or is it still fun?
Not at all. It's still fun. Look at these guys. They're having a blast.
You guys look like you're having a blast too, as the adults too. It's not so bad, right? Yep. And of course, no school tomorrow, right? Y'all heard that, right?
No school tomorrow.
No school tomorrow. And if your school says they have school, just tell them I said it's okay. You don't have to go anyway. So great day for sledding. But yeah, you can see out here at this point, it's gotten a little bit windy. It's not the fluffy, powdery snow anymore.
We've been tracking this winter storm around the clock, the biggest snowstorm we've seen in quite a while.
Now we're switching over to the ice, and that is the biggest concern with this storm system.
Stay home. We've had to push people out. Just go home. Nothing's open.
We've got more ice on the way for the next several hours.
What's your message to the drivers?
Go home. Stop driving. Stop driving fast. There's 35 mile speed limit out here, and they're doing 60. It's crazy.
Oh, you don't have to come out here. Do not come out here at all. Trust me.
NBC10 News starts now.
A major winter storm is moving through our area tonight. Heavy snow fell across the region, and now that snow is switching over to sleet, creating dangerous conditions. Conditions are continuing to shift by the minute, and travel could quickly become hazardous. Good evening, and thank you for joining us for NBC10 News at 6. We've been tracking this storm for hours on air and across our streaming platforms. I'm Fred Shropshire.
And I'm Jacqueline London. Our reporters are out in neighborhoods checking conditions where you are. But we begin with NBC10 team coverage from our First Alert meteorologist. We will hear from Justin Godynick in just a few moments. First, let's hand things over to Robert Johnson.
And Justin and I have been tracking this system all throughout the day, and we still have several more hours to go before the system finally pulls out of our region and loosens its grip. Here's the view of 30th Street Station, and I just saw a plow. There it is, moving over 30th Street Station just outside of it, and the road's certainly messy, and it's going to remain that way for days on end. Our first alert remains in effect until midnight for all of our neighborhoods as we still watch for some areas of snow, but for many of us, now we're talking about sleet and freezing rain, and even for some neighborhoods now, just a chilly rain. So far, since about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and these numbers will go up for Mertztown and Berks County, nearly 10 inches of snow combined with a little bit of sleet at times. Lehigh Valley International Airport, 9.2. Reading Regional Airport, about 8.5. 8 inches of snow for East Coventry Township in Chester County, going to Lower Bucks, and even 8. And for Philadelphia International, 7.4. But again, some of these numbers were from several hours ago, and we're going to get more reports coming in as the night goes on. And it's still precipitating out there. All 4 types. The areas of green and yellow, that's rain. The pink, that's freezing rain, the worst kind of precipitation, because then that can stick to trees and power lines and cause power outages. The purple, that's sleet, and the blue, that's snow. And we still have snow and heavy snow at times through Reading into Allentown. It's a battle between snow and sleet for the PA suburbs. It's more so sleet from South Philly all the way down through Wilmington, but once you get into Northeast Philly, it's snow, but at times a little bit of sleet mixing in as well. Freezing rain, reports of steady freezing rain from Dover all the way through Pittsgrove into Vineland up into Hamilton, and a chilly rain from Morris River through Cape May up into Atlantic City off into LBI. Hour by hour we go. By 8 o'clock tonight, still steady snow the farther north and west you go, and a mix of sleet and or freezing rain through the I-95 corridor. More so freezing rain from Dover through Vineland into Tabernacle, and a chilly rain up and down the Jersey Shore. By 11 o'clock tonight, when you join us for NBC10 News at 11, the system is mainly out of here and just a snow flurry around for Berks County and the Lehigh Valley. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Godynick will have even more snow total reports and talk about the bitter cold that lasts behind the system and the complete 10-day forecast.
We'll see you then, Robert. In South Jersey, we found crews out plowing the roads in Lawnside. The trucks lined up to clear those roads, making way for anyone who absolutely has to be on the road today. If you're out on the road and a plow approaches, this is what you should do. Stay at least 6 car lengths behind it. Be aware that you will be traveling slower, be patient, and never travel next to the plow truck. Now, in the last half hour, the Streets Department gave a demonstration of their snow removal efforts.
NBC10's Claudia Vargas was there and joins us live now in Northern Liberties. Claudia?
Yeah, so we got a chance to see the city's super snow melt over here. I'll move out of the way so you guys can take a look. So essentially, they're putting tons of snow in there, and this has a capacity to melt up to 145 tons of snow each hour. So they're putting the snow in there. It's coming out through the pipe underneath that's coming out as hot water, essentially. And then what they're doing after that is they're going to salt this whole area. That way the water that's coming out of that, which is the melted snow, doesn't freeze over. Now, we heard from city officials earlier today, and the snow started falling here in the city, as we now know, at 3 a.m. And it was around, the snow emergency has been in place since 9 p.m. last night, and that is still in effect right now. Mayor Cheryl Parker advised people to still stay off the roads. The the emergency is still ongoing, so they want to make sure that people are off the roads. Just that way, city workers and contractors can clear the streets a little quicker. SEPTA has suspended most services tonight. The Broad Street and Market Frankfurt lines are the only options for public transit. And while some of the major roadways are clear just north of Center City where we are, many of the small streets are still snow covered, and some of the main ones too. The snow has been falling so fast that officials here say it's been hard for plows to keep up. And I can actually attest to that because it was hard keeping up with the shoveling earlier today. And now, because of the icy conditions, the city is turning to a lift and salting operation. Mayor Sherelle Parker says the city is using more than 600 pieces of equipment to help clear the streets today and in the coming days. And we just spoke with Commissioner of Clean and Safe Streets, Carlton Williams. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
We cannot allow this snow to freeze up in these neighborhoods and people don't have access, especially for emergency responses, especially for people who have to go to and from work.
All right, and we're back over here. You guys can see that operation still going. The commissioner said they're going to continue to use every piece of equipment that they have at their disposal to clear streets as quickly as possible. He couldn't really give us a timeline as to when folks can expect their streets to be clean. They're saying they're working as quick as possible. And again, just reiterated for folks to stay off the streets if they can. In Northern Liberties, Claudia Vargas, NBC10 News.
All right, crews hard at work in Northern Liberties. Claudia, thank you for that.
Right now, we're going to go to NBC10's Brian Sheehan in Doylestown. What are the conditions like where you are, Brian, and how have they changed over the last few hours?
Yeah, Jackie and Fred, it's the wintry mix now. So roads still dangerous. We got a plow truck driver here out. He's been busy in the parking lot since we got here about an hour ago. The parking lots, for the most part, are snow covered. The main roads in Doylestown, the crews have been able to get a little bit of a handle on that now that the snow has stopped and it's changed over to that wintry mix. For the most part, this place is a ghost town, as it should be. Everyone, for the most part, heeding the warnings from officials and staying home. Earlier today, we were in Warrington. That is where we found quite a number of cars stuck on 611 as they tried pulling into the Wawa parking lot. One guy slipped and fell as he was trying to push his friend's car off the typically busy highway. We also ran into a group that's going around looking for people who are stuck, and they're helping pull them out of the snow. Now, most people are staying off the roads, relaxing at home. The other thing we're seeing people do today is sledding. We stopped by the Mercer Museum a short time ago where we found kids of all ages, even the big kids, having a blast sledding down the hill. What's it like out here today?
Very cold.
Yeah. Are you excited to finally have gotten a snow day?
Yes.
Very excited.
If you don't have all-wheel drive, stay home.
Starting in the sleet now, so, you know. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, you gotta keep going back over stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Do it again.
And how old are you?
She's gonna be 1 on the 30th.
Oh, you're a puppy. So this is her first big snowstorm.
Yes.
Yeah. And she's probably like, what is this?
Uh-huh. She was freaked at first, but she loves it now.
Yeah, of course, the dogs, for the most part, love this weather. Back here live in Doylestown, you see this guy out here now. He's on State Street. He's still busy working. We'll be working all night. I do have to say, if you're a kid in the Central Bucks School District, you get a snow day tomorrow. I know a lot of people are going to love that. Even the parents were telling me they're happy for their kids to have a snow day. One final note, here in Doylestown, the Justice Center is closed. All courts are closed. Every government building closed tomorrow. So if you have to head to court or if you have jury duty, you're off the hook. I did also speak to officials here in Bucks County a short time ago. They tell me no major issues to report. That is the very latest. Live in Doylestown tonight, I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC10 News, Fred and Jackie.
That is great news, Brian. Thank you.
And as of now, SEPTA has stopped all bus routes, regional rail, and trolley systems for the rest of the night.
The only services still running are the Broad Street and Market Frankfurt subway line. SEPTA says it's now turning its attention to service tomorrow.
So we expect that tomorrow morning when we start out, it's going to be rough. We're especially on regional rail. Some of those first scheduled trains of the morning are probably not going to run. The early morning is probably going to be among the most difficult times because we'll still be trying to clear some equipment, trying to clear some surfaces. Also, it's like with any other workplace, it's more difficult for our employees to get in. They have to report to remote locations around the system. So it's just going to be a slow morning, and that often means that we can't get service out at the time where we normally would. What works to our advantage is the fact that schools have already closed. We think that the commute for people going to offices is going to be lighter than usual. So we just want to urge people to check our website, SEPTA.org, check the SEPTA app, stay tuned to the news. We're going to make sure that everybody has the latest information.
And SEPTA has more than 300 parking lots and platforms that it has to clear to make conditions safe for commuters.
A lot of work to be done there. The transit agency is asking anyone who uses SEPTA to be patient as workers clear up those conditions.
And this storm is causing power outages across the region. Right now, PPL has the most customers impact, with over 1,000 people in the dark. And here are some important tips to prepare you and your family in case you lose your power. Make sure your phones are charged and you have extra batteries. Keep your flashlights handy and make sure you have enough food to get you through several days of being in the dark. First Alert meteorologist Justin Godynick will have the latest track of the storm in 2 minutes.
As we head into the break, take a look at this video from Allentown. The entire area buried in snow. People are out shoveling. City plow crews are working to keep streets passable.
Now, this winter storm, of course, is the talk of the town. We are seeing a lot of you sharing your experience throughout the day with us, and we appreciate it. If it's safe to do so, we want you to see how you are affected by this storm in your neighborhood. Send us pictures and videos by going to See It, Share It on the free NBC10 app. And we have more live team coverage on the way right here on NBC10 News.
This is NBC10 News.
Look at this time-lapse video. This is out of Burlington County, and it's showing the snow blanketing this front lawn and street in Edgewater Park. The longer you watch, the more of the snow you see fall over the region.
NBC10's Siobhan McGurl is in Gloucester County checking on those conditions.
Treacherous travel on 295 in South Jersey. We were driving behind this car on a snow-covered on-ramp in West Deptford. Tow truck operators coming to the rescue.
This is probably number 15.
Car stuck right here. What's your message to the drivers?
Go home. Stop driving. Stop driving fast. There's a 35-mile speed limit out here, and they're doing 60. It's crazy.
Dangerous driving not just on the highways, but all over. People pulling to the side of the road to scrape ice off their windshield wipers. Slick conditions on 45 in Woodbury had this driver losing control. Then we saw this car get stuck in a Deptford parking lot. A group of private contractors working nearby stepped in to help, pushing the car out. After braving the conditions for hours, they said this storm was nothing to play around with. One of them even got in a crash trying to get into work.
The back end just kicked out and just shot me into the woods. I hit a few trees and wrecked that truck.
Most of the people we met on the roads were driving well below the speed limit.
Probably about 15 or 20.
Anything more than that, what are you feeling?
I feel like I'm going to slip off the road.
10, 15. Take it slow. It's been a while since we had snow like this, so I kind of like it, but kind of don't like the work afterwards.
That cleanup already underway tonight here in Gloucester County and across the region. In Woodbury Heights, I'm Siobhan McGurl, NBC 10 News.
Right now, the snow has transitioned to sleet across most of our region tonight as we take a live look over the Philadelphia Art Museum. You can see there the visibility affected too.
Right. It is scenic. It is beautiful, but we know the danger that comes along with it switching over to that wintry mix as cold as it is. First Alert meteorologist Justin Godynick warning about the storm for days and spot on.
And look, I love snow. We all know that, but I don't love sleet. I don't love freezing rain. That is dangerous to be out in. It causes power outages and it causes many car accidents. So if you can stay home right now, now is the time to just relax, tune into us, and just sit on the couch and have a nice evening, because it is very dangerous outside with the transition over to mainly sleet and freezing rain. I want to give you some totals for your towns. This is Pennsylvania, Center Valley, 9.5 inches. Pottstown, 9.5 inches. Norristown has 8.7. New Britain, 8 inches there in Bucks County. Berwyn's got 6.5, and Bushkill Township, 6.5. A lot of these haven't been updated in a couple hours, though, and even with the sleet falling, I'm sure these numbers are going to be higher after all said and done. To Delaware we go. Dover Air Force Base, 6.5 inches. Wilmington, 6.5. Odessa, 6.5 as well. Over towards Pike Creek, 5.2, and Newark at 4.9 inches of snow before that change over to sleet. In New Jersey, Bayville, Ocean County, 8 inches of snowfall there. Delran coming in around 7 inches. We have Mount Holly at the National Weather Service, 6.6. Ocean City, this one surprised me a little bit, right basically on the beach. 6 inches of snow before the changeover to what is now a mix of generally rain and maybe a few sleet pellets. Let's take it hour by hour. Something very interesting is happening, and meteorologist Robert Johnson and I were talking about this behind the scenes before we came on air here during the break. The cold air is coming back in fast, and there are areas that are depicted as mixed that have gone back to snow, in particular parts of Bucks County, the Lehigh Valley. So there could be additional snow accumulation over about the next hour or two. This is 8:30, though. You can see the dry, cold air is beginning to cut away at the precipitation shield, and by 9:30 the storm has basically come to an end, pulling off the Jersey Shore. Want to get you into your Monday morning because it is going to be bitterly cold. There will be a couple snow flurries around, but this will not amount to anything. But temperatures are going to be in the lower 20s. So if you got above freezing today, if you had plain rain, it's going to ice over, unfortunately. The big story for the upcoming week is the cold. Monday, breezy, cold, maybe a passing flurry. Feels like the upper teens all day. Actual high in the upper 20s, but it gets worse. How about this? Beyond Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the highs around 20. The overnight lows are in the single digits, if not below zero in parts of our viewing area, not including the wind chill. Another storm to watch for to the tail end of next week. Well below average, January 31st through February 3rd. And this is the pattern that we're going to stay in. It is going to stay very cold. Frigid digits, 28 degrees on your Monday. A lot of clouds and some flurries possible. Tuesday, 23 for a high. Wednesday, despite the sunshine, it's only 22. We get into Thursday at 22. Friday morning wake up in Center City is 4 degrees. The afternoon high is 21. 9 for the wake up next Saturday, a high of 25. And finally warming to the freezing mark and perhaps above on day 10 of this 10-day forecast. But in general, it's pretty tranquil, so we at least have a lot of sunshine to go along with it. Stay with us throughout the evening. We will be on our digital and streaming platforms to update you on the very latest on this storm. Jackie, Fred, back to you.
Continuing our tour around the region so we can show viewers what it's like. We want to go to Shire areas in Eddystone, Delaware County. Shire, we see a lot of snow behind you.
Jackie, unlike Justin, I do not like the snow. It's really beautiful and everything, but it is extremely cold. Born and raised in New York, I just can't get over it. There's so much snow everywhere. We're surrounded by snow, as you can see. This is a crosswalk right here, and this is what people would need to be crossing by if they wanted to get to any of these shops. Right here at this intersection, Chester Pike, in Eddystone Borough, we've seen so many vehicles that have gotten stuck right here while they're trying to enter this plaza. And the thing is that this is a place where people are trying to get their food and necessities. Now, I want to go to this video from earlier today. We saw multiple vehicles, as I mentioned, getting stuck, struggling in the slippery conditions, especially cars without four-wheel drive. Delaware County issued a disaster emergency in effort, that's going to be in effect for 7 days beginning yesterday. The mayor of Eddystone Borough also sent a letter to residents officially declaring a disaster emergency. Officials are asking residents to stay safe, check on neighbors, and avoid unnecessary travel as crews continue to work, which we've seen them all day here clearing the roads. We spoke to a Philadelphia school district employee who lives in this area. He was trying to make it back home, and he told us that he himself got stuck a few times. Your thoughts about this snow? Look at this. Look at this.
Well, I don't know. I'm supposed to retire in a couple years. I was hoping I was making it without having to shovel any snow at the job. But cause we had some last 2-3 years, we had easy snow. That's my main concern, getting back and forth to work on the highways. I hope the highways are clear.
Again, that is going to be the main concern for the next few days. What are these roads going to look like? What are these conditions? A lot of people are worried about black ice. And as he mentioned, that is what his main focus is. You saw right now that just at this intersection, we're seeing 1 to 2 vehicles. That's what we've seen all day. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Shair Arias live for us. Thank you. Let's continue our team coverage now outside of the Philadelphia Art Museum with Johnny Archer. Johnny, I know it had a block party feel outside of the Art Museum today.
Yeah, we got quite the party out here in front of the Philadelphia Art Museum, Fred, and this is where people are sledding down the front steps of the Art Museum, and they've been doing it all day. Look at this. This is absolutely insane, but it's just like a giant party. Even earlier today, and as you know, Fred, I think you even talked to the DJ. There was a DJ out here playing music. The DJ packed up, but he was out here for quite some time playing all sorts of music, merengue, salsa, all sorts of stuff. So it was quite an event out here. But if you take a look at some video from earlier, there were even more people than there are right now. Things kind of calmed down a little bit at this hour, but take a look at this video earlier. You see people lined up at the top of the steps, people down at the bottom, people using your traditional sleds. I've even seen people using skis and snowboards to get down, I guess you would call it the hill, but those are technically steps. And if they didn't have a sled or a ski or snowboard, they used a cardboard box to get down.
I just moved here recently. This is what I was looking for. This is perfect right now. This is what we see when we yearn for community. It's right there.
It's way better than driveway, except you keep running into people.
There's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
Have you done one of those numbers where you're coming down and you like torpedo something like this person's about to come into me?
Yes, I've done that.
Okay.
I always go backwards.
We got to be careful out here. Yeah, you got to be careful out here because kids are coming in hot down those steps. But on a serious note, Fred, I want you to walk over this way. Walk with me, Wayne. This is over towards Aikens Oval. And as you can see, cars are lined up over there. We drove up from South Philadelphia to the Art Museum, and conditions are less than ideal. And as that snow turned into sleet this afternoon, things became really slippery. I want you to be careful, Wayne, as you're walking. I got you, buddy. We got big piles of snow here, but take a look at Aikens Oval right now. You can just see the snow plows here. They've been coming by, but what they've been doing, they're kind of building a wall here. This is our vehicle right here. I don't know how we're going to get out of here, so we're going to have to figure that out later. Hey, Eric, the producer back there, I might have to call you to come out here to grab a shovel and help us dig out of this. But folks really do need to be, on a serious note, folks need to be careful. The mayor of Philadelphia are asking people just to stay inside. There still is a snow emergency that's in effect as this storm is passing through the area because the road conditions are really bad. They're really slippery. So if you don't have to drive out here, just stay at home or just go sledding. Walk where you can. Stay off the roads until the storm passes through and they're fully treated. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
It's been a long time since we've had a snow like this, but every time they hit the Art Museum steps and city officials warn them not to do it, they still do.
They still do.
Can't help
it. It's a Philly tradition.
Yeah. Johnny, thank you.
All right, now take a look at this video from Andorra in Upper Roxborough, Ring camera video. It's showing a woman shoveling her front sidewalk. A reminder to be careful as you dig out from the storm. Clearing the heavy snow can create stress for your heart, back, and legs. And if you feel chest discomfort, shortness of breath, or fatigue, you should stop shoveling immediately.
Right now, we want to go to Kelsey Kushner, who is live in Collegeville. The details on the situation there. Kelsey.
Jackie, well, you know, this is what it looks like on some of our major roads through Collegeville here. Plows have been working hard to keep these roads as clear as possible, but they've been running into some issues. You can see it's still completely coated out here on the roadways. We have some video from earlier of plow trucks that actually the guy inside says that his salt truck froze, so he had to shovel salt from the bed of his truck onto a nearby parking lot here at Wawa. But we did see some kids out there today taking advantage of the snow day and day off from school tomorrow. They were sledding on the back roads. We saw some people making their way around town in 4Runners. They say this is the only time that they're allowed out to do that. They say police aren't likely to try to track them down, so they're going to take advantage of it. But just for today, we spent some time driving around Collegeville. The highways are completely coated by the snow. Drivers have to dodge piles of snow in the middle of the road if they're heading out. It's slick, it's slippery. We even spun out a few times when we were trying to make some turns off the highway. Some plow truck drivers I spoke with say that it's been really difficult to keep up with the snow and the sleet coming down, but they are doing their best to keep Montgomery County moving during this storm.
We went out about 3 a.m. This morning. We started salting.
and we've been out ever since. It was coming down pretty good. It was about, an inch an hour, maybe a little more. So, yeah, it's tough to keep up.
Another live look out here at the roads. If you're heading out, this is what you're going to be facing. Again, plow trucks have been out here working hard, but, it's difficult. There's sleet coming down. There was snow early this morning. We've got some cars who are moving, but they are moving pretty slowly out here tonight. Some good news, a lot of businesses closed in Montgomery County. A lot of official buildings will be closed tomorrow. We know some schools will be closed tomorrow. People can stay inside. I also spoke with some public information officers who tell me that as of right now, they are not dealing with any major power outages, and they haven't received any major 911 calls at this moment. Live in Collegeville, Kelsey Kushner, NBC 10 News.
And so to Kelsey's point, I want to talk about the freezing rain threat here as we go throughout the next 2 hours. I think it is somewhat limited. Not many power outages being reported right now, and that's fantastic news. Let's time out the back end of this storm. This is 9 o'clock this evening. You can see the storm's pulling away from Philly at that point. Still raining at the Jersey Shore, AC at 37 degrees. Just about 9:30, we're all done. Storm pulls away. Overnight, we'll hang on to the clouds. There may be a passing flurry, and by the time you're waking up Monday morning, there's still the chance of a passing flurry, but in general, it's dry with a cloudy sky, about 23 degrees for the wake up in Philly. Throughout the day on Monday, there could be a passing snow shower, but this will not accumulate or cause any issues. Bitter cold, 25 degrees at 10 a.m. We'll head into the afternoon, and we actually drop our number. We drop to 23 degrees. 10-day forecast. The bitter cold is here to stay. If you're able to clear your walkways, driveway, get the snow off your car, do it now, because it's certainly not going to melt away. Temperatures hold in the lower 20s all week. The first day that we're actually above freezing looks to be 10 days out. By next Wednesday, the only good news here, we're nice and quiet. I don't see any major storms popping up. Jackie?
We're just locked in that freezer. It has a grip on us for much of the week.
Yes, it does.
Justin, thank you. This winter storm is the talk of the town. We're seeing a lot of you sharing your experience throughout the day with us. We do appreciate that. If it's safe to do so, we want to see how the storm is affecting your neighborhood. You can send us pictures and videos by going to See It, Share It on the free NBC10 app. Thank you for watching NBC 10 News at 6 tonight. Our live local coverage continues on streaming. NBC Nightly News is next here on NBC 10, and then we're back with updates on air beginning at 10 o'clock. Have a safe, warm night, hopefully inside. Thanks for watching.
We've been tracking this storm for hours on air and across our streaming platforms.
We were told that it's going to snow this much, but I guess people still weren't prepared for it.
A lot of people are worried about black ice.
He's still busy working. We'll be working all night.
The emergency is still ongoing, so they want to make sure that people are off the roads.
And that snowfall has turned to sleet this afternoon, and that's what we've been dealing with all evening long.
Another storm to watch for to the tail end of next week. And this is the pattern that we're going to stay in.
NBC 10 News starts now.
The winter storm has moved out of our area, but we will still be feeling the impact for days to come. Good evening. I'm Fred Shropshire.
And I'm Jacqueline London. We watched the storm begin as snow this morning, then change over to ice. A live look now at radar showing the storm well off our coast. That massive system impacted 37 states and has left millions of people across the country in the dark. Here's the latest on the impact of this winter storm at 11 o'clock tonight. The city of Philadelphia remains under a snow emergency. We just learned SEPTA will gradually restore service tomorrow morning after regional rail and bus service was suspended this afternoon. Subway service continues. All New Jersey Transit bus, rail, light rail, and Access Link services also suspended. PATCO is operating on a modified schedule because of the winter storm. There is no school tomorrow for thousands of students in the tri-state area, though many will be taking part in online learning. Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker will give us an update on the city's winter storm response tomorrow at 11 a.m. You can watch that live on NBC 10 and on the NBC 10 app.
And we're not expecting much of a morning commute tonight, but those of us who have to drive are wondering, are the roads going to be ready? Here's a live look right now at I-95 in South Philadelphia.
Our live extended coverage of this major winter storm began early this morning, and we still have a team of reporters covering communities throughout our area as they've been impacted by the heavy snow and ice.
And our team of First Alert meteorologists have been tracking the path of this storm for more than a week. Let's begin our live team coverage tonight with NBC10 First Alert meteorologist Robert Johnson.
Fred and Jackie, the winter storm has moved out, but the cold is here to stay, and the cold will only get even worse as we go throughout the week with even colder air coming our way. Here's the view that I'm trying to show you over South Broad and City Hall with some raindrops over the camera lens and those snow and, of course, ice covered roads. Throughout the region, here's how much snow mixed in with ice that we got today, and these numbers will be official after midnight when we get a few more reports coming in. 11.5 inches of snow with a little bit of sleet in Allentown, 9.4 for Reading, Philadelphia 9.1, right within the range that we said of 8 to 12 inches of snow. Wilmington, the highest report we could find, 9 inches, 8.6 for Trenton, and down the shore in Atlantic City where you got a little bit more snow, 6.2, but some of that was washed away after getting hours of a chilly rain. Satellite and radar shows just clouds for us as the storm system is well offshore, moving off of Long Island, and for us we just have the clouds and the cold air lingers. It already feels like 6 in Allentown, 7 in Coatesville, 12 in Philadelphia, and it only feels like 15 in Millville. Come tomorrow, we're going to have wind gusts throughout the afternoon ranging from 20 to about 30 miles per hour. So tomorrow, it's all about the wind chill. We start off the day with plenty of clouds, and we have some peaks of sunshine as we go throughout the afternoon into the early evening. By 7 a.m., it feels like 16 in Philadelphia, and not much change by the afternoon. By 3 p.m., it only feels like 15, and by 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, it only feels like 12 degrees in the city. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Godynick will have even more snowfall totals and more details about the sustained cold. And yes, what about that storm that could happen for next weekend? He'll touch on that a little bit too in the complete 10-day forecast.
We'll see you then, Robert. A snow emergency remains in effect for the city of Philadelphia tonight as we take a live look at Broad Street in Center City. You can see it is not clear because of the ice on the lens there. Case in point, all over the region. Cars are parked along snow emergency routes. Well, they moved last night because they're not supposed to be there in order for snowplows to be able to clear the streets. Within the last 45 minutes, we looked into the latest power outage numbers. We're happy to report there are no significant outages across the tri-state area.
Our live team coverage continues now with NBC10's Claudia Vargas. She joins us from Center City, Philadelphia, with a look at the conditions right now and what we can expect tomorrow morning. Claudia?
Yeah, Fred, we're at 8th and Pine Street, just heading south. And the road here, as you can see, it's a little bit lumpier than when we were over closer to the Rittenhouse area. You know, some of the main streets, as you can imagine, Walnut, Chestnut, Market, those are all pretty clear. But once you get down these, you know, numbered streets, it's a little bit bulkier. You see a little bit more snow. We have seen a couple cars here and there that were stuck and people trying to get them out. So it is still, I would say, dangerous driving conditions. And, you know, as city officials have been saying time and time again, just stay home if you can, really only be out if you need to. And, you know, and city officials say this is going to take a while to clear. They're not guaranteeing that this will all be clear by any means tomorrow. In fact, they're asking for the public's patience in all of this.
It's melting snow at a clip of 135 tons per hour, and we use our sewer system.
The city brought out a trailer-sized snow melter tonight and plans to continue using it until the big mounds of snow throughout the city are gone.
So far, we've already removed 400 tons of snow from this area in this community.
Commissioner, can you just speak about the challenges in plowing some of these streets? I mean, even some of the major roadways still do have a lot of snow.
Yeah, well, it's tight in the community, and let's think about this, Claudia. The snow came down fast and furious in about a 5-hour period.
Director of the Office of Clean and Green Initiatives, Carlton Williams, says it was hard for crews to keep up, even with more than 500 pieces of equipment. We saw skid steers, front-end loaders, and plows going through various streets in the city, but many roads are still snow-covered and slippery.
We've been out plowing roadways. That operation has now transitioned into a plow, salt, and lifting operation.
Philly officials are concerned about the snow freezing over as the temperatures drop for the rest of the week.
That is why Mayor Sherelle Parker says she wants people to stay off the roads so crews can do the job they need to keep the streets safe.
The city remains under a snow emergency that began at 9 p.m. last night. As of this moment, there is no update on when we anticipate lifting those restrictions.
Under an emergency order, driving is prohibited unless it is for essential purpose. Williams says it's unclear when we will have clear roads.
For a snow like this, there is no timetable. You just continue to work until all roadways are safe and accessible.
All right, and we also have some new information from SEPTA. The transit agency says it expects significant service disruptions to continue on Monday. They suggest anyone who's going to be riding either the bus or the rail to just go to the website and check the schedule, because some of the either buses or trains will be on a Saturday schedule, others on a Monday. So before you head to the SEPTA's website to just check that schedule. In Center City, Claudia Vargas, NBC10 News.
Claudia, thank you. Montgomery County is coated with this blanket of snow. A live look at King of Prussia, where you can see people are heeding the warnings, thankfully, from officials to stay off the roads tonight.
And snowplows are still working in Camden tonight, trying to clear roads that drivers keep getting stuck in. We saw several groups of Good Samaritans helping out drivers who got stuck around the city. Camden officials are asking residents to be patient tonight and continue to avoid unnecessary travel. In South Jersey, we found crews out plowing the roads in Lawnside. The trucks lined up to clear the roads, making way for anyone who absolutely had to be on the roads today. Let's head up to Bucks County now and check in with NBC10's Brian Sheehan, who is live from Warrington. Brian.
Yeah, Fred. Well, good news is from Bucks County officials, they tell me there have been no major incidents reported throughout the duration of this snowstorm. The precipitation has stopped falling. If you saw us at 10 o'clock, you remember my jacket was frozen. Now there's no rain falling, but the ground here, you hear that? That's the frozen ground. Take a look over here. You see the mirror here covered in ice. That is what the concern is overnight, especially on the main roads and the back roads. People had a difficult time navigating Route 611 Near Street Road. Plows did everything they could to stay on top of it, which was best to experience from inside or maybe not far from home. Take a look at picturesque Doylestown earlier. Most businesses were closed, and we saw a few people braving the elements as plow trucks were busy clearing the roads and lots. Over at the Barn Plaza, we found a massive 8 to 10-foot snow mound that formed from plows clearing the shopping center so that businesses can operate tomorrow. For the most part, people stayed home, which helped those essential workers do their job. Some people walked over to the Mercer Museum, where both kids and adults found the perfect hill to sled down.
It's like being like a kid again, you know, out in the snow. It's not 3 feet as it felt like as I was a kid, but you know, it feels nostalgic. It's like still Christmassy almost. Got that holiday vibe to it.
I grew up in Minnesota.
You should be used to this.
I know, and then we moved to upstate New York, which we got a lot of snow. And here, we're not used to this. This is a lot of snow for us here.
It's magical. The kids love it. They want to sled, they want to make snowmen, they want to ski, they want to have hot chocolate, they want to sit by the fire. It's amazing.
And back here live, you see this is the second of 2 plow trucks that just went by. They are still working. They've been working here for approaching 12 hours. It soon will be 12 hours that they have been out here. Good news for kids in the Central Bucks School District, like many others. They are off school tomorrow for a snow day. Also, all county offices in Bucks County are closed. There is no jury duty either tomorrow. That's the very latest live in Warrington. I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News.
Brian, thank you. We're back now with a look at the cleanup effort in Allentown. NBC 10 was along 7th Street, where one man was using a snowblower to clear the sidewalk. Others used good old-fashioned shovels to dig their cars out.
Let's take a look at conditions in the suburbs. NBC 10's Shire Arias is live in Upper Darby, Delaware County.
And I want to show you, we are on 69th Street and Market Street, and this is the business corridor of Upper Darby. This is what folks are going to be looking at when they wake up tomorrow and they need to come to these businesses. They need to come to work. They need to come and run errands. The street itself is a little bit more clear than what we saw earlier today, but then look at the sidewalk. It is filled with snow, guys. They have not cleaned this area. This is going to be left up to business owners tomorrow. You can see right over here that tonight there are business owners that are clearing clearing their sidewalk. Now in Drexel Hill, we saw a few young men working to clear the front of a bowling alley on Garrett Road. Take a look at these images on Chester Pike, right outside of Eddystone. Multiple plow trucks were seen clearing the roads, an image we saw all over tonight. Another thing we also saw were multiple vehicles struggling in the slippery conditions, especially cars without four-wheel drive, and then Good Samaritans helping those who got stuck. Delaware County issued a disaster emergency in effect that's for 7 days that began yesterday.
You see, I think he should be going slow.
How does that happen?
I think it's a lot of ice under there, but he should go. I've been stuck.
Go slower.
Yeah, I got mine in 4 low, and I'm getting stuck, and I got a truck.
But do you think that it's just too much snow that they can't keep up?
Definitely. We were told that it's going to snow this much, but I guess people still weren't prepared for it. So unfortunately, that's the outcome of it.
Back here live in Upper Darby, we are in front of the SEPTA station. This is what you're going to be looking at tomorrow. It is not snowing anymore, so right now it's all about cleanup, which is what we're seeing the trucks doing right now, clearing this area for anybody that needs to commute. And like Claudia said, just check the app to see what you're going to be expecting tomorrow as far as any trains that are going to be delayed or buses. In Upper Darby, Shire Arias, NBC10 News.
Okay, Shire, thank you for that. And our live team coverage of the aftermath of this winter storm continues just ahead.
I'm Kelsey Kushner in Montgomery County with a look at the road conditions coming up.
Plus, the weather forced thousands of flights to cancel today. Hear what Philadelphia International says you need to do before arriving if you have to travel over the next few days.
And some of the coldest temperatures in a decade for the upcoming week, plus another storm to keep our eyes on. I'll have all the details coming up after the break.
This is NBC 10 News.
Welcome back with a live look now at Philadelphia International Airport. More than 11,000 flights were canceled today across the country. The most in a single day since the COVID pandemic. Philadelphia International accounted for 652 of those flights. At last check, there are 125 cancellations tomorrow at PHL. The airport urging anyone flying tomorrow to check with their airline for the latest updates. All TSA checkpoints, by the way, will be open during their regular hours.
Travelers who are expecting to take an Amtrak to New York or Harrisburg tomorrow morning will have to rebook. Amtrak says it's canceling Keystone service until 10 a.m. tomorrow out of an abundance of caution. Amtrak says it's reaching out to customers to help them rebook their trips. Our team coverage moves now to Montgomery County, where the roads are coated with snow and sleet, and crews have been working all day to keep up with those slippery conditions. But even plow drivers say it's been a real challenge.
NBC 10's Kelsey Kushner is live on the ground with more on the cleanup, the slick roads, and how residents are dealing with the wintry mix. Kelsey.
Fred, Jackie, well, you know, it's been really difficult for those plow trucks because they have to push all of the snow that landed on the highway somewhere. So they're now creating snow pileups that some drivers have to dodge when they're out here. But this is what 76 looks like at the moment in Montgomery County. We've been driving on this road, some parts better than the other. But for the most part, it's pretty much covered, or in some areas coated by snow that fell earlier today. Ice has been a major concern. It's piling up on the windshield wipers earlier today. It's made it difficult to drive at some points. And this sleet, of course, causing slippery conditions. We're slipping out right now. While we're driving out here, we're not even going that fast on this road. There's been no shortage, though, of plow truck drivers on the roadways that have been out here clearing off the roadways. They said it's going to be a 24-hour operation to make sure the roads are clear for anyone who has to get out tomorrow morning. But it's also been challenging for them because they had to try to keep up with the conditions today. And they said at times, you know, their equipment is no match for that winter weather out here today. But again, they're going to be out here tonight clearing out the roads to make sure that the commute for some people who have to go to work tomorrow morning will be somewhat of a clear one. Fred, Jackie, back to you.
It has been quite a day, and we knew it would be. Turning it over to First Alert Meteorologist Justin and Godynick. Just want you to know you got our attention when you said it looks like there's something else out there for next week. I know it's early. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. And you have a lot to talk about, including the snow totals for today. But we heard you clearly.
It is something to watch.
Okay.
We'll just say that. Okay.
All right.
Week out, next Sunday. Something to watch. I'll elaborate a little bit more here, but let's talk about some snow totals to begin with here. The lighter side of things, the snow totals we've already seen. Bushkill 16 inches in Northampton County. You got Forks Township at 13.3. Malvern, a little elevation in Malvern, about 500 feet, gives you a little bit more snow usually, and you got it, 12.5 inches. Pipersville, Bucks County, 11.8 inches, and PHL had 9.1. To Delaware we go. Wilmington really impressed me. How about this? 9 inches of snow there. Dover Air Force Base, 6.5. Newark 4.9. I think that'll update at midnight, though. National Weather Service says they have more updates coming for us. That seems like an old report. Brick Township in Ocean County, New Jersey, 10.9 inches. National Weather Service Mount Holly in Burlington County, 9.4 inches. Lindenwold, 7.2. Marlton comes in at 7 inches. So there was a lot of snow before the change over to sleet. Now the focus, the bitter cold. And this is dangerous stuff, folks. I mean, if you got to wait at the bus stop, train platform, and you're outside for any prolonged period of time, you got to cover up. Frostbite sets in about 25 minutes to some of these temperatures I'm going to show you. This is 2:30 p.m. on Monday, 12 the feels like temperature in Philly, but then it gets worse. Tuesday morning, -4 for a feels like temperature, -10 Allentown, -2 Coatesville, -4 Atlantic City. We can beat it. We can get worse, and we are on Wednesday. Wednesday morning is probably the coldest wind chill temperatures we've seen in over a decade. This is 6:30 a.m. Wednesday morning, -7 in Philly, -9 Wilmington, -17 in Coatesville, -7 Tabernacle. Actually, with these numbers, 20 minutes for an exposed hand that doesn't have a glove on it. If you're outside and the winds are blowing, that will have frostbite very, very quickly. Monday, breezy and cold, maybe a passing flurry in the morning. Then we get into the true bitter cold. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings with the fresh snowpack in place. Overnight lows are in the single digits, and it feels like -10 almost every single morning, even with a little bit of wind. And then more to watch. Next Sunday, some of our guidance is hinting at yet another storm, so we're going to keep a very close eye on that. The cold air is in place. It still is. January 31st through February 3rd, well below average in our neck of the woods, and I don't see that changing, and you can see that here in the 10-day forecast. Frigid digits for Monday. The high is 28 degrees. Again, some of the guidance shows a little bit of light flurry activity, light snow at the Jersey Shore Monday morning. That should pull away fairly quickly. The wake-up temperature Tuesday morning is 10. The high is 23, and bright sunshine doesn't do much to help us out. Frigid digits again for Wednesday. 8 degrees for the wake up, a high of 22 degrees, 22 and 8 again going into Thursday. Now, Friday morning, this could break a record. If we wake up to 4 in Center City, the old record is 7 from 2019. We would break it by 3 degrees, a high on Friday of only 21 degrees. As of now, next Saturday and Sunday, mostly sunny, but a system keeps trending closer to us for next Sunday. It will be something to watch, finally getting close to or above the freezing mark by next Wednesday. Take this cold seriously, folks. You do not want frostbite to set in if you have to be outdoors. That's your forecast. Fred and Jackie, back to you.
Well, a snow day tradition is to head over to the Art Museum for some winter fun.
And that's where NBC10's Johnny Archer is live tonight with a look at all the action at one of Philadelphia's most iconic spots. Most people do runs up the steps. Today, they're going down. I have a feeling Johnny Archer might have been one of those two taking a ride.
I did not actually, Jacqueline.
What?
Let me tell you something. You can call me a traditionalist. I'd rather just sled down a regular hill with grass under me, not cement. That's all I'm saying. My tailbone will hurt if I hit that, and it won't recover very easily. But listen, folks are still out here in front of the Philadelphia Art Museum sledding down those steps at this hour. People are still showing up, and there's not nearly as many people as there were earlier. Take a look at this video from earlier. There were a ton of people of all ages who came out here for this winter storm to sled down those steps. And not only did folks ride sleds down there, I saw folks skiing, I saw folks on snowboards, and if they didn't have one of the three, I saw folks riding on cardboard boxes to sled down the steps there. And not only that, Jacqueline and Fred, there was a DJ on hand with music.
I just moved here recently. This is what I was looking for. This is perfect right now. This is what we see when we yearn for community. It's right there.
It's way better than driveway, except you keep running into people.
There's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
Have you done one of those numbers where you're coming down and you like torpedo something like this person's about to come into me?
Yes, I've done that.
Okay.
I always go backwards.
We got to be careful out here. You got to be careful out here. While a lot of people are having fun out here in the cold, there's a lot of people working in the cold trying to get these streets cleared for this week. For now, we're live in front of the Art Museum. Johnny Archer, NBC10 News.
Yeah, folks having fun, and those crews doing a great job.
Yeah, they are. Our coverage of this winter storm and its aftermath will continue on NBC 10 News today. We're starting an hour earlier, bringing you the latest forecast and a look at road conditions from 4 to 7 tomorrow morning. After that, stay with us on our streaming platforms for continuous updates. We'll be right back with a final check of weather.
And one final look at the forecast with Justin Godynick.
We'll dive into the 10-day forecast one more time so you can plan your upcoming week. It's going to be cold. So 28 degrees on Monday, maybe a passing flurry in the morning. A little bit of sunshine breaks out in the afternoon, but it's windy and feels colder than that. Tuesday, 23 with bright sunshine. You have 22 on Wednesday, 22 again on Thursday, 21 on Friday. Then we warm it up a touch for the upcoming weekend, but we are going to be watching another potential storm next Sunday into Monday. Still a week out, but these patterns tend to repeat themselves. It'll be something to watch. And then by the time we get to next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, a little warmer, guys. I think we can do it. We can break the freezing mark, but it takes 10 days to get there. 33